Yeah. Excited. Yeah. I'm really keen for that. Yeah, the tournament got it'll be really good. I think, especially more girls as well. A lot more girls playing the game as well. So we'll get something there for sure. What time do you want today? 10:20. Which pitch? RE1. Okay. Okay. Yeah, good. Alright, well, good luck, okay? See you in a bit. See you in a bit.
Oh, like there isn't really like a set speed.
Good morning, just two fixtures, the off at 10 o'clock. The RE5 central fixture,
Mate, sorry, we've been here. Sorry, mate.
will be moved to the RE1, about 6 versus Rugby. We would now like to say that it's on RE1 team, there with your referee, and on 6 Tranmere versus Rugby.
Stay, lads. Cheers. Is Ferg over there?
Yeah, Ferg and Walks and head over. Is that alright, mate?
Did Walks actually get some names this year?
You like a nose trailer, mate?
Mate, when I said what's up, I was like, what have I done? Last year, desert, like,
Here, not the 10.
yeah, nice.
Hello.
It is the final day of the National School Sevens here at Rosslyn Park. It is glorious sunshine, at least for the time being. And Ipswich School are getting us underway against Brooksby Melton College here on pitch RE1. Nice surprise for these boys as well. They thought they were going to be out there on RE5, but we have shuffled the deck and got them out here on the showpiece pitch. Great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. Great to have your company as well, Joe Burns. What a life, what a week. And away we go on the last day.
Well, bit of a surprise for us as well to be having this game, but we're truly blessed as we are with this sunshine as well. But the weather's been a cruel mistress the last couple of days. I feel like she's teasing us at the start and there could be rain to come, and that's going to have an effect on the finals. But as it is, we enjoy this bone-dry, blazing sunshine. And the pitch is still a bit sticky. It's held up well, though. All the rugby it's seen, it's pretty remarkable.
Well, it looks like a dirt track around it, and I've waded through the mud in some choice footwear this morning whilst doing the rounds and meeting everyone who's a little bit bleary-eyed after 4 tough days, and looking forward to a really entertaining day 5. Well, Brooksby Melton College. Lovely line-out ball off the top there. Yeah, Brooksby Melton, home of the pork pie and agricultural food, if you read the road sign on the way into Melton Mowbray. And they've got a couple of early penalties here, gifting them some field position. Key mullet in midfield as well. I feel like that's one of the keys to success in this competition today.
I wonder if it's been deemed good enough to make it to the mullets of RP7's TikTok. Because I know that there's a pretty comprehensive content package being built by our team, you know, paying homage to the rugby mullet.
Well, I did see some content earlier in one of the buggies. Oh, it's a lovely ball over the top. And some acceleration away as well. But it was featuring one of Rugby's best teachers, and when he was skidding it around the mud, I thought they were going to name it Rokio Drift.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Very, very good there, D. Rog. Well, yeah, that's good mention. My prep school that I teach at Rugby, they're going to be competing in the under-11s prep school tournament out on the far pitches.
Big tackle there. Try saver, even though it was on the halfway. Ipswich with plenty of gas, not letting this heavy pitch get in the way of some enjoyable running rugby.
Millfield playing South Gloucestershire and Stroud College next. Just saw one of the Millfield teachers. He said, it's like Glastonbury here. It's like home advantage for us.
Lovely nudge there by Brooksby Melton. Still 0-0 here. Coming up to 3 minutes in. Massive day coming up, concluding, of course, in the lifting of the Under-18 Cup. Of course, the Premier 18s competition, but the Vars earlier in the week was so high quality. Really looking forward to seeing how day 2 of the Cup unfolds. Brooksby Melton's line-out looking pretty good. Not something we often compliment teams on here in sevens, and looking to burst through the gap here. Lovely offload. And the big left-handed fend. Ipswich giving away a little bit of size, and it's telling there in the contact zone. Brooksby Melton over. That's the opening score. Halfway through the first half, and the first 5 points in the ledger.
I tell you what, that lad who's punched through the hole there, he's been really, really busy in this opening 4 minutes. Every time he's got the ball, he's looked to burst through the hole, and really has taken a good tackle to bring him down. And just that little avenue of opportunity round the fringe of the breakdown, courtesy of the quick recycle. He saw it, he went for it, and look, there we go. There's the initial break. Gets the hands free, finds the supporting man. He takes a few extra meters as well, and big clear out coming in, and then boom, through the hole. Nice finish.
Well, Brooksby Melton yesterday beat Bishop Wand Church of England. Then they beat Hartbury as well, 19-12. That's no mean feat. Had a defeat to Brighton College.
Well, Bishop's Wand is the London Irish Ace school. and Hartbury. Obviously,
oh, what a take!
Hartbury, obviously an A school as well, so they're two powerful teams that they put away.
Well, not just that, they put Exeter College away as well, who were the Exeter A school, but lost to Brighton College, but booked their place here on day 2. Ipswich had a walkover against Watford Grammar, then beat Milton Abbey 50-0, Stockport Grammar 26-12, and then Coleg y Cymoedd 26-19. That was in the Vars earlier on, but of course now in the Cup, beat Hurstpierpoint, beat Woodhouse Grove, beat Sweden Boys, and then had a narrow defeat, just one missed conversion in it, to Trinity School Croydon, who are in a bit of a purple patch in terms of the group of players that they've got. That was 1917, of course, got to their second consecutive Twickenham final, where they came second last week. And our first real opportunity to strike back. Ball inside the Brooksby Melton half. Good shoulder on the clear out as well. Oh, chip over the top, and Brooksby Melton gather it well. They're pretty organised, don't they? And leading by 7 points to 0 here in the second part of the first half. And perhaps some space here on the left edge. Nope, shut down. Ipswich. Oh, defending well and turning the ball over. Now, what can they do with this first phase turnover attack? It's just a little bit heavy, a little bit slower than it could be. I thought we might have seen a knock on there, but what we have got is an injured player down. And the referee signals time off. And he looks in quite a bit of discomfort. Really looking forward to today. Blue sky at the moment. Not sure how long it'll last, but we'll certainly make the most of it while it does. It's been a lovely buzz this morning since around about 8 o'clock, where the first people started to arrive ahead of this final day. Whether it's the exhibitors selling their wares to the schools, a lot of the universities here involved in top-level rugby. Already had a catch-up with Brunel, Bath, Hartbury, Cardiff Met. Not seen Loughborough Exeter yet. What I have just seen are the famous blue, green and red stripes of Millfield. Hong Kong rugby here as well. And all of the home nations, well, not all of the home nations. The English boys know they're English, but Scotland, Wales, Ireland, looking for their potentially qualified players, the next generation. Judging from the conversations we've had, they've had a bit of joy as well. More than just the on-the-pitch stuff happening here at the National School Sevens. Oh, and Ipswich are going to be down a player. Don't like to see that. These boys want to play, want to keep them healthy, want to keep them out there. So Ipswich make a change. And we'll get back underway with an Ipswich put in at the scrum. Still 7-0 Brooksby Melton College. Penalty at scrum time, and away we go. Oh, lovely bit of footwork and really attacking that line hard. Brooksby Melton. Ooh, is that a high tackle? Referee says no. Brooksby Melton back off, and now there could be a 3-on-2 here. Needs to be executed well. Good cover defence coming over, but an excellent finish. Great strength and stealing a few metres as well. Good response from Ipswich. First try of the day for them. And they are right back in the game. Here's the conversion. Chance to level. Oh, chance taken. Lovely strike. Brooksby Melton 7. Ipswich 7. That takes us to half-time. Game on. second half. Referee shaking off the studs before we continue with this one. Brooksby Melton kicking off. Big high hanging restart. And well dealt with by Ipswich as well. Moving that ball, shifting it around, and they're a little bit clustered on this right-hand side, but that can often create space in small areas. The inside and out, here we go. Oh, what a fend! What a fend! And Ipswich come from behind to take the lead for the first time. Oh, if you can create those one-on-ones, great. If you can exploit them, even better. What a score. Ipswich 14. Brooksby Melton College 7. Oh, what a start to proceedings. Little bit of sunshine as well. I am temporarily delayering, which means I'm only wearing one coat instead of two. Well, Brooksby Melton, after a confident start, now chasing the game for the first time. And that one out into touch. For this under-18s Cup, we've got assistant referees, which is nice. They're up there with the flags. Just about the only ones with clean kits right now. Oh, Brooksby Melton nearly pinching that one, but it is back with Ipswich. Chasing try number 3, and they might just get it. The way they're attacking the shoulders here, really well played. And then sometimes you've just got to tuck your head down and go, oh, the dart up the short side. The game changer. Brooksby Melton playing some ball here. Leaving the space at the open side for Ipswich. Great quick thinking. Good decision making. So important in sevens. And Ipswich, 21 unanswered points. They have stolen the lead away and extended it. Good chase on the restart, and Brooksby Melton are going to have to do it from inside their own 22. They've not had a huge amount of ball. They look dangerous when they have been able to go through phases, but they're not going to have the chance this time because that has been knocked on. Great position now for Ipswich. Scrum bang in the middle. Players on the width either side, keeping the defence honest. So 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Brooksby Melton have mirrored that defensively. Oh, dummy and a shimmy. And a fend and a finish. Well, Ipswich School look a different team in this second half. And what a start to the final day for them. They'll take so much confidence from this performance. 26-12, yet to miss a conversion. This perhaps the most challenging. Unsuccessful. Brooksby Melton 7, Ipswich 26. Brooksby Melton College barely touched the ball in the second half. Now they need 3 scores. So our commentary position is exactly the same as the camera position that you can see. So below us is one of the main thoroughfares. And we had heavy rain overnight, and it rained all day yesterday, and a lot of people have walked over it, obviously. And there's actually some standing water. And a few people who've made bad footwear choices are full of regret. And it's only going to get worse throughout the day. As you can see, the pitch is looking quite heavy, but comparatively, it's in incredible condition. Huge respect to the ground staff who've done such a good job of keeping it playable. The ball's knocked on, so it'll be Brooksby Melton put in at the scrum. Running out of time here, the Leicestershire outfit. And they are on the move. That's a nice dummy, but there's plenty of traffic in the middle there. Oh, here we go. A little bit of acceleration, a little bit of a shoulder. Tell you what the Ipswich boys lack in size, they more than make up for in heart, because they've turned that ball over. And now they're on the ball, they can run down the clock here. Lovely fizzing pass. This has been a brilliant performance from the Ipswich boys. When they went one score down, you wondered what they'd get from this game. But as soon as they've controlled possession, they've controlled territory, and they've controlled the scoreboard. 26-7 they lead. And that lead could be extended here. We've got a Ipswich team on the edge of the 22. Again, snappy hands, tight spirals, getting the ball to the width. And looking for try number 5. Big looping pass out to the left-hand side. Cover tackle, great offload, try 5. Ipswich totally in control. 31 unanswered points. And they have got this sunny Friday off to the dream start. Our clock's gone red too, so this could quite conceivably be the last kick of the game. Unsuccessful. Well, we will restart, but it'll be no more than a consolation if Brooksby Melton can get anything. I feel as though the referee could show some mercy here for a couple of reasons. One, because the game's won. Two, it'll mean we can kick off the second game on time, and I'm a stickler for a schedule. Gathered by Brooksby Melton, who have barely had a touch in this second half. They have been outfoxed and outdone. But can they finish strong here? Oh, good turn of pace around the outside. It will be the last laugh to Brooksby Melton College. Just a little glimpse of what they're capable of. But Ipswich have done so well to manage the clock, manage the ball, and stifle this very dangerous Leicestershire outfit. Conversions wide, the full-time whistle goes, and Ipswich have defeated Brooksby Melton 31-12. Game number 2 of the day. Macclesfield kicking us off against SGS. Oh, seeing all these poor young men in their clean, dry kits that are going to last all of 30 seconds here on the final day. But the grass is green, the sky is blue, and all is good at the National School Sevens, and that is a sweet strike to get us underway from Tom Howlett. But it's SGS who will have the first possession. Oh, and that's been dropped. It's loose, and Macclesfield pounce. That didn't take long at all. Any mistake punished in this under-18s Cup. And that is a shaky start for SGS. They'll find themselves under the sticks after less than a minute. 3 wins and a loss yesterday for the SGS boys. St Benedict's defeated, Coleg Sirgar defeated. They lost to Clifton College. And then they beat Newport High School. As for Macclesfield, as that conversion goes up and wide, 5-0. They had a tight one with Bloxham, 21-15. Nah, ignore that. That was in the vase. They were defeated by Denston, actually. 31-24 in the first game. Then a win against Coleg Llandrillo, Coleg y Cymoedd, and the Henley College. Been in some high-scoring games. They tend to score a few and leak a few as well. So he could be in for an entertaining 15 minutes of rugby here. Oh, contestable restart, and then Macclesfield winning the ball back. Tom Howlett in the middle there, pulling the strings, and George Cottrell getting away. Oh, lovely feet from Cottrell. Didn't seem to be a lot on, but if you're flat-footed in defence, you're getting found out. And Macclesfield off to a flyer.
Pretty impressive from last year's finalists. They will be so desperate to return to that final, to go one better. Beaten by Macclesfield. And they've got some talented players in the ranks as well. Their captain, George Timmins, wearing 7. He's been involved in the England 18s reckoning, I'm pretty sure.
I'm glad that some of these 18s boys are getting to turn out here, because we speculated earlier in the week, didn't we, whether or not they'd be allowed out of camp. I think some have and some haven't, so great to see him. Well, I was going to say pull the jersey on for one last time, but it seems to be a never-ending season for Macclesfield, doesn't it? And a few others.
Never-ending season for loads of schools, so much schools rugby, and this is tournament time, isn't it? This is the best part of the year. It's when you get to face all the teams that you've been seeing on Next Gen, that you've been hearing through the grapevine, and getting to pit yourself against the best players out there at your age group. So a really incredible 360 tournament for all age groups, boys and girls, that they're serving up here at Rosslyn Park. And this is some nice tempo that's being driven in to the attack now.
Well, they need it. They're 2 scores down. The first time we've seen them cut loose going forward. We know that Macclesfield are susceptible to leaking tries, but they've turned that over. And it's time for them to return with some tempo themselves. That is the aforementioned captain in the midfield, George Timmins. But then checking back. Oh, big gap opening up. And he glides through, then gallops onwards. Didn't have any cavalry arriving though, so it's back in the hands of the Gloucestershire team. And tackles being made. We've got jersey numbers for Macclesfield, and I think we should try and mention some players while we can still see who they are, because it is on the brink of mudbath here. Oh, that's a lovely check inside. Freeze the hands, a one-on-one now. Work for the sweeper to do. Well, he's dropped the shoulder there. Macclesfield have done well. That's a really good turnover. Full-blooded commitment. Not a particularly big physical team, are they, Macclesfield? But fit, strong and steppy. And away they go again. That is going to be a second try of the match for George Cottrell. One step and he's gone like lightning.
Well, it all came from that very brave tackle. It was a big physical mismatch there, wasn't it, as SGS broke through, but really comfortable, looks solid in the tackle, and then the quick turnover. And that's just deadly ball in sevens. On transition, attack needs to reorganise themselves defensively, but in that time, Macclesfield had slung it that little bit wider, and then they had the footwork to capitalise. Really good play from the boys in the multicoloured hoops.
Oh, 3 tries. 19-0. On another high hanging restart that SGS do well to get a hand on. Oh, and then slip away from a tackle themselves. Sweeper being kept busy here for Macclesfield and makes a good cover tackle.
Well, the clean out was absolutely brutal. They were given the penalty, but the clean out had won the ball for them anyway. It's a real good chance for SGS. Loads of numbers here on the left if they can use the space.
Oh, that little fumble slowing things down, but the 2-on-1 executed. Is it down? Oh,
well, there's enough officials there.
Yeah. Oh, it's been awarded. What a finish. He's dragged a trailer and a parachute over the line with him to open SGS's account. God, he had some work to do there.
Oh, well, Dave, you've nearly knocked and broken my laptop in the process. You're so excited.
Nah, never in doubt. Come on. Would I drop that?
I've seen you drop plenty of other things. So, well, our referee, Will Foster, there, using all the official provision that was afforded to him. It's his 7th year at the National School 7.
It's more than me.
It is more than you. It's more than you. He's a trainee doctor, I understand.
How do they find time? Let's take another look at this finish first. So he's dragged him over. And it's actually the momentum of the tackler that has brought a full-blooded effort from the wide man to score the first try.
Well, I couldn't tell you if that went 10 because it's so bright and the pitch is so beaten up after all the action it's seen over the last few days. Wow, real extension there on the line out, lift and take.
The concentration of these boys on those skills around the game, absolutely amazing. Just imagine them. They're probably doing extra hours stuff, aren't they? Oh, Macclesfield just carving through again. Unlucky, really unlucky. But this wet, damp ball to hold it like a loaf of bread and try and get that offload away. Superb stuff. Macclesfield in control. They lead SGS 19-5.
Do you think he'd be sitting down? Oh, yeah.
All right then, SGS chasing the score that would get them back into the game here. They missed a couple of tackles, and Millfield have cooked up a couple of delicious meat pies. That is not the start that a team chasing the game will have wanted. Coughing up possession on the halfway line. And Millfield on the go again. Getting us back underway. Morgan Williams there, wearing number 14. There he is in the middle. Clean shorts, clean shirt. We'll see how long that lasts.
Oof, nice hands and real deliberate step from Seva Carver.
And then Adeboye nearly got through. His feet just failed him slightly. Williams again gets him on the move. Owen Erasmus wearing number 22. Moved the ball really nicely. Stubbing snaffles it with the left hand. Now there could be trouble for SGS. Maybe he went a little bit early, but Carver brought down by the bootstraps.
Excellent sevens here from Millfield, edge to edge, just stretching SGS with each width they take.
What a ball! Feed the speed, and Zach Waitman-Dowder scores, but the pass to put him in was picturesque. God, these boys can play.
Well, we've seen a few seeds here on RE1 across the last 4 and a bit days. But that one is right up there with the best of them. Conversion sells over, and really we're just killing time so we can see the replay on that pass. Here it is, out the back, looks over. Big loop right into the hands, and then too much room for Waitman-Dowder to work with. Great score.
If you're going to offer the outside like that, you've got to make the tackle.
Interesting. I don't want to labour the point about sort of the weather and the conditions too much, because they are going to change, and you know, people probably think it's a bit tedious that we're talking about the weather. But it has changed the manner in which teams have been able to attack. It is a lot stickier and heavier underfoot, and I think that that has been debilitating to the steppier sides, the ones who depend on their footwork a little bit more to unlock teams. And then you see a team like Millfield who are so comfortable just moving the ball around left to right, excellent catch pass skills, and they're the ones who are profiting, because it's so much more difficult to break down teams with the pitch in this state. Not that it's a bad pitch, but it's just not the hard running track that we saw in the under-18s Vars at the start of the week.
No, absolutely. And you talk about labouring the point. It might feel like we've laboured it. So if you're watching all day, we're going to talk about it a fair bit, but of course people are going to be dropping in and out of the live stream. Every game on pitch RE1 and RE2, every try, and we might be seeing another one here from Millfield. Into the 22 they go. And the conditions will be changeable. Yesterday, I was fully expecting Noah and 2 of every species to turn up on RE1. Oh, more lovely work from Millfield. A little fumble creates the space. The offload's good. The cover tackle is. And eventually, the ball's knocked on, and SGS, I was about to say have it firmly in their clutches, but it hasn't remained firmly in their clutches for most of the day. What you got there, mate?
We got the Samuel Whitbread Academy under-18 girls team sheet.
Lovely stuff.
Beautiful handwriting, corresponding numbers, a couple of interesting facts. Samuel Whitbread Academy, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from the bottom of our commentary hearts.
We've seen a few too many buffaloes there from the young Wellington boys, and it's on video. That'll cost you, lads. That'll cost you.
It's valuable to learn now.
Rules are rules, mate.
It's valuable to learn now. See, another beautifully flighted pass. Really impressed with the handling skills at Millfield, and just their comfort in avoiding contact. Hardly any breakdowns when Millfield are on the ball. They're looking to keep it off the floor, and when they do, They're maintaining continuity by popping it off.
And eventually, a gap will appear, and they put themselves in a great position to take advantage. Owen Erasmus sells not only the dummy, but half of the SGS defenders, and bolts through the gap for 31-5. It's also for a lot of these lads, because of course they'll be playing 15s as well. Oh, such a good dummy. Sent the outside man there to the shops. He turned his back. But it's a recalibration for a lot of these boys from a tough 15 season where go forward and gain line is everything, whereas here they're not scared to go backwards, to remain in control. Oh, and that's gone out on the full. A minute to go though. I think Macclesfield will be pretty pleased with this opening performance on pitch RE1. Great to have their company, great to have yours as well. And yours, Joe.
We probably spend an inappropriate amount of time together, don't we, Dave?
Yeah, this weekend as well. So Macclesfield there, next up in just over an hour against Norwich School for SGS. Their next fixture is Wellington on RE3.
And we're into the under-18s Girls Cup next here. Dubai College against Samuel Whitbread Academy.
Oh, got both of those team sheets as well.
You've got Dubai College?
Yeah. Got a WhatsApp from the coach.
There we go.
Very modern. Very modern indeed.
Here we go. SGS battling hard though. Just trying to get their way across the halfway line. It feels like an eon ago that they were attacking the Macclesfield half, but here they go. Lovely little out the back door that isn't gathered, and they're going to be punished for their ambition.
There aren't many sports where you're punished for a single mistake 60 metres from where you score the points, quite like rugby sevens. Joe Burns just having a little flirt with director of rugby at Cardiff Met, Danny Milton. One of the university programmes that are on the charm offensive here, looking for the next generation of talent. Full time, great win for Macclesfield, 40 points to 5 over SGS.
I've been told not to run from my with whatever you do. Oh, yeah. I knew you guys would be here today with the old free bacon rolls. That's 17 bacon rolls, please, and the jagger coffee. Oh, yeah, don't get started. Just go, yeah, really nice. Yeah, my godfather lives in Kingston. I'd missed him and go back. He missed me yesterday. I thought, oh, we're home. And then I saw you lot on that last day, and I thought, you're done. You're done. And so I thought, we'll do it when we get back. But there we go. What'd you do? Just crash out? We slept. But the food's okay. Nice. Yeah, it's not so there. Yeah, it's safe. Yeah, I think any issue.
All right, Dubai College against the Samuel Whitbread Academy, with Dubai College kicking off, going left to right. And I welcome the head of the high performance rugby program, the whole rugby program at Cardiff Met University, Danny Milton, Dr. Danny Milton.
Hi there, Joe. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Looking forward to seeing what Dubai College can do. They had a couple of huge scores, 2 50-nillers and then 22-17 to close out their day one.
Yeah, they certainly looked good yesterday, and like you said, some fantastic results. And for me, more than anything, just to see the improvement in the women's program, the number of teams here today, it's just a great advert for women's rugby.
Well, some thunderous hits, one coming in from Jodie Kershaw there, and that has actually been the MO of Dubai College since they've been here at the Sevens. Their under-16 girls were absolutely incredible. Maybe it's their under-14s. Someone needs to clarify. They had a girl wearing the 8 jersey who was just an absolute fiend for tackling.
Well, you know, like you say, that physicality that this Dubai team offer is certainly setting them apart from some of the other teams in the competition. And, you know, some of the skills as well you're seeing there, some of the passing, to be able to get the ball to width in this Sevens game is fantastic.
Well, more than a hint of that ball going forward. And Samuel Whitbread Academy, well, they've earned the rights to be here on day 2. St John's School, Leatherhead, and St Jan Birchman's College and Tiffin School. Tighter affairs than Dubai College have enjoyed. And I wonder, is that a better thing? Is it better to have all your games tight on the way to the business end of the competition, because psychologically you're a bit battle hardened?
Yeah, sometimes if you've had that easy run through and you come up against that tough opposition, it can actually be quite difficult to switch on. And you know, winning every game by such a great margin means in those sort of close encounters, are you prepared for it? And we'll certainly see that now.
Well, there's some big scores to come for both of these two as well. Llandovery College and Millfield School.
Well, Llandovery College, Claire Flowers there has done a fantastic job with the women's programme, and it'll be great to see them today.
All right, so first scrum that we're seeing, and well, the Dubai College girls look set and primed to rush up hard on the Samuel Whitbread Academy girls, and that they do. 2 jerseys coming and swarming them, but it's actually falls into the hands of MK Sowens, I think it was. And bit of width here for Tatum Muller to go exploring, and Muller drops the hammer. Oh, yes. It's not Muller time, it's Muller try time.
Fantastic, Joe, and not only great pace there, but as she rounded the corner there, a little bit of physicality to use the fend to score in the corner, and a great try there for the Dubai Academy, or Dubai College.
Dubai College. I just mentioned to anyone who's tuning in and they're expecting to see their boys or girls on RE1 on our stream later, hopefully this match is a nice demonstration for you. Put a bit of pressure on the players. Oh, what a brilliant conversion to get the team sheets into us. We love to give credit where credit's due to the fabulous athletes that we're seeing play some pretty scintillating Sevens.
Yeah, and I think little things like that, and you know, getting the names in here, getting the squad lists to you and Dave will really enhance the coverage for the teams that are playing. And like you say, not only great to see the fantastic rugby, being able to drop the names out there as well. Brilliant for the tournament.
Well, we're getting some ref info as well now. So we've got John Priestley in the middle. Great service being provided by the London Society of Referees. And his assistant there, first on the spots, as that kickoff makes it across the touchline. I say 7-0 Dubai College leading. Samuel Whitbread Academy just struggling to get any quality time on the ball at the moment. We're yet to really see them in full attacking flights. But from this line out, looks like they're going to be sending up Caris Cleance, who's a bit of a football star. And let's see. Oh, she's just about a star of the Southwest Skies as she comes away with the line out ball. Samuel Whitbread Academy little tentative in attack, and Dubai College are really hungry to make their hits.
Yeah, they can't spend enough time on the ball at the moment, and I think Samuel Whitbread Academy now with that penalty, hoping to just keep hold of the ball for a little bit longer to give themselves some time, and the penalties certainly aren't helping Dubai Academy at this point.
Well, slightly more direct, Connie Brooks the one involved in the contact there, and this seems to be Samuel Whitbread Academy's sort of main playmaker and strike runner, but she maybe put a little bit too much pressure on her young shoulders, and Sarah Murphy knocks on in the contact. But you'd expect the Saracens under-18s captain to be shouldering a bit of responsibility out there.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know that's what's great to see, the quality of the rugby and the quality of the people representing in this Rosslyn Park Sevens is really a joy to see.
Any players particularly caught your eye this week, Danny? I know that you'll have an eye on your men's and women's side, who both compete at the top of university rugby, and well, you'd love a player like that who can sell a dummy and then back her pace and rampage to the line. Bit of a conference as to whether it's grounded or not. Are we celebrating a try for Femke Sowens?
It was a lovely show and go. For me, it's just whether or not she got the grounding, and yes, she did. Lovely try there, pace, bit of physicality at the end, and got herself over the line.
How good is this? We've got the main man in the middle, we've got two assistants, and we've got an official in each dead ball area just to make sure of these groundings, because we're coming to the crunch time across the under-18s tournament. This is where the massive calls have a huge bearing on where the trophies go.
Well, you've hit the nail on the head there, Joe. It really is the business end of Rosslyn Park, and I'm sure we're in for an exciting finish today. Yeah, going back to your question earlier, I think there's been some fantastic games played across the days. I've been here Wednesday and saw a lot of the under-14s and 16s programme, and I wasn't here yesterday, but back here today, and I'm really excited to see what's on show.
Don't want to pry too much about the dark arts of sort of recruitment or university rugby seduction, but are you having conversations with parents when their children are sort of 16, they're still a couple of years off university?
Look, everyone's got to do what's right for their programmes. I think, you know, for us at Cardiff Met, we're not looking to... What we want to do is build a sustainable and enjoyable rugby programme for the long term. And, yeah, look, we really hope some good players come to the university, and that'll probably happen with the history and the legacy that we've got here at Cardiff Met, and so fortunate to be involved in. But for us, it's not necessarily about specific people. It's just about getting ourselves out here, speaking to all parents, all schools, and giving our students an opportunity to show the benefits of the course. We've got our sports media students, our S&C students, our performance analyst students here this week, and it's a great learning experience for them. So as much as it's about recruitment, it's probably about the whole package for us.
A fine programme at Cardiff Met University, I can attest to that, and a fine rugby programme at Dubai College by the evidence demonstrated in that first half. They lead 12-0 against the Samuel Whitbread Academy, and we'll just talk a little bit more about Cardiff Met before we head into the second half, because for those not necessarily well versed in the university rugby scene, Cardiff Met are one of the most consistently top performing sides in Buck Super Rugby, which is the top level of university rugby. But below that there are second teams, third teams, fourth teams, fifth teams, social teams, you name it teams, and it's a whole club effort. But you can count among some of your alumni Alex Donbrandt, Tom Pearson, Luke Northmore, guys who are making names for themselves in the Premiership and on the international stage. I know you've had a few of them down here this week.
Yeah, and look, you know, the names you mentioned there, alongside some of our, you know, Welsh alumni, the Aaron Wainwrights of the world, and I know I think probably the nicest thing for us is, and I say this all the time, and I know it sounds cheesy, but the guys you've mentioned there, they're not just good people, they've got great degrees, and they're great rugby players, but, you know, finish where I started, they really are just genuinely good people, and to have them coming back to share their experiences of the programme and reminisce has been fantastic. I brought Aled Ward, one of our former captains, up in the car on Wednesday, and to see him now working in Glantaf, coaching and teaching rugby within one of the programmes, playing rugby in the Premiership. It's not just those guys at the top end, it's everybody who's involved in rugby.
Samuel Whitbread Academy chasing the game and chasing a kickoff, and into the thus far deadly Sowen's hands, and she's going to go on a gallop once again into the Samuel Whitbread Academy 22. The number 5 is all class down that left flank, cool enough to step inside and steal an extra metre to make her conversion a little bit easier.
And undoubtedly, she's probably been one of the big differences between the two sides. And straight from the kick-off there, you know, we talk about how important the kicking game is, and kick-offs, kick receipts in sevens, and she's managed to, you know, step the winger and go the length of the field. And what a great start to the second half for Dubai College.
Well, that extra metre doesn't have a bearing on the conversion going over. I think the moral of the story on that kick-off routine is don't kick it to Femke.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, look, I think now Samuel Whitbread Academy, you know, they just need to spend some time on the ball. And then what they're struggling at the moment is with the physicality and the pace of this Dubai College team, that they're not able to consistently keep hold of the ball. And it'd be great now from this kickoff just to see them maybe go through a couple of phases, keep hold of the ball and look for those opportunities now to get a score on the board to really make the second half an interesting event.
Well, an absolutely perfect kickoff, bounces just beyond the 10, and then the spin on the ball brings it back towards the Dubai College hands and into the hands of Jodie Kershaw, who doesn't release when she's on the floor. She disagrees a little bit with our referee, but he's the main man. And off the Samuel Whitbread Academy go, slalom across the halfway line. We've got two good sides here, two undefeated sides, and that is an absolutely fabulous turnover, so accurate. And with the transition ball, Kershaw goes on another run.
And I think, yeah, you've seen another example where Samuel Whitbread, although a great break from their player, the work in the contact, they weren't able to get people close enough there, which allowed Dubai College to get that jackal in and get that turnover, and they're on the attack again.
A knock on with Dubai College asking a touch too much of their offloading play. Someone's lost the boot out there, and I really, really do feel for them. These are not the conditions that you want to be just in your socks.
Having said that, Joe, a shout out to the ground staff here at Rosslyn Park. With the weather we've had this week, and to have had 5 days of, you know, 10 till 5 activity on all of these fields, to still see them in the quality that they are is really a testament to the ground staff here with the Rosslyn Park Sevens.
They've stood up well. They've stood up well. So, good chunk of this second half still remaining, and a chance for Samuel Whitbread Academy to just take the tap and, as you said, Danny, get their hands on the ball, spend some time in possession. They choose to be direct in the way that they carry. Real big exaggerated turnover.
Again, you know, it's really frustrating. They've got some lovely runners, this Whitbread Academy team, but they just can't spend enough time on the ball. Their work in the contact area has got to improve, because Dubai College keep turning them over.
Femke Sowens swerving away for a hat-trick, but it falls into the hands of Yasmin Shah, and Shah makes sure.
Nice. And I think, you know, look, we've talked about some of the key facets of the sevens game, and we've talked about kick-offs and kick receipts, and you've seen some really, really exemplary play from Dubai College there and the contact area, and it's not really allowed Whitbread Academy to get into the game. And like I said, they've got some lovely runners and they've made some fantastic breaks, but that work in the contact area, not being able to maintain possession, and you know, the skills and talent of this Dubai College team have undoubtedly been on show here for this first and second half.
Where for you, Danny, does 7 sit in the overall development of a player? Because it's a game that not everyone gets access to for the duration of their career, but you know, it certainly hones those individual skills in high pressure situations, a lot of space, and makes you a multi-tooled player, in my opinion. Yeah,
look, we've been really fortunate at Cardiff Met, from the likes of Alex Cuthbert through to Dan Bibby, Richard de Carpentier, Sam Cross, stalwarts of the sort of sevens game, Great Britain sevens athletes. And what I would say is, no, you might not at the top end of the game see your front row forwards perhaps making their appearances. For people at Rosslyn Park sevens, it's a game for everyone, and I think the skills, the contact area work, it shows up. And I think those sort of skills under pressure are something that you definitely see in sevens. So while it might not be at the top end of game for all shapes and sizes and positions, it certainly is at this younger end of the game. It gives people a chance to work on their skills.
Well, Samuel Whitbread Academy unfortunately finding themselves offside. Sarah Murphy makes sure, she says, line on me. Dubai College go searching for another try. Can the Samuel Whitbread Academy hold firm? Not when Femke Sowens is on the ball. And has she got it down? I was about to call in her hat-trick, but an absolutely epic bit of last-ditch defence from Sarah Murphy denies the number 5 a hat-trick on RE1.
Yeah, and you know, you're into the 13th minute of the game, you're 24-0 down, and like you say, for that young lady there to make that try-saving tackle, hold the ball up over the line, is testament to the attitude and grit of this Whitbread Academy side, and you know, fantastic to see.
You really have to celebrate defence like that, don't you?
If Ian Gardner was here today, he would be all over that, Joe. He would love that.
Has he passed?
Well, he is an old man, but we do love him.
Oh, well, Samuel Whitbread Academy are going to end the game with 6 players. I think the referee not satisfied with their distance away from the penalty on consecutive occasions. And Dubai College are queuing up out to the left. So much optionality, so difficult to defend.
Well, you know, down to 6 men, 6 ladies, 5 yards out, and like you say, really tough to defend from this position.
Nice, simple hands, but good determined defence again from the Samuel Whitbread Academy. They're not giving up tries easily, but eventually they run out of numbers on the short side. Yasmin Shah nipping across again and rounding off a really quite dominant display from the girls from the UAE.
And you have to say, you know, as gritty and determined as the Samuel Whitbread Academy girls have been there, there's a real quality here to this Dubai College, and I can certainly see them making waves in the later stages of the tournament as it progresses today.
So final score here, an excellent contest, but Dubai College really laying down a marker for the rest of the competition in this Under-18 Girls Cup Open. Big game here on RE1 in the Under-18s Boys Cup. Finborough School started off their campaign with a big win, a big statement win against Wellington College yesterday. And they are picking right up where they left off with a searing score early in this match against Seaford College. Lance Kruger, the man to race across. Finborough, hugely impressive. 17-12 against Wellington. It was then the turn of Gosforth Academy, followed by Harrogate Grammar School and Mount Kelly, where a half-century was notched up against each. This is a tasty old group. Finborough School, Seaford College, Clifton College and Berkhamsted School. Seaford College with a surprise loss against the team from Valencia. Mentioned a few times on the stream this week, we've had teams from all over the world, including the Sweden boys. But Seaford, shocked by the Spaniards, successfully turning their tournament around. They've got a big win against John Fisher and then against Dulwich College. That's why they're here. That's why they're still in the hunt for the cup. Finborough really hassling and harrying and swarming over the blue and white hoop jerseys of Seaford. Chance to attack from close range. Ooh, that was a tricky pass to gather in. It took a couple of attempts. And ship it out to the flank. Lewis Burns, not quite sure where to go, but eventually he gets a teammate who pops up and bursts off. Seaford defenders looking at each other, saying, I thought you had him. Really, really smart work by the Finborough number 15, Rory Rees. Finborough second, and Seaford chasing with just 2 minutes on the clock. Well, Finborough have played some nice heads-up rugby so far. We saw that in the way that they adapted their kick-off routine to go shorts last time, but there's no real true way to adapt a kick that only goes 2 meters. So Seaford, time on the ball, in the hands of their playmaker, Arthur Chads. Really impressive, the number 9. All the good stuff goes through him. But that inaccuracy plaguing Seaford at the moment. It's been a suboptimal start to this half. Beautiful sunshine that we're drenched in here on RE1. There was a hint a moment ago that the rain was going to come in. I believe it is due to, but for the time being, we're factor 50'd up. We got the shades on, and Finborough have got the march on. That's pretty physical stuff. Off they go, Finborough. Just surging through and into the 5 meter channel. Does well to release the ball, then pick it up, but a fumble in the process. If I've mislabeled anyone out there, that's because I've got 2 different Finborough team sheets that have different numbers assigned to players. So Rory Rees is either playing 15 or he's playing 12. So someone wants to tweet me and clear that up. Hopefully I've called the right one. But this is certainly Arthur Chads. That's good play. Just looking to get round that corner, Seaford. Looking to try and go exploring that 15 meter channel. Nice challenge to the line. Bit of variety to the Seaford attack, and they're physical in the breakdown, matching Finborough. 2 tacklers required, and then another one held in. This is good sapping play from Seaford, sucking in Finborough boys. And there are some big old units out there enjoying the contact zone. Finborough defending strongly, defending attentively, and just the promise of a hit coming in from the blue and red hoop shirts means that the eye's taken off the ball, I think, by Liam Boyle. Scrum to Finborough, two monstrous packs. Not often you talk about the packs in inverted commas in sevens, but there's 6 hulking young men in there. And from that contest, the fumble comes from Finborough. So Seaford's put in the stakes as high as they can be here today on day 5. They had a tough day in the pools yesterday, and they have to go and win all these games again today if they're going to go to the final, if they're going to lift the cup. Finborough will have their eyes on that, so will Seaford, so will the boys in blue and white, who try and expose Finborough on the white channel. Brilliant dancing feet to almost find a way through the Finborough defence. Seaford denied. Coach Sean Thompson will be looking on, thinking, how do we break this Finborough side down? An over-exuberance to hassle the scrum half from Arthur Chads, and off Finborough go without a second invitation. Here's the man whose number created a bit of confusion for me earlier. Rory Rees is causing confusion amongst the defensive ranks of Seaford. He's causing chaos. He scores a second, converts it in a flash. And just like that, at the half-time whistle, Finborough leading Seaford 21 points to 0. Finborough with a healthy lead in their first match of the day on RE1, on day 5 of the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens 2023. And Seaford really need a quick score. What they can't afford is Finborough to weave their way through early. Already leading 21 points to 0. Collecting the bounce pass, holding their wit, the number 9 lurking, but he's not going to receive it. Seaford offside. Off they go, Finborough in a flash. Good tackles needed to be made. And holding on as well, Louis Sinclair, the man to be penalised. Arthur Chads gets us underway, and It's a bit of a high shot on Hamish Williams, but play okay to continue. A hamstring stretcher to pick that one up before ballooned over the top, and this is just an out-and-out foot race. Pedal to the metal, and he gets away from the defender. Seaford with a key score in their ambitions to get this match back on track. Raw pace the answer down the right flank. The conversion slotted. A lung-busting run. I think from Tommy Newell. Difficult to pick out the numbers on the Seaford jerseys. I think number 11, Tommy Newell, we can credit with that burst to get Seaford on the board and back to within 14. Still a way to go. There's a way to go for Finborough as well. He's a slippery customer though, isn't he? Second time we've seen him break through, and then there is the dismissive swat away from the big man on the edge for Finborough. Adam Harwood-Hughes. An excellent finish and conversion. All the skills on show. The tackle just came too high, and that is a big don't argue from Harwood-Hughes. Great pace. Seaford, no sooner have they scored, they're back to a 21-point deficit. Renewed vigour in the way they're attacking though. Junior Kapoku is on, and his long levers are reaching and snatching, and while it's harsh on him, he was just trying to wriggle his body around to present. Seaford won't mind, they'll take that penalty. Chad, short ball, short line, good direct stuff, and then the offload. Seaford beginning to play, but out of the blind spot comes an important tackle. Hamish Williams slings it away, but Seaford take their eye off the ball. Then they don't react. Then they give Finborough an opportunity to work their way past the 10-metre line. Kapoku showing good range on the pass, fizzes it out to the try scorer, and a lovely switch. Eventually the play shut down. Penalty to Seaford. The game's really come alive. Chad's inviting runners off him, finding some, finding a bit of footwork as well. Hamish Williams brought down just beyond the halfway line. Alex Challoner feeding it from scrum half. Can they get it out to the edge? Yes, they can. Chad's doing enough to seduce two defenders. The bite in from the farthest man created the space. Really well worked try. Seaford beginning to show us what they're made of. And the game of perfect conversions continues. That was it. Just invited the defender to bite in, and Tommy Newell with all that pace again. Great finish. Oh, a kick-off error just at the inopportune time for Seaford. There's loads of time here. May not seem like much, but 100 seconds in sevens can feel like a lifetime. Kapoku, very, very comfortable to invite the defenders onto him. And why wouldn't you be with that physicality? Pops the ball off the floor and it catches a boot of a Finborough boy. So we play on. try scorer, just showing his pace and his hip drive through the tackles, and then his awareness to find an offload. Henry Lumley applying the finishing touch, and that is the score to put the result beyond doubt. A second half that has really come alive, both sides playing their part. And the first conversion miss means the deficit is 19 points. Had to think about that for a moment as I looked at 33-14. When you think about it, that first half blast from Finborough where they led 21 points to 0, that is definitely the difference at the moment, because Seaford are matching them in attack. Final seconds of a really entertaining match. Seaford fans will probably be wishing to have played that first half again so that they weren't chasing the game after minute 7. Well, the offload finding the ref, and play on, he says, as it ricochets off into Kapoku's hands. Finborough surging down the right flank, an exclamation mark at the end of a very impressive performance. Finborough continue to impress. Lewis Burns dotting down. And these lads are definitely one to watch as we go deep into the competition.
Hi, sir.
I will show you the message in a moment. Just keep updated.
A great rivalry existing between these two schools. Hampton in the black with amber stripes round the guns to enhance, and Brighton College attacking on the ball now. Brighton College sticking their head down and really going for it. Reeled in the heart of the Hampton 22. Group EE we're operating in here. Brighton lost out to Exeter College to start their journey yesterday, but then coming back with a win against Brooksby, Melton College. Bishop won, and Hartbury, and Hampton are really scrambling here. A lot of bodies on the ball, a human Jenga down there, and the referee says Brighton are going to get that penalty. They try and take it from the mark, they call back, off they go. Really difficult to defend here from Hampton. They're going to have to be right on their mettle. That's a high shot. As the Brighton players stoop down, they play with penalty advantage. They go for the reach, but knock on. No yellow card. Small mercies for Hampton, who are really under the pump here.
Well, you've got to try and hang on, haven't you? Make your tackles. Hope for maybe a mistake, maybe a knock-on, and maybe the chance to keep it at 0-0.
That's a great switch-in attacking point. Just that little change in where the focus of the attack was left Hampton a little bit flat-footed and just allowed the chance to sell the dummy and then power through the hole.
Amazing, isn't it? Rugby evolves, things change, we see technical advancements all the time, but the old ones very often the best. A simple switch, well executed, and the result is 7 points. And in these tight games, in this great competition, if you do get gifted ball inside the opponent's 22, feels like you've got to take advantage of it. That's exactly what Brighton have done there. Oh, breezy up top as well. That kick really hung up.
Hampton, first sighting of them doing the attacking. Whew, fearsome contest at the breakdown, and that wind, a mischievous one, as Hampton just about get their fingertips to it. Nice ball out to the edge and back inside. Good offloading play, but they run out of room.
Question then, Joe. So Brighton College playing into the wind in this first half. It helped them there with the kick-off, but obviously Hampton got it blowing towards the try line. Which would you prefer to have?
The wind behind me.
Okay.
Because you're not going to be kicking off all day, are you? So yes, it may hang in the wind, but that's probably the only benefit. Otherwise, you want the wind in your back, propelling you forward. And also, if you're going to employ any kicking tactics and the opposition isn't playing a sweeper, then that can really come into play when it comes to driving teams back and playing in the right areas. At the moment, Hampton not operating with a sweeper. They got 7 up at the front, and Brighton looking really confident on the ball. They've got a good blend of physicality like this young man here and soft skills off the floor. Oh, just about finding the right offloading option. 2 available for him. Brighton seeking a second. Brighton with the numbers. Huge, long, fizzing seed over to the left flank and brilliantly reeled in round the ankles. A try-saving tackle.
Well, it's all well and good, revving the engine and really getting the width on that pass, but they've blown an opportunity there, Brighton. If that had gone through the hands, it was a 2-on-1 and they were walking it in the corner, but they've worked hard to win that ball back.
He wanted to get on the fizz miss pass highlight reel that we're building here on RE1. And Brighton, well, they're labouring to it a little bit. They get a bit stodgy and ponderous and have the composure to regather. The short line not taken, and well, this man is so cool and confident. Ball in one hand, just slips it through the gap. A lovely try with Hampton chasing shadows.
Casual brilliance. Casual brilliance. Now, I know he's made that look easy and he's looked nonchalant, but that is natural ability, but hours of practice. Conversion not great, but that means we can have another look at this try now. You talked about Brighton getting a little bit stodgy, but then sometimes you need your magic man to do something. Look at him there, confidently gripping the ball like that loaf of bread. Oh, in behind.
So difficult to defend when a player can handle and manipulate the ball in one hand. It's why Fiji are such a nightmare to defend, because the ability to get that hand free, to move the defence around, and with 2 black jerseys cinching in on him, he timed it to perfection through the sliding doors. Well, how about this for a break from Hampton? How about this for an injection of pace? And once again, just were it not for an extra bristle on the groundsman's brush, It would have been a lovely burst and offload inside.
Twice that's happened now in this first half. Tried to stretch Brighton, who've shown them the outside, given them the edge, but makes it very difficult when you cough the ball up like that. They've not really gone through the phases, of course. When you're 2 scores down, you're chasing the game, you want to score immediately. They've still got time here. They've still got a whole nother half. If they could have halved that deficit before we went in for the break.
High-class group here with Denston and Sedberg, the other participants. Delight to get through to day 2, but a bit of a groan when you see who's in your group. Hampton with the power and the pace, and that's brave defence. The touch judge, I've never seen a touch judge style out a changing of his mind like that.
Oh, it was like when you're on a date in the cinema and you do the old yawn before you put your arm around the person you're there with. Oh, there you go.
I'd say it's like when you put your hand out to shake the opposition hand, and then you brush your fingers through your hair to mug them off. Well, it's tough. It is tough out there because of, well, it's a testament to the way that the edges have been explored on the pitch, that the touch lines at times are not completely clear. That's why we've got such big officiating parties, and ultimately our friend on the near side gets it right. And we go to half-time. Well, here we go. Okay, so look, real tight. Oh no, he's just got an itch in the back of his back. Yeah, it's a real tricky spot between the shoulder blades. A dual-purpose touch flag employed by our assistant. It brings me great sadness to deliver the news that the rain has arrived. There are, I mean, I don't really understand where it's coming from. Yes, there's an enormous grey cloud above us, but everywhere we look across the Rosslyn Park vista, it's kind of blue skies and light, white, fluffy clouds. So hopefully this is just a short burst.
Gamble on the kick. And a little push in the back as well. I mean, it's high octane. It's risky. When it comes off, it's great. But when you're chasing the game, you don't want to be gifting those opportunities, and you don't want to be missing tackles either.
Well, potentially Hampton guilty of forcing it a bit too early in the second half. No, they need points, but as you said, high risk in your own 22. And from the resulting penalty, Brighton across for their third. Our referee from Hong Kong, not missing a beat. Alan Judd, I believe, the handwriting that I've been given. So my apologies to you, Alan, if I've mispronounced your surname. But studying law, so it's a good judge to have out there in the middle.
People watching when the weather turns like this is fantastic. I've seen our first pair of Sainsbury's crep protectors as somebody's made the wrong footwear choice and gaffer taped 2 orange carrier bags to their trainers.
Well, here's Hampton's flyer, who's flirted with the touchline a little too much in the first half, and this time he weaves back inside and gets his offload away. Hampton looking good. Slick hands from the men in black, and then back inside, moving this Brighton defence around as they enter the 22. Brighton off their feet and knocking on. Hampton might feel that they could have had a penalty there, but first sighting of Hampton at their very best there.
Yeah, they look sharp, don't they? And strong as well. Temptation, of course, to put a little guy out there on the edge, but they've got a big, strong ball carrier who can not only put the hammer down, but also pinball around a few collisions, as we saw there. Get them on the front foot. That's exactly where they are now. Oh, lovely step. Ball's gone to ground. Oh, but then the knock on. Looked like the referee had popped his hand out Hampton's way, but it's Brighton who get the benefit. 19-0 here. And now Brighton's turn to try and clear their lines again. Oh, they've gone up the short side here, which is where all the space is. But then when that door's closed, you need a bit of support, and he got it there. Unorthodox pass. No one really following through on that offload, but good opportunity here on the boggy pitch. Now the rain has, well, just stopped, but I think the damage is done.
So a slightly greasy ball proving Brighton's undoing, and the changes being rung, or no, still 2, 3, 4 with the same 7, and this feels like a real key point in the match. Hampton desperate for a score. With 3.5 left to play, they bring on 2 replacements, so fresh energy, maybe a new point of view on how to attack as well. Need to get this scrum going though. This will suit Brighton, who lead 19-0. You know, that's 20 seconds gone, 20 valuable seconds gone for Hampton. Need to make sure of the ball, and Brighton are doing their level best to make it a real scrap in there. Well, from the mark, referee very strict. And here come the nice hands from Hampton again. A hitch and a carry to the line. Back to the right we go. Pump action fend. Jolts the Brighton man, but he gets him to the floor. Hampton look really nice on the ball, but the Brighton defence has been so good so far. They come away with another tackle. Oh, the bounce pass not working for anyone, but that's really, really... Oh, he adapted so well. I thought it was a brilliant bit of invention out of necessity.
Oh, now the wind's arrived. Changeable conditions here in March. You mentioned that adaptability there. Sometimes you get the benefit of the doubt with those. Then when they come off, it is wonderful stuff.
I'm super lenient when I'm refereeing that stuff.
Yeah.
I've
extra points for flair.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the highlight reel. I'll tell you what, I refereed an under-11s tournament at Rugby School on Tuesday. No, I dove away from the commentary desk to go and blast the whistle. So much pressure. So much pressure. An under-11s tournament, 5 minutes each way. I was feeling the heat come the latter rounds. I mean, everyone gives it absolutely everything, and you can just feel the desire in the boys who are out there playing. And, you know, it'll be the same for the girls who are here at Rosslyn Park. And I really do sympathise with the incredible job that the referees do, because it is hard to always be making the right calls, and you're under pressure, not undue pressure, but I think that you acknowledge the magnitude of the occasion for each and every player who are participating, and it's hard not to feel, and again, a testament to just how much everyone cares about going deep into the competitions here at Rosslyn Park.
Well, the referee putting it on the toe. I like that a lot. Great touch. About to unleash into one of my bugbears as well, talking about you being lenient with stuff like that and the highlights reel. Is there anything more frustrating than on social media when a clip goes up of a brilliant piece of skill and a great try, and there's always somebody who's got a comment underneath, oh, forward pass. Grow up, mate. We've all got eyes.
Well, we'll come back to your very impassioned speech about highlights here, because Hampton are trying to create a highlight of their own in the dying embers of this contest against Brighton College. Oh, is there enough room down the short side? You betcha. Hampton finally break the Brighton resolve. That is a late and unnecessary tackle. So the try scored should have a conversion. I imagine we'll restart the game with a penalty. Lovely strike. Doesn't yield the conversion. Here we go. Glances to the open side, but he knew what he was doing all along. And he gets the ball down. Here comes the late hit.
Yeah.
So we do start with a penalty, and Hampton with a chance to get a second. Bounce ball into the winger's hands. 3 Brighton defenders involved in bringing him down and then trying to nick the ball. But the boys in black, as they have been for most of this second half, looking fluid and in control of the ball. Nice pick up, low round the laces. Oh, opens up, and then it closes pretty emphatically. Picked up and put down. Look at that jackal precision. A hunter, a predator, just waiting for the opportunity. And that opportunity spells the end of the game. A strong performance from Brighton College. Glimpses of what Hampton could do, but ultimately not enough, as they come out second best, 19 points to 5.
Is she right up? Have you moved that way? Being rolled up? Yeah.
Whitgift versus Ipswich School. Whitgift readying themselves to kick off, going left to right. And they had a tough start to their morning, 43-7 loss to a supercharged Cranley in Ipswich School. Themselves started things off with a 31-10 win. So 2 teams coming from differing results on this final day of the Rosslyn Pot Sevens, and that's a crunching hit. A shoulder right in the sweet spot to dislodge the ball in the tackle. Team from Croydon looking to launch their first real attack in the Ipswich half. Nice movement, nice pace, wonderful pace, too much pace. Ghosting through the gap Ipswich chasing shadows. Lovely score to open proceedings here. Ethan Fitzgerald, the man wearing the 10 jersey. Talented sportsman, not just in rugby, but in cricket too. Double colours at Whitgift, so he'll be knocking a few boys for 6 come the summer term. But at the moment, his focus is on scoring sublime solo tries like that. Ipswich yet to make it into the Whitgift 22, and they're forced to pluck one high in the air that opens up the rib cage. They do well to recycle. Off to the right they go before straightening and taking the middle ground. Oh, big extravagant dummy, and then the step following on, dropped onto the boot. Is he offside? Well, doesn't matter because it's a knock-on, in fact. The Dogs of Rosslyn Park continue to captivate. What a fine pooch. Not quite sure what that is on his lapel. An oversized collar. Looks like something that Paddington Bear was found with at the station all those years ago. Ipswich, off they go. Big and direct and uncompromising and just about felled. Ipswich swerving but not finding the route to the try line just yet. Out to the edge they go, head down, and a brilliant tackle lassoed low round the ankles. Still the black jerseys go and they reach and they score. A brilliant finish. There's an Ipswich player stricken down there. And the conversion is a sweet strike, but doesn't quite have the direction. (7-5), Whitgift leading. Two well-matched sides here. Ipswich are forced into a replacement. That's a high, hanging, questioning kick that invites a good chase, but Whitgift do really well to ship the ball out and off to the left flank, and away they go. Across the 10. A skip, and again looking for that seam between centre and winger, but the handling evading Tyler Stewart-Passley. Well, he's a man that Whitgift will want to get the ball into his hands. Jamaica under-19 sevens player. When you've got boys operating at international level, especially with the Crocs, they're usually pretty pacey. It's being called in to defend now. And loose handling from Ipswich. Having been disruptive by Whitgift means that we're going to have a scrum. Another one. Other side of the field, still in the possession of the black jerseyed Ipswich team. I think their jerseys are black. They're whatever colour they are. It's been compromised somewhat by the sludge of the fields here at the Rosslyn Park Sevens. Good contact skills. just sucking in 1, 2, 3 Whitgift jerseys, and then the handling sharp. Is there an opportunity to go through the heart of that ruck? No, there's not. And the reason is because Whitgift were offside. Ipswich continue to attack. Still haven't broken through though. Real direct, strong carry, and there's an injury that's come from it for Whitgift. So they've only got 6 players at the moment. And number 7, Harry Fitzgerald. One of their most improved players from out on their Dubai tour. Looks to have suffered as a result of putting his body on the line.
Well, that's an unfortunate end for that young man. Usually when there's the makeshift jersey sling, it's not good news, but fingers crossed it's just precautionary. As Whitgift, as the rain starts to fall, they start to extend. Oh, the hitch kick. Tried to time it, but eventually the chase yields a positive result. Oh, a really positive result. Key penalty, big penalty. And Ipswich on the move again, just before half-time. Oh, an excellent tackle made, and the offload a little bit loose, but these boys still trying to play in the conditions. Oh, great game we've got on here, but that touch finder should take us to half-time. And there is just 2 points in it. Ipswich 5, Whitgift 7. Underway in the second half, just a conversion separating these two teams. And Whitgift on the ball. Those Ipswich jerseys, are they black, are they brown, are they navy? Don't even know anymore what they are. It's a full-blooded bunch of boys. We've got the scent of victory here. They're chasing this game so tight at this level. Conversions absolutely massive. Loose ball gathered by the man that threw it. Heavy shower now. And that one skips across the surface like a skimming stone. And that is a free gift of territory for these Ipswich boys. And the few people who've forgotten umbrellas are desperately seeking refuge under the limited tent cover here. Again, Looking to my left and the vista, the RE pitches. The sky seems to be constantly blue. On the bright side, might have some rainbows, who knows. But this now is no fun to be out there. And the handling of these boys, given the conditions, exemplary. Penalty, great work at the breakdown by Whitgift. And every time they get on the ball, they look like they're going to try and go the length. Oh, no! That ball has found its way into the in-goal area, and it's been dived on, and they've scored. What a try! In the rain, use the conditions to your advantage. And that is what Ipswich have done. Oh, it's spilled out, look. Get a toe end on it. Create the doubt, create the opportunity, create the try, and take the lead. Ipswich 10, Whitgift 7, conversions up. It's not bothering the post, it's a narrow lead, but most importantly, it is a lead. Just as the weather was turning too. Burnsy's just arrived, wearing a coat that could loosely be described as Kenny from South Park's away strip. In a lovely forest green, as opposed to a burnt rust.
I don't know if I'm coming or going with the weather at the moment, to be honest. I've got an Arctic jacket on that's, you know, waterproof enough to survive the Niagara Falls, but we're also basking in sunshine, so I don't really know where I'm at. But that's the conditions, again, that these boys are going to be entertaining for the day.
Yeah, it's sunny again now. Oh, yellow card here for Ipswich, so they're defending that 3-point lead. You missed a lovely opportunist try just as the rain was hosing it down. A little toe end on it, kick it into the in-goal area, win the foot race and score. Oh, he's missed a tackle. They're tiptoeing up the touchline, and Whitgift galloping over. Great that this pitch is still firm enough underfoot to see pace like that, and the lead changes hands for the 4th time in the game.
Really, really key part of the game. As he said, Dave, it is so tight here on RE1, and that yellow card, Whitgift immediately capitalising, stretching Ipswich whilst reduced to 6. They're taking it seriously here. Whitgift, they've switched their kicker in, and they're also sapping the clock as well. And they make sure of it, so they move to 14.
Love about this try is the time he takes. He puts the hammer down at exactly the right time. If he'd have waited any longer, he'd have been covered. If he'd have gone any quicker, he'd have been caught. Time to perfection. Great score. Is it still raining? Put your hand out.
Stopped.
Okay.
Stopped momentarily.
Well, umbrella can go down because we'll look silly. Umbrella down, sunglasses on, in that order.
Huge kick off this, and Whitgift win it. They'll just want to spend time on the ball. They'll want to try and tire out this Ipswich defence, who are numerically reduced.
Breakdown penalty. Now, what do you do here if you're Ipswich? You've got to score a try, because you've got to try and win the game, but you're still down to 6. Oh, they're going to nudge him behind. There's no sweeper. Great adventure. Now it's a race. Oh, Whitgift chasing back, though. Great pace. Is it grounded? Is it grounded? Oh, it is! What a score! Down to 6, but not bothered in the slightest. Ipswich wrestle back the lead. And with our camera angle, we are going to see the grounding. Oh, what a score.
I mean, how good. I've said it already. How good that we got referees in the in-goal areas to help with the grounding.
Oh, he's missed the kick.
1 point game.
Well, you wonder where the gaps are going to arrive. And sometimes you've got to take matters into your own hands. This Whitgift player herring back. But the bounce of the ball is in Ipswich's favour. What a score. What a score.
I don't know how one contorts a limb to manage to get the angle to ground that. Ipswich leading by a point. Where are we on our clock? 20 seconds on our clock. It's not going to be too far out from what the referee's timepiece is displaying.
No contest at the line out, so it'll be Ipswich ball, and now they've just got to play out these phases. Take your time, win the game, but they'll have nothing of it. They want another try to make it safe. It's been coughed up. Oh, the referee intervenes. Tackle without the ball, and Whitgift will have one last shot at glory.
Big call. That was the game. That was the game for Ipswich. So Whitgift, one last throw of the dice. Huge tension and anxiety from the boys on their bench. They've done all they can do. Can Ipswich go all the way from their 22?
Ipswich back up to 7. Keep your eye on that ball. Oh, it's spilled out. Inside ball. Step, missed tackle. They put the game to bed. The drama concludes with an Ipswich try at the death. Now then, are we going to get time to restart? Because if it isn't converted, technically nothing's changed.
Well, the body language of the players would suggest this is the last. And it is.
Oh, brilliant game. Brilliant character shown by Ipswich to not just survive, but thrive when down to 6. And they finish 2014 victors. What a game.
Neither of us will be there.
The action continues here on pitch RE1. We move into the girls' competition. It's the Under-18 Open. King's College Taunton against the College of Richard Collier. For the sake of this, Joe, I think we just call them Richard Collier because it rolls off the tongue a little bit better. But King's Taunton come into day 2. Pretty good form. They beat Callywith College 29-5. Sir William Borlass's Grammar 41-0. 43-5 over RGS Worcester. However, the day opened with a 27-5 defeat to Cardinal Newman of Sussex. As for Richard Collier, who conceded a couple of tries to Hurstpierpoint College in beating them 22-10, but then 2 clean sheets, 27-0 against Wellington, 19-0 against Collegiate. They fell foul of Jess first thing this morning, 31-5. So that's what brings us to this point here in Group Double D. Richard Collier in the blue, King's College in the red and navy. And just as I hit the button and prepare to waterproof us again. This is a good carry up over halfway.
Good contest at the breakdown. Eventually, Taunton do enough to come away with it, and off they go on an arcing run. Just finding the extra pass, and then the swat away. And how about that for a burst of pace? Great speed and a great finish to get the scoring going.
Yeah, Richard Collier just slightly over-committing on that outside defender. And then once you've rolled the shoulders and got round the outside, it is a flat foot race to the try line. And there was only going to be one winner. Richard Collier. Already behind here. King's College Taunton, there's the conversion. Over the poles it goes, 7-0. Well, this is the Under-18s Open. We had a great ace competition yesterday. Hartbury completing the three-peat against Exeter College. The women's competition doubled in size this year. Under-14s, Under-16s and 2 Under-18s competition. And this, to the best of my knowledge, I don't know why I doubt it, because I know it to be true, the first time, or the first and only, 2-day Under-18 Sevens competition here at the National Schools Sevens. So, game continuing to grow.
And some new names involved as well. Hurstpierpoint girls, we had their injured captain on comms yesterday. Their first time entering the tournament. They made it to day 2. So they're going to be coming up at 12:40. We're going to welcome Tiggy back.
Oh, yes.
To the comms deck as well. She put in such a good performance. And just, as ever, Dave and I giving the people what they want.
Exactly.
So she'll be returning.
Yeah, they've got
to bring her commentary vibes.
They've got Hereford Sixth Form College at 12:40. Before that, we go back to the men's competition. Clifton College against Finborough School. Then Brooksby Melton against Cranley. That'll be a good game. Brooksby Melton looking to get over the defeat they had here on RE1 earlier today. But here go King's Taunton. It's a long way round the outside. Eventually they get shut down, but it's a decent offload. And a second touch too, but that second touch was shipped forward. Oh, can we go and see our friends at Halborough and see if they've got any scuba suits to get us through the outside?
Falling rather heavily.
Yes.
I don't know what's coming next, but it is going to challenge the skills of all these players out here today. We saw it in the finals when we had really the best of the very best, and King's Taunton are the quickest to respond, and we just see there a little bit of a slip and a fumble, and shuddering hit. Great read and a great smash.
Again, they're looking to take the long way round, but another excellent tackle. Oh, is that a little high? Yeah, not a swinging arm, but one that slipped up and contact around the neck.
Well, look, we don't have perfect team sheets here, but I think that was Alina Hillocks who made that shot in blue wearing 12, and she's involved again.
Oh, turns it over.
And snatching it.
It's all really narrow here. You can see why. Most difficult handling conditions, so they're getting in close, making sure they can make those passes. Richard Collier inside their own half, and King's College Taunton making life tough for them here, playing rugby in the right areas. But it'll be Richard Collier put in here. 1 on the short side, 2 on the open side. King's College putting the squeeze on, forcing the knock on. Great pressure, a well-timed shove at scrum time.
Just biding their time before sort of punching on and bringing that secondary shove after the engagement. And it's straight out the tunnel. Back we come for another scrum.
Yeah, third reset. And if you're a wide player here, it comes to the time where you start jogging on the spot and in little circles to try and keep some blood in the limbs.
Quite flat.
Ah, another reset, sure. Spat out the side of Richard Collier, but illegally, says our referee. We're stood up here with an umbrella. The refs do not get the benefit of it. Oh, that's been dropped. Referee says backwards, and again, Taunton always searching for the edge. It's admirable. Richard Collier become wise to it now, and they're shutting that door. Trailing 7-0 though. And in these conditions, you've got to take the opportunities when you can. And at half-time, there has only really been one, and that has gone to Taunton. They lead 7-0.
This way.
Yeah, I don't know where are you playing? Are we out the back?
We're very close to each other. I think you're all set up about 50 metres from us. So
He's on the tell him I'm there.
Second half underway in the rain here on pitch RE1. Final day of the National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park. It has been a real mixed bag weather-wise, but the quality on the pitch hasn't suffered at all. Just one score in this, a real attritional affair. The one place we have had trouble in this game is at scrum time. Reset after reset. Not sure all these players have managed to bring their 21mm studs. He says, can't remember the last time I had the stud key out.
Lovely switch in the midfield. Brilliant line, really purposeful running.
And the first time they've had a bit of territory as well. Now, oh, the white line fever has got hold of them. If that had gone wide, could have been try time. It still could here. Oh, brilliant cover tackle.
I think that's Georgia Pearce wearing 15 who made the initial bust. And good contest, but a penalty and a chance to go. Direct to the line, driving through the challenges, still short. Oh, the offload not quite sticking, but they'll get another go.
Well, they weren't 10. Best chance to equalise, and they have. The big paw reaches over. And it is game on.
And I think that's Alina Hillix in the 12 jersey. We were complimenting her on her defence in the first half, but this time we see that she's got a nose for the try line too.
Oh, conversion's good as well. 7-7, here we go. Oh, and the rain is not getting any lighter. A few changes being rung. Fresh legs, fresh impetus, fresh energy. On these long days, these close games, your interchanges can play a massive, massive part. Here we go, 7-7, back to square one we go. Good clean take on the bounce. Oh! Out of nowhere, forcing the knock on, scoring the try to equalise, then making the tackle to win the ball back. Game-breaking performance on both sides of the ball.
Oh, Alina Hillix has just rearranged the skeleton of her opposite number there. A perler of a hit.
And now here she is on the ball, going to the line, delivering the pass, and it gets left behind. It's the right idea. She is a big cog in the wheel of this team.
Torrid conditions, and do you know what? That's smart.
Yeah.
Turn the defence around, put the kick in behind, make things awkward on the collection.
She's just about got away with not letting the ball carrier back on their feet. But then conceding the penalty. That's always the thing, isn't it? With that kick, you've got to be disciplined. But it has shifted the impetus. Still plenty of time here as well. Oh, it's a decent handoff. Contest at the breakdown, and
oh, look at that for a steal. And now a foot race. The pace to match the sticky fingers. Hillix is in pursuit.
Oh, what a
Hillix
tackle!
has executed an unbelievable try saver, but the support's so good. Oh, Hillix deserved to deny them, but the support play, magnificent. End-to-end stuff.
Brilliant try. King's College Taunton back into the lead. Well, we keep mentioning a name, but where would they be without her? It's ended in 5 points, maybe 7 with this kick to come. But that chase back and that tackle, absolutely astonishing. Great game. Remains in the balance at 12-7, the conversion unsuccessful.
Here, another shot. That incredible effort to get back and drag the player down who seemingly was in to score, but what about the work rate off the ball from that woman wearing number 16. Loving this match.
Great game in, as you've mentioned, very challenging conditions. Well, the pitch has visibly changed, actually. It's got cut up throughout the day. The surface still holding up, still seeing some good running rugby. Some good tries and some good teams really challenging each other. Oh, that is Maisie, darting and beautiful from Georgia Pierce. She's brought down, but has she done the damage already? The ball's gone backwards, it's been turned over.
More epic last-ditch defence. Oh, this time from the team in black and red. They'll end the game with 6.
Yellow card incoming when the referee can pull it out of her sodden pocket. Now then, just as there are a couple of little cracks appearing in the Taunton defence, they're down to 6, and Colliers with the opportunity to level, then maybe to pinch it.
Eva Guy taking the offload from Hillix. Good leg drive as well, dragging 3 opposition players with her, but the messy presentation. Oh, the penalty saves their bacon.
Oh, the penalty's going blue, and red thought they had it.
Alina Hillocks, the one-woman demolition derby, feeding her outside players. Millie Smith with an equalising try and a kick to snatch the match.
10 seconds to go on our clock. Just a reminder, it's not linked in with the referee's watch. Oh, she's taking this from behind the poles, so small target to aim at. Will we restart? Well, the way they're all stood, just hydration's key, Joe.
Hydration is key. You think there's enough? You think there's enough water around, but there's always time for more hydration. Right, 12 apiece. This has got to be the final play.
And there's always time for a phone call as well. Oh, what a brilliant game. Taunton 12, Colliers 12. It is a low, challenging restart. Oh, this is tough stuff, rough stuff. The ball's gone forward. It's full time. It's a 12-all draw, a result fitting of a great contest. The referee just explaining that the ball is knocked on, so the game has to end. And the full-time score is 12-12. What a great game. Hope you enjoyed that one as much as we did. Clifton College v Fimbra School. This should be a good one. Clifton undefeated yesterday, only conceded 2 tries, both of them against SGS. Although lost first up to Berkhamsted 22-7. Fimbra, well, they are a problem for everyone. Probably the best they've ever been. 5 wins from 5 so far. Beat Wellington, beat Gosforth, beat Harrogate, beat Mount Kelly. Didn't just beat Harrogate and Mount Kelly, beat them 50 points to 5 and 55-0, and put Seaford College away here on pitch RE1 at 11 o'clock. 38-14. These boys can play. Clifton College probably in need of a win. They've got Seaford College to come, and if they manage to get past Fimbra here, then that means there's going to be some maths to be done come the end of the group. So Clifton going to receive the kickoff. White and blue hoops. Fimbra School going to get us underway, and this is one to look forward to in the Under-18s Cup. It's a high one to get us underway. Clifton with the first touch, and they'll want to make it count. Drizzle, to say the least. We've had some really heavy showers, but it's temporarily eased off. But everyone's already wet and cold, as is the surface. It's a good, exciting carry. Ducks inside and gets brought to good offload as well. Clifton looking to work down the middle. Chicken wing offload's a good one. But the defence still stalking. On a little pick and a dart up the short side. Up over the halfway line now, Clifton looking after this ball very well in the conditions. Early on in this half, stacked to the left-hand side. A few brave and hardy supporters still around all four sides of this ground. Pitch RE1. It's Fimbra really dishing a few shoulders out. Ball stuck around this halfway line at the moment. In between the 15, so boot to ball. Good kick as well, no sweeper at home. They're playing 7 up and it could cost them here. Oh, well, we'll play advantage for the player being brought down, but we won't need it because the kick yields a 5-pointer. Hacked on, well finished. Good try, Clifton, and a great start to the game. Fimbra yet to get a touch, and they find themselves 7-0 down. Very, very physical from Fimbra. Actually had a quick check of the WhatsApps and a few messages from people who are looking forward to the next game here on pitch RE1. Hereford Sixth Form College against Hurstpierpoint College. And the girls under 18s. Shout out to Mr. Lilly, who's watching in the warm and dry somewhere. He's noticed it too. Fimbra, very, very physical indeed. Getting their hands on the ball for the first time as well. As I said before kickoff, this is probably the best they've ever been. They've got a great generation, and they are desperate to get to the latter stage of this under 18s Cup. They're deep inside their own 22 here, and it's a long way between here and the try line, but that'll help. Gliding round the outside. The support arrives. The chase is on. Closing the gap, but they're not going to close it quick enough. And if you can't slide one in these conditions, then do you really love rugby sevens? Fimbra strikes straight back. They're under the posts, and it is game on. Always missed the conversion. Well, in a tight game like this, how costly will it be? Well, this is how dangerous they've been all tournament. Good crisp handling, but then that dummy. 2 defenders on the outside. If you're going to be defended inside the edge, you've got to be more alert than that. But love that support line. It was a brave chase back, emptying the tank for the badge. But a missed conversion from under the sticks. Well, Fimbra on the ball. Range just got a lot heavier. I've seen what could only be described as a Rosslyn Park mum making her way by him. A very expensive cashmere coat, a fedora, and some expensive shoes that are get ruined today. She's made some really bad clothing choices, and I think it's going to cost her a lot of money. Alas, you've got to look the part. Here are Fimbra, attempting the nudge in behind, a little nutmeg. The ball's broken loose. There's a race for the corner. The ankle tap doesn't stick, and the try is good. Well, Fimbra riding their luck. The kick didn't come off, and then it ping-ponged between a few legs, ended up nutmegging a Clifton player. 2 chances, 2 scores. The lead changes hands. Fimbra playing well, kicking terribly, but they do lead by 10 points to 7. Good game, good contest.
Who we just played?
Fimbra taking good steps here to go 6 from 6. They've still got Berkhamsted to play. That's at 2 o'clock over on RE2. Watch all of those games live as well. Now, what have Clifton got up their sleeves? Well, probably a load of rain and mud, to be honest, but that is an excellent handoff. He's going to need support, though. Surely he can't do this on his own. Oh, what a clear out. Not rolling away, Fimbra, and now it opens up in the middle. Clifton looking to inject some pace, even in these wet and wild conditions. He won't be beaten by the touchline, Clifton. Again, looking for that nudge in behind. And it is hacked back with interest, and Clifton chase into their own half. One-man chase from Fimbra, great kick chase. Gets time for his teammates to arrive. God, this is proper rugby union, and that is a proper pass. This is lung-busting stuff. The sweeper misses the tackle. Clifton are in again. And that phase of play was always going to lead to a try. Could have been either side. But it's Clifton who sneaked back into the lead. Conversion to cup. Oh, these conditions now absolutely stinking, but the play still bang on the money. Half-time whistle goes, 2 tries apiece. Clifton's kicking has edged them ahead. It's 14-10. Second half incoming. This one finally balanced, with Clifton putting that one high into the rain against Fimbra, who take a great tackle. That's a fresh jersey. A few changes being rung at half-time. Bringing in the heavy artillery for this second 7 minutes to try and get win number 6 in this boys under-18 cup competition. A great final day. Oh, forward pass. Fancy making an error like that. Now this is where it gets dangerous for Fimbra, because if they concede another try, it's a 2-score game. If they concede another try in the conversion, at the rate they've been kicking, it might even be a 3-score game. So this is a really important period in this second half. Clifton cutting back inside. No contest at the breakdown for Finborough. To confident back forward pass. Oh, here we go. Little kick inside. Oh, that's a beauty. Who's going to win the chase? It's going to be Clifton. Well, the conditions change the way you play. We'd never go for that kick in the dry, but in the wet, perfect execution. That puts Clifton right in charge of this game, blasted through the uprights. Yes, how important those missed kicks for Finborough would be. Very is the answer. Because now, even though they've only conceded one more try, they're 11 points down. What a great nudge. It's a desperate chase back. They were claiming it. But I don't think they can dispute the grounding of the ball there. This is very, very good from Clifton indeed. Another good take. Another good shoulder shot. And a good penalty one. Well, you can just see there as he goes to put the power down on the right foot, the ground giving way from under his feet. Here for Finborough, who need the next score. But Clifton can take their time, but they can't miss tackles. Oh my! What a score! Not for the first time, Finborough have sold the dummy. Gone in from inside their own half. Individual brilliance, and this time they make no mistake with the conversion, and they're back within 4. A one-score game again. Really important conversion. First of the game, 3 tries apiece, and we're back to where we were at the end of the first half. 4-point game. What a cracker. Thought this might be good. That's not an easy one to take either. Wraps it up into the breadbasket. Excellent tackle, and Finborough over the ball. Is he in at the side? Oh, I think Clifton have got away with one there. Side entry. But now it could open up again. Big collision. Well dealt with by both parties in the driving rain. And then not releasing at the tackle. Another cheap penalty Finborough give away. Gives Clifton the ball in the middle of the park. The opportunity to go through some phases. Some sodden youngsters with no coats on, just walking past, trying to enjoy their katsu curry noodles. That's an important handful of jersey as well. Oh, swinging arm. Held the man up, told to release. How they're still out there playing in these conditions and handling the ball like that is a real testament to the skill of these young men. Clifton slowly making their way up for a loose pass. Sends them back. Still time on the clock here. Not yet 12 minutes gone, but hitting the line. Oh, there was space out wide, but getting the ball there is another task altogether. It's becoming a skating rink. The sweeper called into action. Penalty, Finborough. Still a couple of minutes to go. Hereford Sixth Form College versus Hurst Pierpoint up next. Got a special guest co-commentator for that. You going to join us for the rest of this one as well?
Yeah, it seems that way.
Oh, hang on, let's put that close to your mouth. Get that cable on the way. There we go. How's the day been?
A bit wet, to be honest.
Correct.
Hear the girls running out, but they're very excited.
Well, we've got to get to the end of this one first as Finborough put the afterburners on. Can they find the offload? Can they find the try that could win them the game? No release at the tackle. And Finborough on the ball. Potential game changer. The pass is away. Surely a try here would win it, but the offload goes out on the far side. Well, what a game we have here. Now, you're injured, so you're not playing.
Yeah.
You can be totally honest with us here. When the weather's like this, are you a little teeny tiny bit glad?
A teeny tiny bit glad to be in 2 subcoats and under an umbrella. Yeah, I have to say, a little bit of me is happy. Oh,
Buster Burns, the youngest member of the National School Sevens Rosslyn Park crew, has joined us for the first time. That's Joe, who you met yesterday. That's his firstborn. Although if I were him and I was Mummy Poppy, I might have stayed at home in the warm and dry today.
I'd be angry if I was brought out in this.
Here you are. So, quick question though. Seeing as you're not playing,
yes.
Should you not be in school?
Absolutely not. I'm the captain.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Captain's privileges.
I wouldn't miss this. I've got 2 timed essays I'm supposed to be doing in class today.
Oh, crikey.
No way I'm going to be in school.
Well, the teachers are listening and watching as this one up bursts out. It's knocked on. And that could well be it. Final few seconds. Clifton holding on for what would be a very valuable win. Finborough seconds away from their first defeat of the entire tournament. I was about to say the rain has eased off, and it has slightly, but that has not helped conditions in the slightest. Final act of the game. I think Finborough are going to put on a big squeeze here, maybe try and turn this ball over, but Clifton stand firm. They're going to try and run this ball, so obviously they've been told by the referee that there's time. And they've kicked the ball back, so Finborough might have one last chance to steal it at the death. Oh, and they've slipped off the tackle here of Clifton, but then it's been knocked forward. And that is it. What a fantastic game of rugby sevens, and Clifton hold on for a very, very valuable victory. And as a result, hand Finborough their first defeat. It is going to go to the wire in the boys under 18 competition. Full-time score 21-17. Right then, there's no point us turning the microphones off. Let's just continue our conversation, shall we? So for the world at large, those who are watching who know you, but mainly for those who don't, introduce yourself.
I'm Tiggy Bellinger, captain of the Hurst under 18 girls team.
Yeah.
The E-Gals, if you will.
Okay, very nice.
Yeah, seeing as the boys were called the Eagles, we decided.
Very nice.
Yeah, that would be our name.
Very egalitarian.
Exactly. That's my thoughts.
And Joe and I have spent the whole time talking about how this competition's grown massively. Last year we had the Ace, we had the under 15s. This year we've got 14s, 16s, 18s, and it's the first time Hurst have put a team in.
For the girls.
For the girls, yes.
Yeah.
Feel good?
Extremely. I've told the girls that I don't care whatever happens in this game, because I'm so proud of them for just getting a team in the first place. We never expected to go around to the second day, let alone get here in the first place. So
yeah, that's big, isn't it? For a couple of reasons. One, because it's an amazing achievement. Two, as we've already discussed, it's another day off school.
It's fantastic. We couldn't be happier.
So you're a final year, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and what happens then?
Gap year.
Is it? Any plans for that?
Australia, maybe.
Oh my. Any rugby?
Most definitely.
Really? Oh, that is exciting. Very exciting indeed. Okay, we've got Hurst Pierpoint making their way out here in the red and white jerseys. In fact, it's quite an interesting kit clash here, because we've got Hereford College close to the England and Wales border, and they have very kindly put a couple of black hoops on their kit for us to try and tell the difference. But when they slide around, if you could do us a favour and tell your teammates to concentrate on the rugby and not you in the commentary box, that'd be
I'm more excited about that.
So what's the injury then? What's keeping you in the dry?
The worst, concussion.
Oh, well, it is the worst, but you've got to look after that head and brain of yours. Annoyingly, you only get one, and it's got to last you all your life.
It's not that good anyway.
Here we go then. Hereford Sixth Form College getting us underway. We've been handed a sheet of paper that I think says John Mayer. He's put down his guitar and he's picked up the whistle for this game. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. So Hurst with the first touch. The referee spots an invisible knock-on and will put it down in the scrum.
It's fine.
Oh, these are very treacherous conditions. For those who've been watching all day, you'll probably be bored of hearing Joe and myself talk about the conditions, but if you have just tuned in, it's hosing it down. It is a tough one. It's cold, it's wet. It's not the baking hot sunshine we've been spoiled with in the last few years here at the National School Sevens, but there's lots to celebrate, including this great competition with Hereford on the go forward here. There was some space out wide, but they've tucked and gone, and pressure comes on from Hurst, but Hereford look pretty relentless here. They've got space on the outside. The conditions and the defensive pressure from Hurst Pierpoint keep the scores at 0-0. So who's in charge then, other than you being the captain? Tell us about the coaching team at Hurst.
Coaching team, got obviously Mr. Jones.
Okay.
Big Lou.
Big
He'll actually tell me off then.
Oh, you're in so much trouble.
He won't like that, but obviously he's been with us the whole way through.
Okay.
Yeah, also big shout out, I know he better be listening, to Tom Sunray.
Okay.
Who's also been with us the whole way through, but has been left at home.
Oh.
Poor boy.
Well, he's in the dry.
He is.
And it's very ambitious play here from Hurst Pierpoint, trying to throw it around on their own line in these treacherous conditions, but the referee has shown a yellow card, and Hereford are going to be down to 6 for a couple of minutes. Hurst Pierpoint from their own line, going to try and run it out with a player advantage. Oh, free in the hands beautifully. Oh, but that is a crunching hit to dislodge the ball, and Hereford still inside the Hurst 22, struggling to escape their own red zone. And they might have some space here, Hereford. The dummy's sold, the try is scored. It's slid home. And the team from the Borders take the lead.
It's all right. It's calm.
The key to being a good co-commentator, even when it's your team that's behind, is praising the opponent.
It was very impressive, even with 6 players.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. So you're going to Australia.
Well, yeah.
Are you gonna work, or are you just going pro?
We'll see how well the rugby goes.
And then after that, job, uni?
Nah.
No. I would. I'd highly recommend staying away from gainful employment for as long as you can.
That's the plan.
Although if your parents are watching, or your teachers, no. Let's get you into the workplace.
Uni, yeah.
Oh, very good. So we've got the Sevens team here, as you said. You've done amazing things, got to day 2, and you're all really enjoying each other's company, building, growing as a team. Have you played any 15s as well? Let's get straight back to Hereford. Tell us about the programme, how you're all enjoying your rugby throughout the year.
Yeah, we are at heart. We haven't. Girls team is pretty new and lacking in some players, so we've only been able to do the 7th season. But I'm hoping that in years to come, we might have inspired a couple new girls, and some of the years below they've been. I know some of the Shell girls have been out with more than 15 with numbers. Hopefully, in years to come, we'll definitely have a 15 team as well.
Well, you know what happens then?
What?
You get to have an old girls' game. But Hurst winning the penalty. Oh, Sir Clive Woodward down there. What's his choice of footwear? Relatively sensible boots. He looked like he was going to go there, and you nearly laughed at him, didn't you? He's got a very smart Burberry scarf on as well. Anyway, back to the rugby. Hurst looking to create some space on this short side. And sometimes the willingness to put the offload in is costing them, and Hereford, scooped out of the back door. Let's have some more of that, please. I love this game. The Hereford Globetrotters have arrived. Oh, we do love to see it. So how have you got on today? I've not seen all of your results.
We've had a tough first game.
Okay.
And Oundle
yeah,
couldn't hack it.
They couldn't, or you couldn't?
Well, they didn't turn up.
Oh, they heard that Hurst were in town.
They heard the E-Gals were coming in force, and they retreated.
The E-Gals.
The E-Gal them is quite intimidating.
Well, here are the E-Gals them, just struggling with that slippery bar of soap, masquerading as a rugby ball here on pitch RE1. It is a mud bath. There's just one score separating the two teams. A minute or so to go till half-time. And I've just drenched you as the umbrella caddy. I do apologise for that. There's a real range of clothing choices being made here. You've got two subcoats on. I've got to respect that. And there's a loose ball. Oh, the Eagaldem have turned that over. Brilliant jackal work.
Brilliant by Caleb Bugler, a beast on the field.
Caleb Bugler over the ball. Good turnover. On she goes again.
It's offloads.
Who's taught you all to offload? Because it's really impressive ball handling by both sides actually as we reach half time. Burns, are you stepping in? Oh yeah, I have, yeah. Take this.
I know. Are we ever moving back to the UK? The answer is no.
Oh, I like this setup, Tiggy. You holding the umbrella.
I've got it.
So torrid conditions for both Hereford and Hurst. And I've got to ask, in your embryonic stages of your rugby careers at Hurst, have you played in conditions like this before?
I wouldn't say so. I think this is probably the worst we've played in. I mean, we played in some heat before with pretty hard ground, which is always nice. This is probably two ends of the spectrum. Couldn't get much wetter.
Yeah, this would be the antithesis.
Indeed.
To hard grounds. So Oundle was a walkover victory for you, so this is your first real bit of action.
No,
second bit of action.
We lost our first game, but it's chill.
It's chill. It's chill. And have you seen much of Hereford?
I haven't. Only this lovely performance out here.
Well, they're looking good at the moment, aren't they? Leading 5 points to 0. We saw yesterday, as the weather deteriorated and the day went on, that the scoring was less free. Well, the scoreline on our screen is a little bit misleading. It's Hereford.
I'm loving this scoreline a bit better, actually.
Hereford Sixth Form College, who are leading Hurst Point College 5 points to 0. And you can forgive us for a slight inaccuracy, seeing as they're similar names, similar kits, and getting increasingly similar the more that they slide around in this bog that's developing on RE1. And it's a big achievement for you to be here on day 2, isn't it?
It is a big achievement. We are actually the only Hurst team to make it to day 2 this year. We put out 3 other boys teams, so we're very, very pleased about that.
Well, you're right to be proud, but you'll want to go even further. The Hereford are having a big say in the potential progression of Hurst. There's a bit of a glide and a dummy, and the gap just big enough for Hereford to race through for their second try. Tries coming at a premium in conditions like this. What's your analysis of that, Tiggy?
Yeah, it was a good dummy. I'd appreciate it. I can appreciate a good try when there is one. I think our defence just needs to watch their spacing a little bit more. keep their eye on their opposite players.
So who is taking the leadership role in your absence out there, Tiggy?
Caitlin Bugler.
Number? In the middle?
Third one. In from the right.
Okay. Third one in from the right. Well, Hurst
17.
spun around from a long kickoff, and that's pretty smart play because it is a long, long way to go. And just as Hurst try and free up the hands for an offload, Hereford gather the ball. It's a bit of a high shot that the referee is allowed to play because Hereford are on the rampage here. Hereford hunting for a third and sliding their way to the paint. Something of a conference between the officials. There's 3 of them on the spot, so they're well placed. Knocked on. Knocked on. Hurst live to fight another day. And they live to fight another 5 minutes. So, no try there. Score, yep, yep, just dropping it back down to the 12 that it is.
Brewdog.
And Hurst, long way to go. Lovely delayed shot, invites a crunching hit. Sacrifices her own welfare in the effort to delay the pass, and it's really frantic stuff behind the Hurst post, but a combination of knock-ons again saves their skin. A risky play. Is that the Hurst girls' philosophy? Play from anywhere.
Yeah, play anywhere, anytime, any condition.
Anyone.
Anyone. Not under them because they didn't turn up.
Not phantom teams. Haven't quite mastered the art against them yet.
Not quite. I'm sure maybe like next year.
Next year.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine, judging by the trajectory of the girls' categories here, that there's going to be even more teams. So there's going to be even more competition for you.
That's fine.
What's the legacy looking like that you're leaving at Hurst for those beneath you?
Small, but mighty.
I like it. I like it. Well, here's a mighty carry from Hereford to aquaplane across for their 3rd try. The task for Hurst looking that bit taller. And Hereford super precise, super ruthless when they've had their chances in the 22. And maybe just getting out of sight from the red and white hoops of Hurst. And am I right to understand that many of you come from a netball background?
Netball and hockey mainly, yes.
Netball and hockey. Which skills have you found to be the most transferable?
Spacing with the ball, communication-wise as well. Looking up, looking for gaps, and running into them.
Well, that's like a perfect answer that you give to a teacher at school when they ask for what you should be doing better. Communication, that's always the answer, by the way, to any kids who are listening in. If a teacher asks you what you could be doing better, especially if you're maybe not listening to what's gone before, it's always worth rolling the dice on communication.
Then they ask what communication, and then you're stuck.
Specific.
Yeah.
Specific. That, I mean, that's elite level school boy or girl answering.
You only get that in the first team.
Oh no, I mean my under 9D team, yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Our under 11, the under 11s that I teach out there here today. So hopefully there's lots of specific
communication.
Specific communication, yeah, exactly. Directional stuff, using names, intimidating the opposition vocally.
Yeah, they don't want it. I tend to go for that.
Do you go for that one?
Yeah.
Look at the scoreboard. You know, any of those sort of old-fashioned cliches?
Tend to try and keep my mouth shut.
Let your play do the talking.
Yeah, exactly.
Save Save the dropping of bars for your commentary cameos.
Exactly. Wouldn't want to put it all out on the pitch and have nothing for up here, you know?
Exactly, yeah. Leave the crowd wanting more.
They always do.
Well, Hereford, at the moment for where they're positioned, they'll be wanting more tries. They're going to be wanting to get a fourth, and Hurst are going to be so desperate to get a try on RE1. It's the showcase pitch, it's the one that everyone sees on TV, and it's the pitch that great tries are often immortalised on the stream with us. Hurst, happy to play, happy to show a bit of adventure, but these conditions really are torrid. They're testing even the stickiest of fingers. With 30 seconds left, time running out for Hurst to get their score. And overall, irrespective of progress in the competition, are you going to go away with happy memories from Rosslyn Park?
Only happy memories. We're just pleased to be here.
Pleased to be here, pleased to be here and here on day two. But Hereford are looking to go deep into the cup competition on day two. They really have been dynamic and powerful when they've got close to the line, and ultimately a bit too much game now. Oh,
Crossbar challenge?
Proving too much for the new arrivals on the 7 scene, the Hurst girls. And I think when the last game that we did together, there was a crossbar that was rattled from a conversion. So you know better than anyone that it's not a rarity at the Rosslyn Park 7. It's pretty tight dead ball areas, so you've got to get it up and over. And some very, very good kickers have come unstuck. And Timmy, you got the reserve ball on way too early, and you've sullied it. It was absolutely pristine. Now we've got 2 muddy bars of soap. Bit of footwork from Sir. Oh, very nice
Lovely.
nudge. Yeah, lovely.
Get him on our team.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Dying embers of this final match on RE1 for the time being, and it is victory for Hereford, a good one at that. Big celebrations all round, but the Hurst girls can leave with their heads held high, and I think, Tiggy, it's only right that you have the final say on the performance of your team here on RE1.
I think opposition were very strong, they're very proud of themselves, but I'm so proud of the girls just for getting out there, playing with smiles on their faces, and straight to Mackie's, I think.
Straight to Mackie's. Can't argue with that. Well, Tiggy, we've loved having you on comms. We've loved seeing your Hurst girls do their thing as well, and we absolutely love that you're pushing and growing the game at Hurst for the girls.
Thanks so much. Had a great time being up here.
Welcome back anytime. I'll take that umbrella and I will let you get off to Mackie's. Right, plenty of noise building here on RE1. The stand is bulging with some very soggy supporters. And some very vocal ones at that. We're back into the boys' competition. We're here on RE1 and you literally hear the supporters baying, they're singing. And we're going back to the halfway line. It is Cranley School on the right against Brooksby Melton College, and Brooksby Melton in the turquoise add a bit of colour to their attack with a kick through into the Cranley backfield. A rich rugby heritage here at the sevens for Cranley. Oh, and they are deep in their own territory and out to the flank as Stutter a go, but all wrapped up on the 22. Almost a hint of losing possession as they look to make their way out of their 22. Composed play. Oh, the desire to get it out to Jack Anstey, but demanding a little bit too much of the stretched fingertips of the winger. And the pressure of Brooksby Melton College. And the tactical now, so putting that kick in behind and spinning Cranley around has been rewarded with a try in the hearts of the Cranley 22. So Cranley, only defeat yesterday was to Kirkham Grammar. They kicked off their campaign today with a handsome win over Whitgift. And this is a big one against Brooksby Melton College, who have numbers wrapping round on the right-hand side. Only an arm required to drag him down to the turf. Brooksby Melton looking fluid, finding numbers, but then finding the hoop jerseys of Cranley, so they rebuild. Attacking the line and set upon by 3 Cranleians, and the support is vociferous. It is the loudest we've heard a side supported here on RE1 all tournament, across any of the tournaments. So they're G'd on and they're giving their supporters just a little bit to cheer louder about. Nice fend, well timed, but ultimately the tackle made by Brooksby Melton, and that's a loose ball that's brilliantly picked up. Can't stress enough how difficult these conditions are in terms of handling and just any of the simple soft skills that you build the foundations of your game upon. Switch in the midfield, Anstey looking elusive and sucking in 2 defenders and finding the pass, feeding the speed, and while the cover comes across, it won't be there in time. Cranley take the first try. The stand on the far side is bouncing. Great pressure from Brooksby Melton, but great patience exercised by Cranley in the opening score of the match. I mean, it begs the question, shouldn't that lot be at school? Either that or a well-timed lunch break and double free period somewhere somewhere in their schedules. Well, fair play. They braved some real rain which, I say tentatively, has passed. Just like that, we're bathed in sunshine. It's an extraordinary day. I'll roll the dice and put the brolly down. It's not going to have too much effect on this game because it's still wet and sludgy and slippery out there, and there's the demonstration because the offload forced under pressure, tough at the best of times, but particularly so with the muddy bar of soap that's being used in this Rosslyn Park Sevens. Jack Anstey with the deception. and fooling the Brooksby Melton defence. Try number 2 for the Cranleans. Conversion added. And in these tricky conditions, each and every point matters oh so much. So 2 conversions for Cranley, a 14-point lead. Anstey exits the action. Cranley shuffling the deck. And that's a luxury that you get from scoring early. Say early, 5.5 minutes has raced by in this match, and we haven't seen Brooksby Melton attack with too much verve since the opening moments. They get wrapped up by a couple of Cranley defenders.
I remember playing here years ago.
Do well to wrestle themselves to the floor. The call is to get tight, and the defence gets tight and up close and personal with a lifted shot, driving Brooksby Melton backwards. Well collected from the kick, the new man on the pitch. Pretty evident by how pristine his jersey is, but Cranley penalised at the breakdown. Good attacking position for Brooksby Melton in the closing moments of this first half. Was it off the shins? No. Off the hands. A chance squandered. And having had a tough start to this Friday, 31-10 defeat to Ipswich. And going down 34-5 to Beach and Cliff School. They currently trail 14-0, with this likely to be the last play of the first half on Cranley's team. Dismiss one defender. Good nibble at the breakdown, but not on the ball long enough to persuade the referee. Again, the defence good from Brooksby Melton, and this time they're rewarded for the jackal. Brooksby Melton searching for their first points of the game, searching for points that's going to alter the half-time conversation. They're not going to get much purchase by running into 2 hoop jerseys. They do suck some numbers in. It does mean that they've got a bit more room to play with. Well, the ball almost dying before reaching the hands. It's a good gather in the end. And again, they spot room in the backfield. No sweeper at home, and an awkward ball to collect for Cranley, who pop off the deck. And now they've got numbers and space. They give the ball. Oh, wrestled to the floor. Unbelievable pick up there. A wobbly ball waggling in the air. And oh, that juggle is rewarded with a concrete left shoulder right into the sweet spot. Fiercely competitive game. But Cranley at the moment, the ones in charge, leading 14 points to 0.
Shut up, Dad. What are you doing?
I know I was going to get it. I couldn't run like that. I had to run into coach.
Well, Brooksby Melton to kick us off. They trail by 2 converted tries. The next score absolutely key for them. It has to go their way, you feel. And that hungry defence will help their cause. Driving Cranley back to their 22. Anstey back on the field and evading the Harlequin under-18 academy player. And the high tackle is punished by a big left fend. Pins his ears back, but then gets reeled back in by the shorts. An offload can only find opposition hands. Game breaking up now. Opportunities all round. Cranley spun on their heels. A slide and collect, and then a few metres marched on. Both teams really with their heads up. It was a pass that no one wants to receive on the half volley, right by your feet. You don't know whether to hinge and go for it or control it with the foot, but you definitely don't want to be nutmegged from 30 metres live on the RE1 stream. Might cop a bit of banter from his schoolmates for that come the replay. But it's a case of whether they'll be replaying the game because it's a good victory or not against Brooksby Melton. They really do enjoy inviting the chase with the kick behind. And while the pursuit was good, the chaser was actually offside. So a penalty back for Cranley. These little decisions, these little moments are going to suit them. They've got this lead. Ticking towards 5 minutes left of the game. And Cranley in the hands of their first half try scorer. Switch in the midfield. Brings play back to the left. Brooksby Melton still hunting down the hoop jerseys. And they have to go high. And they're not going to get away with it. This time, it's Cranley's turn to kick long and into the backfield and ask questions of Brooksby Melton's ability to defend sliding back. They do very well indeed. The ball no longer bright white, which is how it started, well, not just today, but only moments ago when we got it onto the pitch. A brand new ball already caked in mud. Desperately difficult conditions, but Brooksby Melton prevailing in the contact area. The turnover's good from Cranley, but we were in advantage played. That's smart. I like that from Brooksby Melton. They make a big territorial game. They're going to suck in a few of the Cranley players as well. They're going to create a bit more room out in the back line from the line out. But they will be conscious as well that time's running out. 3 minutes remain of their bid to register a victory here on RE1 against Cranley, former champions. And the line-out drills, having gone for the aerial set piece, are not tight enough. And worst of all, it falls into the hands of one of Cranley's flyers, who races away under the posts and surely secures the victory for Cranley. surely too much to do now for Brooksby Melton. Both these sides wearing the war wounds of mud, or the war paint rather, of a real battle here on RE1. Still Brooksby Melton fight great power as they surge across the 10-metre line. Good pick-up as well. The gap opens up, but it's shut down by a good tackle that's ultimately a speed bump that makes it simpler for his teammate to get the hit in that fells him. Again, Brooksby Melton challenged the shoulders of the Cranleans. Good hands. Can't emphasise enough how difficult it is to reel this ball in. But the tackle's coming in, almost a brilliant jackal, but the clear out just as good. Brooksby Melton, hurdle out of one. Loop around, they've got the numbers. Can they find the pass? Do they have the pace? Well, not enough to beat the cover. Two Cranleans coming across.
Was it Macclesfield?
To preserve the integrity of their line, and then it's gobbled up, and Cranley are in transition, turning defence into attack. A well-timed tackle, but Cranley keep the ball alive. Are they going to get a fourth? From defence to attack, coast to coast, still not there. Eventually held. Brooksby Melton, dogged in defence, not giving an inch still. Well, it's a confusing passage of play that ends in an offside for Brooksby Melton. A bit of a horrible coming together, no malice in it at all, just boys putting bodies on the line. And that'll be the final action. And a big victory, a popular victory for Cranley, 21-0. Cheered on by a bevy of supporters on the far side. They defeat Brooksby Melton College 21-0. Kings Mac playing in red, ready to kick off against Northampton School for boys. It's a junior competition. Kings Mac, big win against Trinity, 25-15 to kick off their campaign. Under 13s A's this is. And the enormity of this is because Northampton School for Boys are undefeated. 30-0 against Warwick, 20-10 against Trinity. So this one could go a long way to determining a bit of silverware later in the day. And Northampton in possession. Big pitch for these young men. Great opportunity to exploit added space that they haven't enjoyed on the slightly more confined pitches of Merton and Wimbledon.
Steve doesn't want in. Steve doesn't want in. You don't want in.
And in the hands of one of their playmates, Freddie
There we go.
Bartle, but they're picked off. Northampton School for Boys pin their ears back, and they come up with the first score of this match. Northampton School for Boys with a great finish.
It's too long, we're going to miss the goal.
Kings Mac well supported here. Their under 13 outfit. Their lads went all the way in the under 18 Vars. Their under 13s inspired by them. Looking to go on their own cup run. Good tackle coming in from Jasper Arnsmith. They're rewarded with a penalty. They will play number 19, Hayden Oliver, just looking to link up with the big man on the edge, Harry Ashbrook. Lost forwards. Possession continues to be a challenge to retain. Well, apologies for a couple of the technical issues that you may have experienced as well. Just informed that we've had a couple of gremlins in the system, and hopefully you can forgive us with the amount of moisture that's been knocking around. Although, if you're only just tuning in, you're probably thinking, what am I talking about? How's the pitch in this state? How are these jerseys so destroyed by mud? Well, it's because we've been enjoying rain, but we're enjoying this break from Lawrence Riley, who gets brought to a shuddering halt just past the 10-metre line. Bit of invention, bit of ingenuity, and a foot race and some footwork. Drops on the ball. Rocky Maguire, the man to get Kings Mac back.
I'm going to ask Pete. I need money.
The kickoff finds the touchline. And what is slightly distracting is watching some of our spectators walk the gauntlet. And by the gauntlet, I mean the sidelines here, the Rosslyn Pot Sevens. They are as sludgy, if not more so, than out there in the middle of the pitch that the boys are toiling so hard in. That's a good pick-up, low down, and great wherewithal to find the pop off the floor. This is liquid sevens from the boys from Kings Mac until the pass evades the last man, and well, I thought that one had gone backwards. And instead we'll have a scrum. It was one of those passages that you were desperate for that ball to stick. So he had an opportunity to round off, which would have been a really pleasing try on the eye. Good shove from Kingsmack, and off they go. A dart from the base of the scrum. Hayden Oliver all the way. From trailing at the start of the match, Kingsmack have taken control. Northampton School for Boys thus far starved of possession since that try. But look at this from Hayden Oliver. The tackle was low, but the fend was really strong. And then he only had eyes for the line. Scrum down into the last minute of the half. Tight contest this. Remember, both these sides undefeated. Both have beaten Trinity, but Northampton School for Boys have one extra win under their belt against Warwick. Plenty more matches to come in the under 13A's category for these lads, and well, for the many other teams involved who've been whittled down after 2 days of competition. Off go Kingsmack, searching for a third, but also searching for a bit more accuracy on the pass. That's really well picked up on the slide. And this time, the ball does go forward, but Northampton School for Boys are offside, so architects of their own issues here at the moment. It's Kingsmack, look for a third. Kingsmack with the hands, they step inside, they surge to the line, and Rocky Maguire over again.
There's taller people here, I bet.
Oh, second half in the sunshine. Glorious sunshine as well. Well, when you don't get it very often, you really appreciate it. And boy, oh boy, do we appreciate this effort here for the sun to break through the clouds. For the second half of this one, Northampton School for Boys against Kingsmack. Two very proud rugby schools here in the junior competition. Boys under 13s. Second half underway. Here we go. Boys playing some running rugby, some offloading rugby, and the knock on Kings Mac 15-5 to the good here. And Kings Mac just coughing that one up, so Northampton School packing down with the put-in. Winning the free kick at the scrum as well. Well, the coach is urging them to play with tempo. Oh, beautiful spiral. He should get a point on the board for that. However, Kings Mac gather it well and set about the right-hand side. Loose pass, but Kings Mac still on the ball. It is a heavy old surface out there now, just to keep the surface playable, as we got that brilliant low down tackle. Oh, what an offload. Still trying to play here, Kings Mac, but then playing on the floor. Free kick to Northampton School for boys. In the under-18 girls competition, Colleague went cross keys against Hartbury next. Hartbury looking for the women's double after winning the Ace competition yesterday. And Clifton versus Seaford in the boys under-18 Cup. It's all a little bit scrappy. Northampton defending well, but no, ball coughed up. Not once, but twice. So we'll go back for the scrum. Kings Macclesfield on the way in. Isn't it amazing how quickly the weather can change the mood? Because an hour ago, it's pretty miserable around here. Everyone doing their best to keep the spirits high. Kings Mac look to dart up the short side. The door's open, but the ball's been left behind in touch. Watching people slip and slide in their trainers is top entertainment, it must be said. Again, thinking about going for the kick, however, using the footwork instead. Oh, this is lovely play. Northampton School for boys up out of the 22, but then mangled into touch. Oh, it's amazing how quickly these opportunities can disappear. Oh, big old collision for a Friday afternoon. And then skipping out of the tackle, go Kings Mac. Northampton can't use the touchline as their friend. Well, it had to go, surely. The offload brilliant in the end. Thought he'd held on for it for too long, but no, he's timed it to perfection. Fourth try of the game for Kings Macclesfield, and surely they put this one beyond any doubt. Northampton School for boys running out of time here. 20 points to 5 down. It's a good chase and a good tackle, but Kingsmack relentless in the contact zone. It'll be put in at scrum time. Kingsmack ball, minute to go. Can they finish in style? I tell you what, there's quite a few of the parents and supporters have made the journey south to watch the team. That's for sure. They're all got sensible coats as well. Must have spent the winter watching these boys in the wet as they attack down the short side. Lovely pass into space for the winger who skips round the last tackle. It will be try number 5 for Kingsmack. (25-5), great victory. Last couple of minutes of this one. Oh, I'm going to have a guess for the next game as well. Brought noodles for himself. Not any noodles for me, though. Nah, you enjoy them, Reese. You enjoy. Full-time whistle goes. Kingsmack 25, Northampton School for Boys 5. Big victory for the youngsters from Macclesfield.
Mate, you all right?
Oh, the sun is out and life is good on Friday, the final day of the National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park. You join us ahead of, well, as we get underway actually, Cross Keys College against Hartpury University in the girls under-18s Open. First time we've had a women's tournament going over the 2 days here at Rosslyn Park, and Hartpury looking for the double after securing the ace title yesterday. That forward pass isn't going to help proceedings. Joining us for this one, Cardiff Met's head of rugby community. Is that right, Reese?
That's correct, yeah. Brilliant.
How are you, mate?
Very well, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, really good. Really good. Especially now the rain stopped. Look, even when it's raining, we're all out here. We all love rugby. We're all having a good time. But when there's a little bit of sun on your back, it just feels a bit better, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And there's obviously 7 seasons, so we want that sun out as much as possible. And to be fair to you, been out there in the rain.
Yes.
All day, fair play.
Thanks for bigging me up, mate. Man of the people, you see.
Yeah, yeah.
I've been hearing about this Welsh Sevens series. What do you know about that?
So we participated in it last year, Cardiff Met. And to be fair to him, Joe, who does the Heart of Wales.
Yes.
So he's doing 3 legs this year. He's doing in Carmarthen, he's doing in Newport, and then he's finishing off in the Heart of Wales. And to be fair to him, he's put a really good product on there.
Okay.
And obviously he's going to just go bigger and better, hopefully. But yeah, to be fair to him, it's a really good product for us as a university, but in sevens in Wales in general.
Here come Hartbury then. Of course, this is the under-18s level, but they're always there or thereabouts at any level in women's and men's rugby, and they're going to get the opening try here, finding the edge, getting the ball there, getting a 5-pointer.
Some quality rugby from the under-18s the last few days.
Oh.
Monday and Tuesday is the same as well. It's just really nice to see, like you said, the women doing the 2-day as well as the boys.
One of the things that I have waxed lyrical about in the women's game as that conversion missed from under the posts, and it seems strange after seeing that daft drop goal, but what I'm going to say is skill level and core skill level, passing off both hands, Jacqueline at the breakdown.
I saw the Dubai college earlier, and they're very, very impressive.
Yeah.
Like you said, pass off both hands, understanding of the game, the knowledge. The tackling technique was unreal, and like you said, 1 or 2 jackals as well. And to be fair, it's consistent across the board for all teams that I've seen with the girls.
Well, you've been involved with the coaching of the women at Cardiff Met this year. Got to the semi-final of the women's National League. Seems like it's all going well in men's and women's rugby down in the capital.
Yeah, so took over from Lisa, went on a maternity leave. She's here today as well with a little one.
Is she?
She is, yeah. And yeah, the semi-final, we had a really good victory against Loughborough, your old stomping ground on the quarterfinals on King Coyd.
Cracking game as well.
Such a good game, especially the conditions. Like you said, the skill levels improved. You know, it was a real good quality game to watch as well. And then just unlucky to up against the beast, which is Hartbury, which is a well-run oil machine.
Certainly is. Mo Hunt, England international scrum half, the head coach at Hartbury University Women, the defending champions. They're also the defending ace champions here, and they just seem to consistently pump out brilliant teams, well drilled, but they are well resourced in terms of players, it must be said.
And it's nice to see Exeter University in the final now as well. They beat Edinburgh away, and that was a good victory for them, so it'll be quite an interesting final to watch.
That'll be at the Stonex Stadium. Maybe Cardiff Met men will be there. Who
Fingers
knows?
crossed. You know, in the knockout games, anything can happen. Not the best form going into them at the moment, but knockouts are knockouts, isn't it?
Fresh start, though, isn't it?
Yeah, clean slate.
Absolutely.
Oh,
fantastic tackle. 2 players, 2 shoulders, 1 outcome. Big collision. They're straight back on it here, Hartbury, forcing the issue.
Conditions playing a part here now, isn't it? I think it is getting drier, as you said, but then look at the field, and it's had a bit of a battering this week.
Considering the weather we've had, considering the amount of rugby that has been played on this pitch, it's actually quite miraculous that it's still playable.
You know, what it's great to see as well is a visual heat map on the field.
Yes, yeah.
As you can see, there's no need for a heat map now in the stats.
No, there's a lot going on in that middle third, isn't there?
It is.
A lot going on. So you're here in an official capacity with Cardiff Met. You mentioned you're the head of rugby community. What's the purpose of this week for you, other than coming up here and having a chat with me? And I appreciate your company.
Every year.
Every year, yes, without fail.
Rain or shine. Genuinely, it is. Yes, it is recruitment. You're Bath here. You got Ealing with Brunel. We're all here together. But for us, it's that student involvement. You know, we've got the broadcasting boys here. We've got the girls doing the broadcasting as well, and also, she's in the corner here.
Hartbury could be in here for the second, using the width once more. Scored 1 try down the left, 1 try down the right, and Cross Keys College fall further behind. Hartbury 10, Cross Keys College 0.
And just going back to that skill level as well there. You know, the conditions we were just talking about now, no problem at all off their right, their left hand, sorry.
Yeah.
And it shows a good quality product there in scoring in the corner.
Well, we talked about Buck Super Rugby in the Women's National League and playing university rugby. You know, you're at a university in Wales, you get to play English universities in the Women's National League, you play Scottish universities as well. We've got Cross Keys against Hartbury here, admittedly, geographically not that far apart, but the chance to come and play teams you don't always play, and meet new people, get new experiences, see what it's like against Hartpury or against Cross Keys or against Clifton or Seaford or Kirkham or any of these rugby schools. Very cool for these young players, isn't it?
I think it's nice just to get out of the school environment as well, isn't it?
Nice to get out of Cross Keys.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that. I'm from my stake, so it's not so much better. But yeah, it's nice to have, you know, the teachers and overnight stays and that kind of skill development for the students themselves. And like I said, not many of them have witnessed this kind of environment before, so it's nice to go back home and tell their friends or their parents or their family just to see what they've gone up with the last few days.
Penalty advantage here for not rolling away. Cross Keys on the ball. How are my stake getting on as a club these days?
Well, there's a few teams in my stake.
Okay.
So you've got Nanta Fallon,
yes,
my stake Celtic, my stake Quins and my stake. So
yeah. Which are yours?
My stake is my original club.
Okay.
And then, but my stake Quins is the club of my father. So.
How did that happen?
I think, I don't know, if I'm honest with you. Many training sessions on Tuesday, Thursday in the rain.
Yes.
Very similar to the conditions in the field we're watching now. Gone through the kick
nudge in behind. Great balance as well. Oh, the touch, the second touch, securing the ball, but just letting her down as she looked to hack it downfield. Oh, got to be hands on the floor. Off they go. Little nudge in behind. Here we go, Cross Keys. Oh, I tell you what.
Bit early in the whistle there.
Yeah. But playing the conditions, you know, no sweeper at home, good bit of vision, put it on the toe with a wet ball and wet ground.
We're talking about Hartpury as a programme, and to be fair, the Coleg Gwent girls here are run by Matthew Jones and
are they?
Matthew Jeffries as well.
Okay. And
to be fair to them, they're running a really good programme. A lot of these girls are dragging the 18s and good quality product.
Oh.
And as you can see.
They hit the tackle bags in the week, I'll tell you that. Great physicality from Coleg Gwent. Well, speaking of some of those names, I've seen a couple of really, blasts from the past, really, in terms of Welsh rugby. Michael Owen, I've seen, and big Rob Sidoli as well.
Oh, yeah, he's with Newport High.
Yeah.
And obviously Michael Owen with, what school is Michael
Owen? Oh, the clear out. Absolute ribcage rearranger. This is a physical game, you know. I didn't. Do you know what? It'll come to me who Michael's with. But he was. We come to half time, a couple of scores in it. He was part of that sort of first Welsh rugby revolution, wasn't it? Where we finally realised that we could play a bit. And he was a lovely number 8.
Going back to skill level again, no better number 8 than with hands like that.
No, you're absolutely right.
She went from Scott Quinnell, who was the runner, to then Michael Owen, who was the ball player.
And then was it Ryan Jones after that?
And he could do a bit of both, I suppose.
Yeah.
Former Metropolis student.
Oh, is he?
He was, yes.
At the Archers. I'd love. So Hartpury tried it a few years ago to put a conclusive list of people who were involved in professional rugby from their university, but there are so many from the likes of Cardiff Met and Hartpury, it'd just be impossible to keep track of when you think about, you know, people who might have nipped over to France or to Italy or Japan or playing in Championship or National 1 or semi-pro. It's like the roots of a tree, isn't it? They just grow off in so many different directions.
And I think we mentioned two sides there, but you obviously got your Loughborough,
yeah.
You got your Durhams, Exeter. You know, the players come out of there is unbelievable as well. So it's just the quality of Buck Super Rugby, which is getting better and better, and it's nice to see and a good product for youngsters coming through.
And also the opportunity to find your role in rugby. Like, it might not be Test match or URC or Premiership, but you might find like you're really interested in coaching or the operations side or the development of players or the media side. And I think coming through a college program like this, Coleg Gwent or Hartpury, and then coming into university rugby, there are just more and more opportunities to really find sort of where you belong in the sport, and I think that's equally as exciting as the playing opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. The sense of belonging within the sport is massively important, especially the youngsters coming through.
I don't expect an exact number because it's throwing you under the bus a little bit as the second half gets underway. Hartpury in the red. Well, both teams' jerseys accompanied by a bit of brown and grey in the mud as well. But Membership-wise for Cardiff Met RFC, what are you dealing with numbers-wise?
345 to 350 players this year.
Wow.
You're running 12 sides consistently.
And all you want's a couple of good tight heads.
That's all you want. and hookers that can throw.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Tough old game. But this a tough old game as well, and these two teams, given the conditions, proper rugby union this, isn't it?
Yeah, going hammer and tong here and really playing the conditions like you said. The Gwent girls probably don't mind this up the jumper rugby.
No.
Still 10-0, so anything could happen, and as we see going forward now, a bit of momentum.
Yeah, next try is massive, but it's a bit slow at the breakdown, but these players have played a lot of rugby. Tired bodies and tired minds. A good offload. Support line as well. Was that high? Referee says no, and we carry on. Oh, I just felt a drip of rain on my neck. We might have to get back underway with Operation Waterproof, which I'll be honest with you, Reece, is putting up an umbrella. There's some great handling from Coleg Gwent. And the Cross Keys girls into the Hartbury 22. Best period of the game for them so far.
Great turnover.
Again, skill set. A couple of years ago, those turnovers weren't happening. Those jackals didn't really exist in this level of the women's game, but they're upskilling, and it's a big steep upward curve as well.
I think it's just the rugby understanding and knowledge as well. Obviously the youngsters and girls these days are starting rugby earlier, and just an all-round knowledge of the game is growing, which allows them then to have these skill sets to put into practice.
Now there's some space on the outside here. Hartbury need to get the ball there. That's a good pass. Now they can take the handbrake off, and they do take the handbrake off as well. Serious gas. It'll be try number 3. And again, even in these treacherous conditions, finding the edge, getting it through the hands and feeding the speed. Good try, 15-0.
Clinical.
Yes.
That's the one word at Hartbury, 15-0 now, with a conversion to come. And Coleg Gwent have had main possession, but when Hartbury have had the possession, have used it correctly and efficiently.
So on the off chance, you got some people who are watching here who are 16, 17, looking to make their choices. Cardiff Met, strong recommend?
I think as long as we have the course for you,
yeah,
then definitely a strong candidate. However, there has to be an importance around choice of academic routes before you look for the rugby. Like we said, we've got the Exeters and Durhams who are the A-stars, categories. And we always say to students, if you're in the category and you could go to those universities, go. I think it's important for them to be challenged academically as well as rugby.
Unless you're a tight head or a hook who can throw,
of
in
course.
Which case.
Or a 6'6" second row.
Yes, yeah. Of which there are a dearth of in Wales. To be fair, the under-20s had 2 6'7" boys there, Johnny Green and the boy at Swansea whose name escapes me, but a couple of big 6'7" lumps, and they want to wrap those in cotton wool, don't they? Because they are a rarity.
Johnny Green in Loughborough now?
No, he's Harlequin's boy.
He was Harlequins, yes.
Yeah, he's still at school, playing in the 20s. Yeah, he's in his upper 6th.
Wow.
Yes.
So going back to that question with Cardiff Met, if you are listening.
Yeah, if you are listening, Johnny, get involved. But there are a couple, Lucas Delarue and Morgan Morse, both still schoolboys as well.
So Morgan Morse, a Slovera boy.
Yes.
Oh, she's through.
Hartbury away again here. And the Coleg Gwent are going to chase back.
That's great chasing back.
Yeah.
And that's a great hit as well.
Still dishing it. Still with enough energy in the lungs to put the shot in. Oh, Morgan Morse, yeah, he looks a very exciting young talent, actually.
Yeah, Johan Bebb there with rugby and Ryan Evans. They've said to me for a while now about Morgan. And big ball carrier.
Yeah.
Hard working defensively.
No. Well, Wales got fairly good seeing to by France, but his star rose even further. He did not stop trying. And when you're going backwards and when you're getting beaten up, I think you learn a lot about the character of a player, and he was very impressive in defeat over at Oyonnax the other week. Those French boys, though.
I was just about to say. They're like the Harrow boys today.
Yes, yeah.
If you've seen the Harrow boys walking around, they're all 6 foot, even the sub.
Yeah.
and me and Danny Milton standing next to him is a bit of a comical view in Danny 4 foot. To be fair, it's going to be a strong team to beat them today.
Yeah, the standard as we come to the end of this final day. We've got the conclusion of this women's under-18s and the men's cup as well. I mean, the men's vase was amazing standard, but this cup is just different class. Well, the knock on there might be turned to a penalty as well.
We talk about the player standards. It's nice to see female refereeing as well.
Yes, yeah.
Something's gone under the radar a bit through the last couple of years, but there has been a growth in female referees and quality female referees as well. So it's nice to see that as well. So obviously for role models, like we said, if your rugby platform or your area of route within the game isn't on the field, you can referee in as well now because of the role models shown for the girls.
And getting there on merit as well, being good enough. Now, they're queuing up here for Hartpury. Colin Gwent scrambling across to try and defend this corner. Lovely pass. And the score is good. It's try number 4. And they have been in control of this game. Hartpury, it's not been for lack of effort by Colin Gwent. It's been a good physical contest for the majority of the game. Oh, in fact, the try not grounded. No, they're packing down for a scrum here. It was brave defence, and the score remains 17-0. I suppose that just goes to reiterate the point. But they're really stuck in the game. It's good contact on the clearance kick. I'm not sure kicking it back to Hartpury is necessarily the best choice because they love to run it straight back at your line. And here they go, taking the long way around. Checking back. Gosh, he must have the long studs on to be able to get back in field from there. Oh, big fend. But Colin Gwent protecting the edge. Are there many of the Colin Gwent girls making their way to Cardiff Met? Is that a pathway?
Yeah, hopefully. We had a few last year. And hopefully a good relationship to build. But again, goes back to that individual student. If it's a possibility, we'd love to have a conversation. But if not, then we support them to go elsewhere as well. But a good product for us as a university.
Well, looking for the crossfield kick, but it bounces back to Colin Gwent. Now, our clock is in the red, and I hate clean sheets. So I really want Colin Gwent to go up the other end and grab one here, but Hartpury not in the mood to yield. This should be the last play. It's a decent pass and another decent tackle. Quite upright there as well, but both players seem okay. Hartpury scrapping around for this ball. Not quite able to pinch it though. Oh, heavy carry. Good offload. Oh, and again. Lovely switch inside. Needs to be careful not to be isolated though, but Hartpury not competing at this breakdown. A feisty finish here for Colin Gwent. Cross keys now. Is there an offload available? Yes, there is. Heavy legs and heavy lungs. What a brilliant turnover. And then it's come back the other way. But that's full time. Good win for Hartpury. Great to have a chat, Reece. Safe journey home.
Cheers, Dave.
Clifton College versus Seaford College in the boys under-18 Cup. Couple of defeats for Seaford, so a chance for them to end the day on a high on pitch RE1. As for Clifton, they fell to Berkhamsted but held on for an incredible win against Finborough. First defeat of the tournament that was for Finborough. What will this one have in store? Seaford getting wrapped up. Seaford in the navy and white stripes. Clifton in the sky blue and white. Really grappling for the ball. Well, when the weather really turned, that's when Clifton were playing Finborough. Beautiful overhead now. Fingers crossed it stays like this for the rest of the day and we can enjoy some sunshine to save the tournament, or for the remainder of the tournament. It's a lovely start by Seaford. Got a few boys in immaculate shirts. How has that happened? They must have played. Must have just emptied the kit bag, and whatever's been left they've decided to put on to get a bit of warmth in them. Oh, lovely offloading. Suggestion of a forward pass. Referee happy enough that it was backwards out of the hands. Oh, and the man with the fresh mullet trying to find a way around the outside. He obviously knew the cameras were going to be on him today. It's a shame he opted for that haircut. Great start this for Seaford. 90 seconds on the clock. Clifton yet to get a touch of the ball. A little nudge. Looking for the man on the edge, but he's met and dumped unceremoniously on his back. I've heard of a hospital pass. That was a hospital kick. Dropping his pals in trouble. Well, in the latest round of celeb spotting, I just spotted a pair of liners behind me, Michael and Lewis. Lewis Liner making his comeback from injury tomorrow for London Scottish away at Coldy. I'm sure he'll be excited to get back into rugby. However, a cold, wet pitch at Coldy. Oh, wow. The cold, wet pitch here at Rosslyn Park not stopping Clifton from baking up some delicious meat pies. That is a superb score. Individual effort. And one of the things that they've been so good at, Clifton, is making the line break and making it stick. Serious gas. Here comes the conversion. Believe it or not, that ball that he's just kicked towards the goal is white. I promise you it's white. Or at least it started life that way. There are still a few brand new match balls kicking about, and I'm sure people will have their eyes on as a tasty souvenir of the 2023 National Schools Sevens here at Rosslyn Park. The kick looking like the sensible choice. Clear the line, start again. Seaford 5-0 down here on pitch RE1. Still lots of great games to come before we start talking about the knockouts. Oh, Harrow versus Kirkham next. Harrow, should I say, versus Kirkham next. Then Brighton College v Sedbergh. In the meantime, though, Clifton searching for try number 2. Switching it inside, then drilling the pass in. The ball's knocked on. Shame to end it like that. Yeah, don't go anywhere. Get comfortable. Put the heating on. Treat yourself. What cost of living crisis? and fires out of the back, and Seaford back on the ball. They've had the lion's share of possession. Over the ball, clamping over, and Clifton on the ball. 5-0 to the good. Oh, just losing the footing. Trying to locate the space, and it could be there. Oh, the defender bit in. There were other men who could have made that tackle. It's a shrug of the shoulders from the Seaford number 4, and Clifton double their lead. Here come the Seaford reinforcements. And that's a great kick. 12-0. Oh, and just like that, Will Stace has arrived. Hello, mate.
Hello, Dave. How you doing?
Yeah, really good, mate. You look dry. Well done. How have you managed that?
Well, I've been placed in the Ealing Trail Finest tent,
Okay.
commentating on some lovely RE2 rugby. So kept dry, but very muddy.
Oh, my. It was a brilliant kick-off from Clifton, but it's been turned over by Seaford, who need to turn some of this possession into points because they're 12-0 down on this mud bath. And if this Premier pitch is in this kind of condition, I can only imagine what some of the outside pitches are saying here on the final day.
Some interesting rugby might have been played, but both of these sides yesterday went unbeaten.
Yeah.
And today have both had a taste of defeat. So it's a tough one for both of them to take going into today. But they've still got a chance to get some further rugby.
Yeah, you've just got to keep trying to win, haven't you? And hope that the cards fall in your favour. That Clifton win against Fimbra was absolutely massive.
That is a big, big win.
And it just shows how important the conversions are. Because 3 tries apiece, you win at 21-17. You've got to get your extras.
Fimbra currently down to Berkhamsted.
Are they?
So Berkhamsted look like they're going to go first in this group. So they might be on their way to the semi-final.
Here we go. What a dummy. The chase is on. He needs to find some gas from somewhere. Wrestled to the floor. Lovely offload. Clifton really capable of playing some great stuff. Not letting the conditions stifle them. And they've got some pace on the edge. The Seaford tackling has been spot on. Oh, he's fumbled it, but kicked it and scored. Think on your feet. Score the try of the day. It's as simple as that. Oh, that is a special, special meat pie for Clifton.
What a moment for Clifton College. That is special. That kick out of the toolbox, that one. Absolutely special, going into a bigger lead, 17-0 up. They're destroying the Seaford side in this first half.
You just got to rescue the best of a bad situation. He dropped that ball, essentially. If he doesn't put the toe on that, it's a knock-on. Instead, this is what we're presented with, and this is going to be a great view of it too. Yeah, have a look. Here's the offload. It was a great offload. Oh, no, it was deliberate. I've done him an injustice there. That is some score. Oh,
special rugby.
Skill level with these boys. 17-0 at half-time then. Game on. Right, let's play celeb spotting. Who's the best person you've spotted today?
I had a good chat with the rugby guy yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't had any time to do anything today.
Okay.
Been very busy this morning.
How was he?
Commentary. He was very good. Great bloke to talk to. He's going to be uploading a lot of content, I believe, over the next couple of days.
Oh, well, he was there, and the rugby trainer was here as well. Those boys are content machines. So, yes, great. Well, it's just nice to see them here because, of course, a lot of their content is aimed at the demographic they're playing here, so it's great for everyone, isn't it? Obviously, they're very pleased to be here, but people are very pleased to see them.
I mean, for them, it's that experience of knowing that this is the pinnacle, meeting some of those names, the people they watch every week, week in, week out, getting to meet them here at Rosslyn Park.
We've seen a couple of Lions as well, haven't we? Sam Warburton's been knocking about, promoting his academy. Yes, what a week. Coming to an end.
This will be my final game on commentary.
Oh, really?
I do have to head away, missing out on that final.
Where are you off?
going home. St Joseph's College juniors competition will finish in a bit.
Oh, and you've got to get a lift.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you have. How have the St Joe's guys got on?
They've done well. Our 14s have been some of the highlights of our rugby. They played very well and just missed out on points difference to a quarter-final. So, yeah, very proud of some of these lads. They've done well, but it's a process that's building. I'm very happy with the direction it's moving into.
Oh, what a wounder. Points difference is a tough one. But you've got to keep playing. As we've already heard, there's a lot of maths to be done in a lot of these under-18s groups, so Clifton are going to want to keep on scoring tries here, and they've got a great opportunity to do so. Good cover defence from Seaford. Oh, and the tackle. Potentially a try saver, but the danger not clear yet. Oh, Rhys Roberts, who came and commentated before, has just chucked us up a box of Jaffa cakes. And Clifton have just scored another great try. This is a brilliant 30 seconds to be involved in rugby commentary.
Yeah, 2 big gifts in 30 seconds. Clifton applying the pressure. Another try on the board. Good stuff from them. And Dave Rogers opening up the Jaffa cakes.
I'll send you on your way with a couple in your pocket for your journey home, mate.
Who's your prediction for the under-18s then?
Oh, you can't ask me that.
Well, I've got one.
Oh, have you? Go on.
Yesterday I said it. I said Seb are going to lift that trophy again.
Wow.
And I see it happening again.
Oh, it's so difficult to tell, isn't it? Because you never know. Like, Seba could be unbelievable, but then a final happens, a mistake's made early on, and they don't touch the ball for 14 minutes. But yes, you could have said that on Monday.
Yeah. It's an easy prediction, but they've played some brilliant rugby this morning and this afternoon.
They just look so adept in any conditions. Like, everyone looks comfortable on the ball. They don't rely on any particular individual. They look super fit as well. Like the 2-day competition, it's almost like they get fitter as the competition progresses, which is quite astonishing. I've not seen all their games, but we had Kirkham on RE1 yesterday, and they look very good.
They are also good.
Big and strong and physical and skillful. They'll take some beating.
Seems to be the Northerners doing well on this sort of ground.
Yeah. Yes. Let's climb into the cliches. Let's just do it. But we had one of the dads of one of the Kirkham players come to join me on commentary yesterday, and he went to Kirkham Grammar himself. He won he lost the Twickenham final back in 1997 with them, but he was telling us all about that. And these schools, these teams, these legacies, they last a long time for the people who are lucky enough to be involved with them. And here is Seaford. This game probably beyond them now, but they won't want to nil against their name. High tackle. Remind me, you're doing something this weekend in rugby, aren't you? Or have I made that up?
You haven't made that up. I'm not going to be there.
Okay.
There will be a few events going on this week for the other half of Young Rugby.
Yes, okay.
So we will be getting some content for you. I believe some touch rugby.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And up to Sedbergh 10s on Sunday and Monday.
Young Rugby, you're flying. Give me your socials numbers again. You're over 20,000 on Instagram, right?
25,000 on Instagram, looking at around, I believe, 15,000 on TikTok.
Wow.
So almost 40,000 overall on all social media. So very happy with the way things are going there.
Oh, lovely offload. Clifton falling off tackles. Seaford falling over the try line. Excellent score. They will not leave empty-handed. Disappointing result for them, but still giving us glimpses of what they're all about.
I mean, I've said this time and time again over the last couple of days. We've watched teams still give it their all late into games when it's beyond them. It's great to see. Even when the points deficit isn't a factor, they're still working hard and still doing what they can, especially on stream as well. They might want to watch a few tries back.
Yeah, of course. Got to put your highlights reel together, haven't you? Successful conversion. Cracking into those, Tim? No, he's not a big Jaffa Cakes guy. Before I get anyone climbing in saying, "Oh, it's a biscuit," it's not a biscuit, all right?
Yeah, cake.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Seaford. Bit of time left in this game. Oh, Thought he'd taken that on the full. It's not been knocked on, but that is... Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness me. These Clifton boys can really play. And the offload. Are they going to score from this phase? You bet they are. Wow, what a response from conceding.
What an incredible try from Clifton. They would have wanted that clean sheet, but they've applied another try onto this game. What a score.
And the conversion to boot.
I think some coaches now know which players give it their all and don't, with the level of mud left on them by the end of the game.
Oh, there goes one of those fresh balls. Well, it was. So we've always got to keep some spares up here in the commentary position, because at that end, if they go a little bit turbo with the conversion, it goes over the tents, and sometimes we can be sans ballon. I bet these lads will be pleased to have a clean ball in their hands, though. Well, not clean for long, is it? Hacked into the open space. So you've been, you've got a different view to us. We're up here on the halfway line. On RE2, you've been behind the goal as Clifton breached the line again. Again, Seaford are going to want to chase back. They're going to want to score. And they've done it one more time. Top quality performance. These boys can really play.
Definitely. Clifton showing what they can do on the big stage. Well, the big stage covered in mud. We can still see them and still see this incredible performance.
I look up, I can see a blue sky, but I can feel rain on my face. What is going on? Can someone make a decision on what this weather's doing, please?
I mean, I'll probably had the muddiest game of the day on pitch RE2. But it was sunshine.
Oh, great. Love
Beaming
it.
down.
Full time. Brilliant win for Clifton. Great to have your company as well. Well, safe journey home.
Thank you very much.
And a great job this weekend. Well, you've got to please the sponsors, but we missed the kick-off with this one, and it's a big one as well. Harrow and Kirkham in the Boys Under 18 Cup. Big shout out to Holroyd Howe. Thank you very much for your support for this one. And of course, Kirkham are back, which means Richard's back as well. Nervous about this one?
Very.
It's a decent start, though, isn't it?
That's good. Hold it up, hold it up.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave you talk about the boys, and then when you want to talk, you hit that button there, right? Oh, it's great to have your company, though, and really good to sort of see and feel your passion for this Kirkham Grammar team. So they're looking to get around these tackles and make an impact on this very impressive Harrow team. So just to give you an idea of the results, Harrow, they've beaten Trinity Croydon, they've beaten Myers Cough today. And they've got a great opportunity here. The timing of the pass, one more could do it. They might not need one more. That's the opening score. And they've moved the ball very well. First attack for them yields the first points.
Yeah, they're very good.
Yeah, it's a must win this for Kirkham, isn't it? Because they narrowly lost to Trinity School, got a good win against Myerscough.
Yeah.
And I've not done the maths, but
well, I think we're looking, if we don't pull it off here, we've got to hope our friends from Myerscough College. That's a great kick.
Oh, what a nudge! Wow.
Our friends from Myerscough College hopefully do a job on Trinity for us over on RE4 or 5 or whatever it is.
You can't keep your eye off this. You can't take your eye off this tournament, can you?
No, everywhere you look, there's great competition.
How have the boys dealt with the conditions today? Because I would describe them as challenging.
Yeah, it's like chucking a bar of soap around, as the old cliche goes. But yeah, it's a challenge. It is a challenge.
Well, this ball that they're playing with here, it's about 3 minutes old.
Yeah.
Because that was put. Oh, here we go.
Goes away.
Oh,
that's a
the
great
tap
tap
tackle, superb.
It is.
But a great opportunity for Kirkham. Love the way that they're just looking to get the ball away quickly. Another clean line break, but the sweeper being called into action.
Well done, well done.
Well, that scrum half nipping around, and they just can't keep up with him. He's gone for the kick himself. Needs a bounce, needs a chase. Puts in the through ball. Has it been grounded? All eyes on the referee. What a score. And playing the conditions, we talked about how Kirkham have dealt with them, and that is an example to say brilliantly.
Yeah, it is. Did very well there. It's a bar of soap, as we keep saying, and you've got to play the conditions.
And that's it. When it's dry, when it's hot, you wouldn't encourage them to kick the ball in sevens at all, but here, any means necessary. Back in the game, an unsuccessful conversion. Who's the nippy scrum half? Who's?
That's my.
Oh, is that your boy?
Yeah.
Oh, he's done very well there, isn't he?
I've taught him everything he knows.
Does he play football as well?
He used to. Yeah, he used to play for Blackpool actually.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay, you can see with the clever little through ball there.
And then rugby arrived, and that was the end of that. Better sport by 10 times.
Well, as long as he's enjoying himself, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to mute you so you can get carried away again. Coming straight back. Oh, that is brilliant strength. Oh, hand off one way, then the other. Then skipping out of another tackle. What an effort. That is one of the individual scores of the day.
Yeah, I got to hand it to the lad. That's a great try.
Well, well, well.
Went through 4 there, didn't he?
And these are 4 good, strong tacklers. He's gone through as well. They've gone high, they've gone low. They can't get near him, and that's a much easier conversion to make it a 2-score game again. 4 minutes gone. Harrow 14, Kirkham 5. So there's the first one. Gone high, gone low. We just saw the end there.
Yeah.
Oh, these boys are...
You've got to go for your chop tackles.
Well, these boys are lifting their weights, aren't they? Some upper body strength. Oh, there's
another clean ball. Wow.
So we've got Timmy next to us who's supplying the balls. I think we need to get him to like kick them so they don't get all wet before we've had the chance. Here we go then, back underway. Got a clean jersey on with a number 2. And now Kirkham need to find 2 tries here in what is looking more and more like a must-win game. And this, yeah, good chop tackle. Now, with all of the mud on the jerseys, even though they're very different patterns, they're very similar colours, and identifying players and teams is tough here. Well, that's been knocked on. And I think that that little hack forward was quite smart, because it stopped them picking and going and looking for try number 3. 5 minutes gone.
Yeah, I've been watching Harrow this morning.
Yeah,
they are pretty good.
They're also massive.
They're specimens, aren't they?
There's some big old boys in this Harrow jersey.
If the aliens came down to pick a few samples, they'd come here and pick a few of these, wouldn't they?
So we talked about this the other day, but I can't remember what the answer was. Are these Kirkham boys, are they heading up to Sedbergh straight away after this?
Yes, they are, yeah. All of them are going.
Amazing. What a time to be playing for Kirkham Grammar, eh?
I know, it's fab, isn't it?
You going up as well?
Yeah, yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, drop in at home, do a few jobs at home.
Well, you can almost wave on the way past, can't you? It's
yeah.
Oh, it's a good tackle.
It's a great tackle.
Quite important for Kirkham to stifle this progress and maybe close the gap just before half-time, but it opens up a much better tackle, but a lovely offload. And those,
well done, Michael.
The crowd in front of the pick and mix stand being treated to some close-up rugby here.
An eyeful of this.
An eyeful of the trifle. Oh, big upright tackle there. Has that been fumbled? No, it's been well presented. Harrow just looks so
athletic, aren't he?
Yeah.
A good tackle. Chop tackle. Oh, we've a man down. Kirkham have got a man down.
They have. And the referee saying play on. It's going to be a race back, but a race that Harrow are going to win on this occasion. Now Kirkham need to reset themselves in defence because they're down to 6 with the injured player. Again, more physical specimens.
Wake up!
There's a big gap here, but if it goes back towards that injured player, the referee might draw a close to this. Well, I'm surprised we didn't have the whistle there, because they've gone pretty much straight through the injured player, but it is a third score just before half-time. Kirkham in trouble. Harrow going very well indeed.
I think that's our captain, Darren down.
Well, he's in good hands.
He's not, he's with Mr. Bibby and Mr. Ron. The doctor's there now, so he should be okay. Oh, he's limping. Oh, God.
21-5 at half-time. Second half underway. It's gone one way, then the other. Lovely scenes down there. You can't quite see it, but Joe Burns, whose voice you'll have been hearing a lot of throughout the week, he's brought his boy here, Buster Burns, for his National School Sevens debut. Are you going to pass him up the ladder to me, Joe? Yeah, come on. Get him up. He belongs in the commentary box.
Don't you fall.
I will not fall. Oh, here we go.
There's wires everywhere. Be careful.
Yeah, a little transfer.
Oh, my good Lord. You be careful.
Oh, up he comes.
I remember those days.
Oh, here come Harrow again. And they look very, very good on the ball.
They do. They're so well drilled.
Yeah. Well, they've got the complete set, haven't they? Because they're well drilled, they're highly skilled, they're durable, they're enormous, they're quick. Just like Buster's going to be in a few years' time when he makes his debut here at the National School Sevens.
Just like Buster Burns.
Ah, this is joyous stuff in the mud.
Yeah, they're playing keep ball. Harrow are playing keep ball here. They don't want to let it go.
Oh, he is in. A lovely shimmy round the outside. Try number 4 for Harrow.
Oh, well done.
So we've talked about the good stuff. Let's talk about the not so good stuff. What's this like as a dad to see your boys' team and your former team, of course, come in second here?
Yeah, it's a bitter pill to swallow. Don't get me wrong, but we've made it to the second day. It's all pretty good, and we've played some really good rugby and attractive rugby at times.
And here we go. Little offload around the corner and a push there, and this will probably just light the fire for Sedbergh 10s even more, won't it? The boys will want to right some wrongs.
Yeah, they will. Well, we're current holders. Unfortunately, the pressure is on us at Sedbergh this time, so everybody will be watching.
But they'll respond to that,
well,
I'm sure.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, we've got some lads still at home. We'll be busting a gut to get there. And
oh, really? So there'll be a few added to the squad?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, it's a 10s, so we take a squad of 21 or whatever you take, don't we?
Oh, of course.
Whereas we've only got a squad of 12 here.
Oh, this is the creme de la creme then, the primo.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to that. Festival season. Oh, let's just pray. Pray for blue skies,
weather. I think it's raining up north currently, but...
Well, when it comes in Sedbergh, it really comes in as well, doesn't it? Still a few minutes of this one to go.
Oh, he's through him. Well played.
Oh, he's done it again.
He has. Oh, no.
I tell you what, Harrow are looking very, very good.
They are tasty.
We had an expert in the field predict that Sedbergh were going to walk away as cup champions on the game previously to you, Will Stace. But if they can get around this Harrow team, they will be very impressive indeed. How's Buster getting on, Joe? Living the dream? It's a baby in good nick, then. Yeah.
Rosy cheeks. It's a good sign.
Unsuccessful kick, but 33 points to 5. Unfortunately, it's looking like it is over as a contest, but still 2 minutes to go.
I'm proud of Kirkham, you know. We only have a 80 intake in our cohort, so 40 boys per year come through the school.
Well, when you consider the size of some of the other schools as well, it's consistently good as well, isn't it? Certainly, I mean, I've not been involved in schoolboy rugby for as long as you have as a former player, but every competition I've been to, Kirkham have always been there or thereabouts.
Yeah, and we've always represented really quite well.
Yeah, it's in the culture at the school,
I was going to say it's a culture, and that's not why I sent Mike is the school, but it's certainly an added bonus. So to be here on a day like today is marvellous, isn't it?
So did you say it's 4 you've got there in total? Will any of the others end up playing first 15, first 7 as Harrow are going to work again?
Oh, Evans.
And they've managed to keep hold of that ball.
In again.
Wowee. This is some performance, some statement from the Harrovians.
Yeah. Yeah, they look to me like they've come to win this competition.
Yeah.
As we all have, but...
And I think if you get a win over a school like Kirkham at this stage, you can really build on that.
Yeah.
It's all about bringing momentum into the afternoon. Isn't that right, Buster? Conversion's good. Take a replay of this.
I don't think I need to see that.
Okay. Well, maybe the chance to end on a high here for Kirkham if they can get the ball back. If not, maybe Harrow will fancy some more. They're going clever with those restarts as well, just catching in the mud and making Kirkham attack from deep. Saw earlier in the week with the hard and dry pitch, those high hanging restarts, the contestable restarts, but no sign of those.
Chucking it around, that's good. Run into him, run into him.
That's a lovely take, right off the bootstraps, right off the toes, and stepping through some defenders, but so difficult to get that traction you need to accelerate away. They went out there on the edge. I wonder if Sedbergh playing that brown kit, so in these conditions it just looks normal for them. Oh,
that's a good handoff.
God, he's a strong boy.
Strong lad.
Could have created a 2-on-1 there, but sticks hold and then finds the third player to arrive.
Played.
I'd love to see the amount of protein that these boys are putting away, because the S&C is unbelievable. But there is a Harrow player down, and he looks in some discomfort as well. And they're getting dangerously close to him, and yet I think the referee
is going
to have to stop that there.
Before I leave, I must say what a great thing it is that you guys come here and do this job.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And thanks for taking the time to come and join us as well.
It's okay. You know, I've watched it all week. I've listened to you guys all week. I've not had not that much involvement. Kirkham have been on the lower pitches over there, but I've watched your commentary all week. It's been marvellous.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And we absolutely love it, and I think it's great that the tournament decide to put it on, and we've been covering pitch 1 for years, but now pitch RE2 as well.
Yeah, it's got a camera,
and hopefully it'll continue to grow, and we have got a genuine global audience as well.
Oh, it's marvellous.
People, we've had tens of thousands, actually into the hundreds of thousands, watch over the week, and it's been great as well, wandering around and seeing the boys and girls, the men and women who've just played, watch themselves on the camera.
Yeah, because it is interesting, isn't it?
It certainly is. Well, this one is finished very much in Harrow's favour in the sunshine. Kirkham 5, Harrow 40. Thank you very much for your time. We'll see you in Sedbergh.
Yes, indeed, we shall. Thank you very much.
Spot here, right?
The Browns are back. Oh, this is a big game. This is a big game. We are coming to the business end of the National Sevens Under-18 Boys Cup. Brighton College versus Sedbergh School, two powerhouses of the schools game. Brighton have beaten Hampton and Denstone 19-5 and 14-10. Sedbergh have beaten Denstone and Hampton 24-10, 24-17. This is to go through as group leaders. It is winner takes all, and a very, very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching around the world. Don't take your eyes off this one. Sedbergh in the brown, Brighton College on the ball in the maroon and navy with the golden hoops, and they're into the Sedbergh half. Big stuff, and the sun's come out as well. Even those above the clouds want to watch this one. First scrum of the game. Here it comes from Sedbergh. Up the short side they go, darting away. Plenty of pace on this heavy surface. One tackler to beat, gets around him for the corner. Sedbergh lead. Advantage to the Cumbrians. Well, what a start. This is going to be high quality stuff. The main thing now for Brighton, get your hands on the ball. Unsuccessful conversion. As soon as they go up the short side, look at Brighton there, backpedaling. And then they're always scrambling across. They've managed to get their hands on the ball here, though. And ideally, so much of it is going to be played in the middle of the park, but you want to get it to the edge. That's where the ground's a little bit firmer. In those outside 15-metre channels, particularly on this near side. That's where there's a little bit of grass left on the pitch. Oh, has that been knocked down? It's a penalty, but no further action. Lovely, stopping and starting off. You can't miss tackles like that. Collision on the 22. Now some width for Brighton College to work with. Sedbergh organised in defence, but Brighton with some numbers inside. Now they're on the right-hand side edge. Great response here from Brighton. Into the 22. Sedbergh defending pretty narrow. No, high tackle. And a shrill blast of the referee's whistle means Sedbergh will be down to 6 in the first half. Big defensive set coming up. Oh, it had to go left, surely. They say patience is a virtue. Try saving tackle, but Sedbergh holding on. Well, they're already down a man. They're still conceding penalties. And surely now it's a matter of time before Brighton equalise with the kick to take the lead. Oh, another knock on, deliberate knock on to it to penalty. Brighton tap and go, and the power tells up the middle. Brighton College 5, Sedbergh 5. Oh, waiting for a ball. I've just box kicked one on. I'm not entirely sure I'll get the call up for scrum half, but it does mean that we can crack on with the game. Brighton College driving that one low. And said, but oh, it looked like there could have been a little hole there, but no one was attacking it. Oh, as they're crossing. Discipline costing Sedbergh here. Trailing by 7 points to 5. After that successful conversion. And Brighton in the ascendancy. Oh, turn of pace good, but the tackle even better. No surprise that people's feet are failing them, but the feet didn't fail Brighton that time. Lovely little shimmy. Takes it up to 12-5. And this is going to need a big second half comeback from Sedbergh. Fancied by many to go all the way, but Brighton saying, remember us. 12-7. Oh, sorry, 12-5 they lead. Coming up to half-time. You will have time to restart. Following the yellow card, Sedbergh back up to 7. And again, going along with the restart. Intelligent play. Oh, not an intelligent pass, though. Just struggling to play that free-flowing, high-tempo game that's treated them so well, but that's a nice pass off the right hand. And a good wrestle at the breakdown. Counter-ruck is good, but not good enough, and they're not back 10 here, Brighton. God, what a pass. Oh, that is sensational, oh my! But he's bundled into touch, just running out of road. And that takes us through to half-time. Well, you don't want to take your eyes off this one, do you? Converted try in it. Brighton getting us underway in the second half. Again, forcing Sedbergh deep, forcing the error. And forcing them to do it from inside their own 22. Tough going in these conditions, but that's a good start. The cover defence from both teams. Absolutely superb. Absolutely superb. And another 10 metres for the chat. Brighton offering up the dummy and the dummy and the dummy. Oh, wow. That was nearly a special one, but look at Sedber over the ball. Sedber feeding the speed up the left-hand side. No support runners, so he's going to have to do it on his own. Oh, not able to direct the offload, and it's gone forward. Wow, 90 seconds of the second half gone. The scoreboard not yet bothered. So that keeps this game firmly in the balance. Top spot in the group and progress to the knockout of the men's under-18 Cup. Two schoolboy rugby powerhouses, and Brighton College, well, not quite on the same wavelength, but that a smart kick that turns Sedber. Oh, winning the penalty, holding on the ground. Playing the percentages in these challenging conditions. After Sedber flew out of the blocks, Brighton really have dominated the game. Looking for their third win of the day on day two. It's a grueling schedule for these young men. Oh, and that's knocked on. But Sedber offside. Ill discipline, not something we associate with the Browns, and they've got to be switched on here. No challenge at the breakdown. It's a pick and go, more akin to the 15s than the 7s. But knocked on in goal. And the score remains 12-5. Oh, it's a tense game. Tense game. Just giving it a quick 360 to see if there's any darkness anywhere, because at the moment I can feel the sun on my back and it feels fantastic here on the final afternoon of the National School Sevens. Mystery special guest for the next women's game too, so make sure you stick around on the live stream to find out who. Oh, loose pass to try and create some space on the edge. They've got to play here, but they've got to find a score. If they can get a converted score and it finishes 12-12, we've got to get the abacus out for the points difference. But they put the boot on it. I thought he might throw a secondary boot, but it's come back Brown. Talking about the jersey, not the colour of the ball, although both equally relevant on this day 5 pitch. Coming up to 11 minutes of the 14 gone. Another Sedber penalty. They've already been down to 6. I wonder if they might be down there again with accumulation. Still every breakdown, every collision so full. Full-bodied, full effort. And up the short side go Brighton, bullying their way over. And that might be the try that seals their place at the top of the pool. 2.5 minutes away from an extended undefeated run. Shows how consistent you've got to be to win. It's 10 games. So you've got to go through the first day undefeated. Oh, great kick. And then the second group, then the knockouts as well. So far, for Brighton College, they have put a list of illustrious competition to the sword. Brooksby Melton, Bishop Wand, Hartbury, Hampton, Denston, all trailing their wake, and they are very, very close to doing the same to Sedber here. Next score massive. If Sedber can get one, then we might be in for a grandstand finish, but they need some field position first. So good at getting that ball to the edge and unleashing the speed, but in these conditions you need to find ways to adapt. Well, that one's gone to ground. It's back with Brighton. Ooh, that's a big collision. But crossing, okay. Let's go again. I mean, I can't show favourites, but the neutral in me really wants a grandstand finish here, so. Oh! Well, it was rugby come volleyball then. I think the Sedbergh player felt the hot breath of the Brighton player. Oh, that's a brilliant tackle, though. Stands the man up, wraps up the ball, bundles him into touch. And surely now, surely, that is safe passage through to the knockouts for Brighton College. And this a massive scalp as well. Well, look at Sedbergh. They're already looking for the one-man lift at the front. They will desperately try and steal this all, and they nearly have. Oh, that was close. But now with players committed, they cut back across. There's an overlap here, but instead they tuck and go. But the handling's glorious. There's a Sedbergh hand on it. The ball's kicked dead. Our clock has ticked towards 14 minutes. Oh, and that multiple blast on the referee's whistle. Thought that might have been full time. Alas, we're going to have a 22 dropout instead. But no matter what happens, it's going to be too little too late for Sedbergh. They've gone long. Want to make a foot race, and the energy of these young players after all this rugby they've played in this heavy ground. Huge credit to themselves, their schools, their coaches. And the knock on there brings this one to a close. Massive congratulations to Brighton. They're through a very challenging group as undefeated group winners. And they defeated Sedbergh 19 points to 5.
U18.
The time's gone 3 o'clock. That means we are into the business end. It is the plate semi-final in the girls under 18s competition. They've had to go digging in the mud for the coin. We've had a lovely variation in the coin toss. They've been doing rock paper scissors. However, it's good to know the cash still exists, but you've got to go digging for it. This is Hereford Sixth Form College against Worth School for a place in the final. Told you we'd get you a special guest, and we have. Giselle Mather.
Good afternoon.
What is your official role these days? I was going to go Director of Rugby with Ealing Trailfinders Women. Would that be close?
Spot on.
Really? You've got that headphone bit back to front, so I'm going to do that so you can hear it in both ears.
There we go.
Exciting game, exciting tournament this. A 2-day under-18 sevens tournament for these young players. What an opportunity.
I tell you what, I remember coming to the Rosslyn Park Sevens about six years ago, I think, something like that, where there were 8 girls' teams in the whole thing across the week. Now, the one thing that is just the most wonderful, wonderful thing, this is so normal.
Yeah, and it's, well, Hereford College are making a great account of themselves here. They're straight away on the front foot in these red, white and black jerseys. Powerful carrying, looking for try number 1. We've already seen them on pitch RE1. They defeated Hurst Pierpoint, who are entering the under-18s for the first time. Oh, and the reach for the line. They're over the line, and what a start to the semi-final.
Fantastic, came out with full intent. Brilliant start, obviously very revved up for it.
So what we're going to have to do here is jam in as much conversation in the 15 minutes of the game as possible, as well as commentating on the game, because I've got so much I want to talk to you about. But one of the things is what you said there, with this now being normal.
Oh,
so
it's just brilliant. Everywhere I've gone, boys play, the girls are playing, there's just hundreds of teams, and people walking past, no like, oh look, it's girls playing. It is just normal, and it is fantastic.
So we had the under-15s last year. The uptake was so good that they decided, right, we'll get rid of the 15s, we'll have a 14s and a 16s. We've had the under-18s ace that Hartbury won yesterday. And then we've got a 2-day under-18 tournament here that's been split into a cup and a plate because the uptake's been so good. And it's that beautiful balance as well that we've always had at the National School Sevens of like excellent players who might go on to play for you in the Premier 15s, who might go on to play international rugby, but also some people playing for the first time.
Which is, again, fantastic. The experience and the way the competition works. You know, as the day goes on, you get to the right level of games.
Yes.
And even if you're playing a side where you have conceded a lot, you learn so much. And a lot of those teams that are here for the first time or playing the sport only this year or in the last 2 years will get so much from that experience. And the amount as well, playing with smiles on their faces. And these conditions, and the girls are just smashing it. You know, they're just looking after that ball and they're adapting to what they've got to do, and the quality of what they're doing. They're still working unbelievably hard with it, and I'm so impressed with all of it.
Not always, but sometimes it feels good to get muddy, doesn't it?
Absolutely. All part and parcel of it.
Well, they're certainly going to find out today whether they enjoy it or not, because the wind's picking up. Thankfully, at least for the time being, the rain has held off. Well, it better, because my umbrella's blown down there, so I'm going to have to go and fetch it if it does start to tip down again. So you're here in an Ealing Trailfinders capacity. You've got a whopping great tent over there. We found out a couple of months ago that you're going to be part of the Allianz Premier 15s moving forward. What an exciting time to be you, really.
No, absolutely. It's a huge privilege to lead a program like that, and we have literally a pathway that goes from that players can enter from 12 in the clubs that we support, but they're in their own clubs, but we support those clubs and we're helping their coaches and what have you. And then we've got 2 schools, of which Henley College played yesterday in the ACE tournament, and Cardinal Newman are going to be on the pitch in a minute, playing in the semi-final of the Cup. So those 2 schools are connected to us as well. And then Brunel University is the next stage, where we have a huge program there with athletes who are also developing all the time. Look at that lovely ball transfer there. Look at that.
Great skills. Hereford College turning the ball over and scoring their 2nd try.
Lovely.
Do you know what? That's something that I want to talk to you about, because we're going to see the replay here, and something that I've picked up on is the vast improvement in the age group women playing here, the core skill level. Passing, catching, ball transfer, jackling, turnovers.
And you know what? I think that's huge credit to all the PE teachers and to the coaches that are in their clubs. More and more schools are embracing the sport now for women and realising, you know, the values. Look at that. Look at that. Fantastic. And
what
again,
a nudge.
That ball sticking on the ground like that, and she's done a fantastic job there. But I think, you know, more and more schools now embracing it and seeing the value that this sport has. There is not another sport for women where you can pick up the ball and run with it.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
And that feeling of doing that until someone chooses to stop you or tries to stop you is exhilarating, and more girls are are finding that and enjoying the challenge of the sport.
Oh, there's no feeling like it. And of course there are opportunities to do incredible things if you reach the top of the sport as well. The TikTok Women's Six Nations kicks off this weekend. Oh, that one zipped out of the back door. Worth are not here to just make up the numbers, but the conditions tough. Of course, those Red Roses games.
Yep.
What have they got? Newcastle, Northampton, and then the big one at Twickenham, where they're hoping to.
Well, already 40,000 tickets sold for that, and the tournament's not even kicked off yet. But this weekend, a massive legend of the game, Sarah Hunter, plays her last game. I think it's 141 caps for her country, and where else better to do it than Newcastle, where she's from and where it all started. So that will be an incredibly emotional occasion.
One World Cup, 4 finals.
Oh, she's an extraordinary role model for the game, but also fantastic human. And what she's, what a servant to English rugby.
Well, it's a really exciting sort of generational change, isn't it? Because you were part of the generation that's really gone on, and you're flying the flag coaching wise now and leading this brand new program, as well as everything you've achieved. But when we talk about players like Sarah Hunter and Katie Daly-McLean coming towards the end of their careers and being given opportunities to put all of their expertise to continue to grow a game that's expanding at a rate and knots. The next few years for women's rugby are going to be incredibly exciting and actually quite telling and instrumental in how the game's going to grow.
Well, absolutely, and I think generally, this is a microcosm of it, the amount of girls that are playing now and embraced here at Rosslyn Park.
Yeah.
Women's sport generally. I can now turn my TV on and find women's sport. Right? Everyone can. Whether you choose to watch it or not is your personal choice, but it is now I have the choice. Before, people were making that choice for me.
Yes.
Right? Now I have the choice, which is as I think it should be. And the standard of what we're witnessing at the top end is inspiring the young players. More and more girls playing sport, more and more girls getting involved, and actually our national teams probably doing better than our men's national teams.
Yes, they certainly are.
Yes.
I'm actually talking about the Women's Six Nations. I'm really excited to see how Wales go this time round, because a lot of the players playing for Bristol Bears, playing for Gloucester Hartpury, playing a very good level, high up the best league in the world. So it'll be quite interesting to see how they go, as Hereford are looking for try number 3 here. Some good last-ditch defending. Over the ball as well. What a turnover. Keeps the score at 12-0.
That was outstanding. 3 players working incredibly hard. First makes the tackle, second one in and over.
And that's exactly what we were talking about.
Absolutely.
Even at this level, 2 or 3 seasons ago, you don't see that happening.
No, absolutely. And that's the thing. The girls are so coachable. They so want to learn. They want to understand, and the reasoning why, that they need to do things, and then the learning is exponential. So look at this. I mean, these conditions.
Yeah. Going through all the hands, and then a
super tackle.
Great tackle.
Straight back on her feet, and look at that's her again. Straight back again, on her feet, going again. I mean, that's extraordinary.
Well, it was a big old bump. And I think that is going to take us through to half-time as well. Plenty of talent on display. A place in a final up for grabs, but Hereford 12-0 up. So talk to us about the purpose of this week for you. Have you chatted to any girls? Actually, no. I want to talk about Brunel, because Buck Super Rugby, that is the ambition for the men. They've got a couple of big games coming up, so they could go to the top tier. Is there a similar plan in place to get into the Women's National League for Brunel?
Yeah, 100%. We're currently in the 3rd tier, because it's only the 2nd year of the programme. The girls are leading that. They've got a major game as well coming up against Bath, and the winner of that would go into the next tier up. So, and then obviously the aspiration is to join the Super League, because that's where the girls will get challenged the most. Because you run, the universities that run a proper rugby program, and coaching staff and medical, S&C, all of that wrapped around the players while they do their studies, the improvement in the athletes is extraordinary. The potential that is within them comes flooding out, and so what it then does is attract players who aspire to play elite, and then those programs now are preparing players to come into the Premier 15s, which will see that product go up. So the entry point into Premier 15s is becoming more and more difficult, because the talent of the girls and the physicality of the game is gone up So you need these university programs to prepare athletes from, say, 18 to 22, 23, so that they're then ready to enter into the Prem 15s.
It's so great to see the pathway working with the Premier 15 teams that are supported by universities, and the level of people who are involved in the game, like yourself, like Mo Hunt, who are going to be coaching top teams, and then players coming through. I mean, it is only a matter of time, surely, until Sophie Bridger gets an England cap, and she captained Hartpury University to the National League title last year. So yes, when we see Brunel in the Women's National League supporting Ealing Trailfinders,
this is it. And that's the you know, the growth of the game and the aspiration that Ealing Trailfinders. Look at that lovely show and go, and the support, finding that support. That was a beautiful show and go.
The offload good, and there's no space around the outside, but again, they want to keep the ball alive, Worth. Want to run these Hereford players around. Just got
Oh, well read.
Oh, now pin your ears back and go. The cover defence coming across, but the support arriving, and Hereford go in for try number 3.
Really good on transition there. Read it well and then reacted from defence into attack really, really well. Going back to your talk about the Welsh.
Yes.
They had a training game against South Africa at Ealing Trailfinders last weekend, and the standard that they're reaching already is beyond what they have before. They played some really good stuff. The scrum, it was a training scenario, so the scrummage session between South Africa and Wales was extraordinary. The energy and the power and the competitiveness that was going on in that was great. So yeah, I think Wales are going to be good to watch this Six Nations.
The South African tight head, Babalwa Latsha.
Yes.
I love her.
Yes, she's very good.
Speaking of energy, she is just the most positive, brilliant person. And it's so nice to see her and a couple of other South Africans come and play in the Premier 15s. And a few Australians have made their way over as well. And
well, Babaloa is actually a lawyer as well. So
what?
She is. She's actually a lawyer as well. So she's so talented. One of these humans that can do everything.
Yeah. They just exist, don't they?
They do.
We love them, but they are. Can you just be rubbish at something, please? Let's give the rest of us a chance. I didn't know she was a lawyer too.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I was really excited when I saw that she was coming to play for Harlequins and spend some time here in England, not just for her personal development, but I also think mentioned the Australians as well. If they come and see the levels that you have to be at, then I think it could improve all of world rugby as a result. Certainly the teams that come and experience it.
And I think you know the next step that's happening at the end of this year with the new WXV coming in, with the 3 tiers of competition, therefore giving international opportunities much more frequently to other nations, will be, again, that platform that you're talking about developing the women's game will continue by the WXV competition.
Well, more people playing rugby. And look, we're talking about elite stuff here. We're talking about world-class athletes, and as you said, the opportunity to go and watch them live at great stadiums or watch them on television or live streaming. But really, women's rugby and men's rugby as well, women's rugby truly improves when we've got people playing here for teams as Worth get away. They're going to get their first try, and it's a great individual effort, strength, determination and precision.
Gold under the rainbow. Look at that.
Beautiful. Poetry on pitch RE1.
Absolutely.
But yeah, a thriving club, school, community game below the elite tier. That's when you really know that you've made it.
And I think that's, you know, that is what's happening in this country around the fact that you've got your Premier 15, well, you've got your internationals with the Red Roses and what have you. Then you have the Premier 15s. Then you've got the Championship, and then you've got all the universities, and now all the schools. And the game can only go from strength to strength when that happens.
And again, I go on the internet, I'll read a newspaper, all I'll hear is negativity about rugby. People are falling out of love with rugby. 1,000 teams of men and women have played here. Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
I think what's going on the field, nobody's falling out of love with the Six Nations men that's just happened. Some incredible rugby going on the field. So yes, there may be some difficulty off the field at the moment, but on the field, I think everyone's loving it just as much as they always do.
And it's great to see, great to be involved with as well. Is this one ticking along nicely? Perhaps worth running out of time. They've got just over 3 minutes. Just a reminder that our clock keeps ticking. It's not linked in with the referee's watch, but it's pretty close. If they do get the next score and convert it, then maybe we could be in for a grandstand finish. Oh my goodness me. These Hereford girls are hitting tackle bags midweek, let me tell you. Although, worth trying to take that long way round again. So hard when it's this heavy underfoot.
But the endeavour, they're still trying to move that ball.
Yes. And some successful handling as well. The pick up off the bounce and right off the bootlaces. I know it sounds like we're over-egging the pudding when we talk about the conditions, but trust me, it is tough. Oh, here we go. Grubber kick. Please work out. Another touch. The chase is coming, but she's gathered it. This might be the best try we've seen in the whole competition. Individual brilliance. And maybe, just maybe, there's hope here for Worth.
What a fantastic try. And to, again, you say about the conditions, look at the ball. You can't see that it's a white ball. It's covered in mud. So she just there, kicking it through, a bit of football skills, and then to pick that ball up like that on the move when it is that difficult, and to pick up when it's covered in mud, that was a sensational try.
Okay, big minute of rugby coming up here because Worth converted that, so it's actually 19-12, but Hereford win the penalty. Oh, not rolling away. And they are off. Can they get another try? Well, they can get another penalty, and that might just kill it, but while we're coming to the end here, just your thoughts on what we've seen. Fabulous game of rugby.
Absolutely, and they've played it really well because you can't put long passes out in these conditions, so the lines they're taking and the little short pops of the ball have been fantastic.
Well, they could have numbers here. One more pass could do it. The Worth defence holding on, hanging by a thread. But they need to be at the other end of the pitch here. Game management required for Hereford to see it out and book their place in a final. Oh, that's a superb effort. Draw the defender, beat the defender, score the try and win the game.
Yeah, she did really well there because she was looking initially for that first pass, saw that the defence was really high, so she just tucked it up and took that space for herself and had to work hard on it, but backed herself and has won the game for them. They will be in the final.
Yes, they will. And you can watch that live. All the games remaining in the competition live on Pitch RE1 and RE2. No excuses for not following this tournament all the way until the bitter end. Oh, and it might be a bitterly cold end with this breeze that's just picked up. But the full-time whistle goes. Hereford College have defeated Worth School and they have booked their place in the plate final. The full-time score, Hereford 24, Worth 12.
Desperately trying not to face plant as well.
The excitement continues to build. Hereford Sixth Form College have booked their place in the plate final, but now we turn our attention to the cup. It is Cardinal Newman against Dubai College, and this is quite possibly the biggest prize in under-18s sevens in Britain. Yeah, I'm going for it. Actually, let's say the world, because it's Dubai College. It's a global tournament. It's also, with all the mud, quite an interesting kit clash as well.
That's just what I was thinking. It's and as it gets, you know, if the rain was to come down now, the referee's going to have his work cut out to try to find out who is actually who.
Well, let's talk results then. Cardinal Newman put 50 on Worth, 40 on Rugby, 19-5 against Sir Joseph Williams Mathematical School. That's a mouthful, isn't it? 27-5 King's College Taunton, 24-5 against Jess, 32-5 against Richard Collier. And then Dubai College, 50 on Clifton, 50 on Wellington, 22-27 against Hereford, who we just saw book their place in the plate final. Then they've beaten Samuel Whitbread, Millfield and Llandovery College. These are two teams who have had a serious tournament, but now one win away from a shot at glory. Stakes are high. Unfortunately, so's the wind.
It is, but I think, you know, it'll take them a couple of minutes, and I feel for the Dubai girls because these conditions don't really exist out there, do they? So playing in mud and rain and wind isn't really what they're used to. But having said that, the last 2 days, the tries they've been scoring, I think they're pretty adept at it now.
Well, that pass just going into touch.
A bit ambitious.
And I'm just going to turn the microphones off for a second so I can ask someone to pass us up an umbrella.
By the other.
So Cardinal Newman attacking the try line away to your left-hand side. Dubai College currently defending. Trying to work the ball to the edge and getting it there as well. What a fend! Beat the final defender. You're away. You're under the posts. The first sniff of attacking Rugby yields a lovely 5-pointer.
So Sophia McDonald, she's been scoring tries for fun all tournament. She's a real athlete. Takes a lovely outside break on that, and she got enough space there to make her mark and let her speed do the rest of the work.
So Cardinal Newman then, are these one of the institutions that you were talking about where there'll be a hopeful pathway to greatness?
Absolutely. So from our perspective at Ealing, it's one of the schools, they're down in Brighton, but it's one of the schools that we support. You know, their coach Phil Ward, fabulous work he's doing with the girls, and Wes working with the whole programme. So there's a boys programme down there that also Ealing support, and so the girls are doing the same. And the development in the players over the last 18 months has been fantastic, and they love it, and they work really hard as a group down there. The new recruitment coming in is also very exciting for next season, and they're an academic, you know, really good academic college as well, and so the girls are getting a dual pathway of their academic and their rugby, and also to be able to play, and all ACE students who have this, to have that as a sixth form. I used to run the London Irish ACE programme for the boys. The experience you get when you can play your sport alongside your academic studies is just sensational, and you know, to have a programme properly wrapped around them, which is what they've got there, strength and conditioners, and you know, everything happening around their studies to support them. It's so much fun as well, that you know, the teammates that they've got here, rugby does that, doesn't it? You just have this, there she goes again, there she goes again.
Getting inside, we're getting in behind the first tackler, and Cardinal Newman building towards the try line, just short. It's all a bit narrow at the moment, but they're playing the conditions, playing them well, and Dubai just about stopping them short. One good pass could do it though. Chance to go on that outside arc again. Second try.
Yeah, so there you've got, you know, Tyler and Zara, both really strong carriers of the ball, and then that lovely pass out, and as you saw, Sophia just caught it as she's moving out, which just was enough to beat the last defender.
I'm just going back to the point you were making about being supported educationally. I think it takes a little while for the penny to drop with some people that academia and sport, that's a lovely kick. Go on, be good. Flags go up. They're just perfect bedfellows, aren't they? And, you know, sport is a wonderful thing, and it's something we should all do for as long as we want to, or as long as we can. But not everyone is gonna go out there and make £1 million. Not everyone's going to be like Michael Jordan and sign a Nike deal. So to not just to realise that it's something you can do, but also something to realise that you can be supported with by people who really care. Is something that we should really be embracing, and it sounds like they're in a good spot.
Yeah, and I think the other side is not everybody wants to do it to elite level.
Yeah.
What they want is to participate, to be part of, to enjoy what sport brings. And you know, rugby, as we all know, all shapes and sizes are necessary for the best type of team.
Yes.
And that brings diversity, it brings acceptance of each other, it brings difference, and that is also awesome from an educational point of view as young people growing up playing the sport. It's also cathartic. You know, you're studying and then you get out and you get to let off some steam and run about, and endorphins naturally released in you when you play, and then you go back and you're ready to study again. And it's a fantastic for these youngsters to have, as I said earlier, their teachers, the PE teachers, the sports teachers that give up their time.
Yeah.
And as you say, they really care. They work really hard at that because they're teaching all day and then they're doing the sport and all the things they do to allow young people to experience this.
14-0. Dubai College. Well, as you mentioned, different conditions for them. They played some great rugby, but this will be a real challenge for them. But of course, oh, it's intercepted. Great read. Dubai College unable to clear the 22. Find themselves 3 scores behind.
So Tyler Green there, she's one of their shining lights. She lights up when the ball's in her hands. She really enjoys her rugby and she makes a huge impact. And, you know, as you rightly said, a fabulous read there. And also she has the ability to finish those.
Yep.
And the determination. She's played a lot of minutes in this tournament and you know, she's got a fantastic engine. And I think she's going to be one of the shining lights in the future that has the potential to play in the Premier 15s.
High praise indeed. Newman College 19, Dubai College 0 in the semi-final. Oh yeah, Dubai, imagine most of the time you're playing, it's 30 degrees, it's bone dry. You've got your moulded studs on. Oh.
Slightly different experience.
Then again, even on the World Series the other day, they were playing in monsoon conditions in LA. So you always need to be adaptable, don't you?
And they clearly have been, because they, you know, to have reached this level of the tournament, they've been doing very well.
Well, I'm clutching this umbrella because it's drizzling a little bit, but if the breeze picks up any more, we might end up Mary Poppinsing across West London.
Great hands. Oh, unlucky.
Well, the referee says backwards on a late call. We're into the proper business end now, you know. Only semi-finals and finals to come. This elite competition, and that takes us through to half-time. 19-0 Newman College lead. So what haven't we boxed off? What can we chat about? What other positivity can we put out into the world about what you're up to or what's going on around the women's game at the moment?
Well, as we say, the Women's Six Nations about to kick off. The Red Roses will be on BBC Two, I believe, this Saturday, playing Scotland. And, you know, that's the other thing, I think, from an international perspective. All the Six Nations teams now are contracted athletes.
Yes.
And so, and again, you know, for the last 2-3 years, we've been saying this needs to happen, and it's happened, which is in women's sport generally. You look at what's happening in the cricket and the sums of money that were bid for the players to play in the competitions there. You know, women's sport is being taken seriously now, and people are accepting that women are playing the sport their way. It's not a question of trying to be mini men. It is girls playing the sport differently, and you can see that you know, the way these girls are playing the sevens is slightly different to how you're watching the boys play the sevens, because we have different skill sets and different vulnerabilities for our skills sometimes as well. So some things we're good at that the boys aren't necessarily so good at, and vice versa. So you have to play the game according to the capabilities, and so you've barely seen a ball kicked here. Everything's going through the hand, because that is where the girls' development is at this moment in time, whereas with the boys you will see some more kick-throughs, but as they get older, more players will feel comfortable to kick the ball, and then you'll get a little bit more of that in. But we play the game differently, as the Lionesses play the football differently to how the men played last night against Italy, for example. So, you know, people are appreciating that, and then also the accessibility of the Red Roses. After an international, you'll see 3-4 deep all the way around the pitches. The girls spend an hour and a half going around and meeting the youngsters that want to meet them, and that's different. And everything has its place and its value.
I think that's really important. I've not been as involved with the international game, but I've covered a lot of AP 15s this year, and fantastic tackle, dislodging the ball and then trying to win it back for Newman College, but it's still with Dubai. But I'm really glad you mentioned that, because it feels as though the game is in a great place, but of course it's still growing, and it will be for a little while, but it feels as though the players are really forming emotional bonds with the supporters as well. The supporters are really invested, and you can only really do that by spending time and making an effort. And it feels like the elite players are really taking the time and making the effort to do that, because not only is it nice for them, but I think they realise the important part that they play in the growth of the sport too.
Without question, and I think the current group of Red Roses are extraordinary role models for that. You know, they've had to battle quite a few things, in the sense that, you know, several of them still hold down full-time jobs, obviously not the actual contracted players, but the group that support that. So the next level are holding down. And so, for example, Liz Craig, she becomes she'll if she gets on the field, will get her first cap. She's a dentist, and you know, she's over the last 2 or 3 years has had to do her dentist exams and then establish a career in that. So that's extraordinary, to still do the weights, the condition she's in, and the way she plays the game, her recovery, her nutrition, all of those things, alongside being a full-time dentist. And you've got to have huge respect for that, and several of the players that you'll see in the Six Nations are doing that, as well as the contracted players as well. But then they're growing the game in their time as well. They're not just doing the athlete, they're spending time at events like this, and you know, there were several here yesterday from the GB Sevens.
Yes.
So Grace Compton, Emma Uren,
Heather Cow was here as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Right there, Newman's looking for try number 4 here that would take them one step closer.
And there's Tyler.
Ooh. Referee stepping in. Well, some of the jobs that they hold down as well. I mean, you mentioned dentistry, but another story that pops into my head, Jade Conkle-Roberts, she took a little bit of time out of the game to go through the process of becoming, well, she's part of the fire service, isn't she? And I think she's just passed some exams to improve with that. Of course, Simi Pam, famously a doctor. And again, talk about conditioning. She is a remarkable athlete. As Newman.
Claire Malloy, another one who's been doing her doctor exams for years and years, and just balancing her rugby. You know, she's an unbelievable Irish player, retired from international now, but the contribution she's made is...
Newman over again from short range. And they've made this early pressure tell in the second half. A couple of players feeling the pace, and it's no surprise it is hard going out there. Supporters still having a good time, and this is nice as well, isn't it? We've got the boards being lined, people in varying levels of coats and whatever. It's Friday here at the National School Sevens. It is really lovely atmosphere, and it's great to have their company, and great to have yours as well, wherever you're watching around the world.
And it is becoming even more difficult now to tell between the two shirts.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to think. Oh, there's quite a lot of military as well, isn't there, involved in the women's game?
Yep, and their competition comes up very soon, the tri-services. And so, you know, when the Navy, RAF and the Army all compete against each other, and there's lots of things. The women's barbarians, that's really now a proper thing that now players really aspire to.
Did you coach that?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
yes, I did. Very privileged to do that.
An experience.
Oh, it was amazing, and you know, to have that honour to coach the first women's barbarian side was one of my highlights in my career. But it was fantastic, and a real experience for the players to be the first up to do that.
Picking a team must have been incredibly difficult. I'm not going to ask you how you did, but because that's not fair. But it must have been a really tough task to try and.
It's an interesting one, actually, that, because it's from a coaching perspective, that isn't something that we do for the barbarians. It's done more by others. Fiona Stockley runs the whole of the barbarians, and it's done more like that. Although, obviously, as the coach, you are asked, is there a couple of players that you would like to see have this honour? But on the whole, it's not actually something that the coach has to do.
Are there a couple of good tourists who would add to the group?
There's some sensational tourists. But that was a beautiful steal. Look at that.
And they're away again, Newman.
Timing of that pass was fantastic. Look at that,
in and out.
Beautiful work.
That might be the pick of the bunch try-wise. A little bit of everything from Newman College. And just as the sun breaks through the clouds, they go over for try number 5. Girls can play.
Yeah, that was special, and the timing of the release there, which meant that the last defender had to take on. It was a 1-on-1. If she passed that earlier, it would have been 2 against 1. So that timing of that pass was absolutely spot on. And then a beautiful in and then out.
And then the conversion hits the post, but I don't think it's going to affect the result here. 29-0. Newman College going to book their place in the under-18s final.
And it's a lot of rugby these girls have played this, you know, over the last 2 days, and that's something that, you know, they've been preparing for. They've thought about it and how they recover in between. You know, they're learning all these sorts of things for those that aspire to go higher, as to how to best look after themselves and be ready to have this stop-start that Sevens tournaments are.
Yeah, managing yourself over 2 days. This will be a brand new experience.
100%.
For a lot of these players. Now, I'm going to give you a peek behind the curtain here of how I feel about all this. I'm delighted for Newman College. I think this is a great performance from them, and they are deserved winners. However, I hate clean sheets and I hate nils, so I really want Dubai College right at the end here to just get some positivity out of the game and get a try to head back. Oh, goodness me, what a great tackle. Full-blooded. Very, very impressive display this from the Newman College team. And as I said, I want Dubai College to score. They definitely don't want Dubai College to score, I think it's safe to say.
Oh, that's gone back, so she's still got the opportunity.
Yeah, just being smothered. But huge commitment. What a challenge for this ball. Are they going to manage to guide them towards the touchline? No, Dubai College keep it in field.
This is taking the energy reserves of both teams. What a beautiful pass.
Oh, and then it's lobbed. The final person on the edge. It's back with Newman. And here they go, winning the penalty. Look at this, still increasing the tempo. She's not 10. And that opens the door. Oh, the chase back, though. Absolutely fantastic. It's not been for lack of effort. The Dubai College are going to bow out in the semi-finals. Our clock is well into the red. No, they're going to keep playing. It is a long way from here to the try line, though.
And I think that might be the end of it.
No?
Nope, he's going to make them play on. He's enjoying himself.
Well, we're enjoying ourselves too.
Or perhaps he's heard you say that.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Play till they score.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right then, final few phases. Last chance for Dubai College to get something from this game. A few mud-soaked youngsters just making their way past us here. I wouldn't want to be the person who has to wash all the kits at the end of this, that's for sure.
I don't think they'll ever be the same again, to be fair. And there it is.
Full-time whistle goes. Dubai College bow out at the semi-final stage. Cardinal Newman book their place and their shot for glory. The full-time score, Newman College 29, Dubai College 0.
Berkhamsted versus Harrow School in the Cup semi-final. One last push to get to the final, and it's Harrow who've been irresistible all day, who go surging through the defence of Berkhamsted first, but isolated and turned over and injured in the process as well. Harrow down a man as the player who made the burst nurses an injury on the flank. Berkhamsted dancing inside, evading the defence. 2-on-1 executed supremely, and the first try of the semi-final goes to Berkhamsted. I'd love to tell you the name of the lad who scored that, but the numbers are completely obscured by the mud and the sludge of 5 glorious days rugby sevens here on RE1. Well, they kick us off and into the hands of Harrow, who haven't been behind many times across their 2-day campaign here in southwest London. And while they may have gone behind, certainly doesn't mean it's over. They are such a well-drilled side, so much talent, so much class, none more so than this man who gets dragged down. And Harrow, containing members of their under-16 Colt side who went all the way last year, and we're beginning to see their class, their coolness under pressure. But that offload goes into Berkhamsted hands. A real fight on the floor. Oh, and picked off by Harrow. Brilliant offload. And a high tackle. Penalty to work with. Into the 22. Harrow moved for the first time. Oh, the switch was so on. Good offload off the floor, and another one almost out the hands. Was it nudged by Berkhamsted? Referee says no, so the team that lead, deep in their 22, clear the decks. And ordinarily, you'd think that would go to touch, but it gets stuck in the mud like many boys have done so today. A weaving run, full of power, but wrestled to the floor. Watchful tackling and just clinging onto that ankle. Harrow, very composed. Berkhamsted pressing. And Harrow just trying to find that seam existing between the defence that's pressed up and those who are a little bit more passive. They do steal some metres, but Berkhamsted reorganise themselves before the big rangy runner of Harrow finds a way through the heart of the line. Immediate response from Harrow. And a key conversion now. Slotted with ease. Four minutes gone already, a gripping semi-final on our hands. Hell of a coaching ticket at Berkhamsted. Tom Hockaday, very talented player in his day. And James Rodwell, who played nearly 100 World Series events at international level for England, an Olympic silver medalist at Rio. So full of wisdom, full of know-how on how to win big tournaments. And this is the biggest. This is as big as it gets. Oh, how about that for a bit of wizardry? Outfoxing the Harrow defence almost. Oh, the footwork sublime and pirouetting out of the challenges. Breakdown work, fantastic from the tackler. The tap, the go, oh, called back and the arms out, begging that he can continue. But they have to wait before they get on the charge. Nice footwork, just standing up the defender and fashioning a bit of room out here on the flank. The try scorer proving very slippery to gather in. And the breakdown penalty will work for Berkhamsted, who spots a bit of room down the right-hand side. The diminutive attacker beats Harrow's big man before he slings a ball inside speculatively, and his buddy's on his shoulder there to retrieve it. Penalty, though, to Berkhamsted. Just a bit of a pause in the match. Berkhamsted trailing by 2, first scorers. First time they're attacking for a while down in these parts. And first time their handling truly is their undoing. Goes out into touch, they're given the option. And Berkhamsted will scrum against Harrow here. Last 30 seconds of an absorbing first half in this semi-final. Go, go, go. The call from the touchline is eerily quiet. Both sets of fans on edge. Both sets of fans eagerly awaiting a game-breaking moment. It doesn't come that time because the defence is too good. And we go into half-time with Harrow leading Berkhamsted by the slenderest of margins, 7 points to 5. Second half underway. Berkhamsted looking for an avenue, but it closes up. No sooner has it opened. Look at those conditions, look at the jerseys, look at the amount of mud, the sediment that each of these boys are carrying into every contact. The quality of handling is absolutely superb when you consider those conditions, the elements that they're battling against. Berkhamsted, at the moment, they are advancing, albeit they're being made to work for each metre. Called on crossing there. That is a very harsh call. I don't think it was intentional. But the key narrative resulting from that is that Harrow have the ball, and Harrow stepping inside and finding an offload on the flank. Will he go himself? He sure will. Is he reeled in? Just about failed, and he tumbles and he rolls and he gets back up. Still wriggling, still trying to make it to the line. Harrow with all the numbers out wide, it needs to go. No, it doesn't, because the finish is applied. He backed himself, he had to score. And he delivered the goods. Harrow with their second try, and really importantly, tight to the uprights, and the conversion's an easy one, it's slotted. So Berkhamsted trail by 2 scores now. They'll need to cross the whitewash twice, and they'll need one of them converted as a minimum. Well, they won't, I beg your pardon. They get 2 tries, that'll move them to 15, but you want a bigger cushion than one when you're in a semi-final against a tough opponent like Harrow, who fly at the line, and the defensive read makes for a meaty hit. Big slice of space to go galloping down. Pins his ears back, but a great tackle low round the legs. And the contest at the ruck almost falls in Harrow's favour. Protestations from the touchline from the Harrow support, but Berkhamsted will play. Most advanced into Harrow's half they've been in this second stanza. Across and into the 22. Is there an opportunity on the short hide? The dummy sold momentarily, and each time they go down one of these gaps, it turns into a cul-de-sac eventually. Berkhamsted wriggle free, looking down the right flank, that delivered their first try. High tackle with Berkhamsted headed to the line. Advantage being played. Harrow looking to press up, Berkhamsted being pushed back. They've still got the penalty advantage. And if Berkhamsted go quickly here, they have done. Harrow not back 10. Can they find a way through? Lassoud round the ankles. A nibble on the ball, and Harrow come away with it. The breakdown contest is fierce at the moment, and it is one that Harrow are just about edging. 3 minutes left of the match, leading by 9. That is muscular work, though, from Berkhamsted. They win themselves another opportunity. And here come the cavalry. Harrow cycling their on-field personnel. I'm pretty sure it's Harrow. A lot of players pouring on, a lot of players in similar jerseys due to their day's endeavours. There's simply no reason for alternate strips. Everyone looks the same now. Berkhamsted stretched themselves too much on the line out. They cede possession back to Harrow, who understandably, rather lethargically, handball their way to set up the scrum. Bit of a conference as to who goes where. Time ebbing away for Berkhamsted. Good pressure on the scrum half, but room in behind, and Berkhamsted have left no one at home. And Harrow are going to shriek underneath the uprights to seal the win and their cup final berth. A bit of brilliance from their number 12. He just came on from the bench. He was impactful in the first half, recharged the batteries, and then supercharged to the line after a crafty kick over the top. Well, he checked his wing mirrors a number of times. He was worried about Berkhamsted defenders coming up in the blind spot, but he was home and hosed for quite a while. And Harrow are home and hosed as well. 21-5, no time left to affect the outcome. Oh, big shot coming up. Does very well to offload under extreme pressure. And a final penalty awarded to Harrow as we tick towards 14 minutes. They've won this semi, they're off to the final. The job is done. Harrow are one performance away from cup glory. Girls Plate final time on RE1, and Hereford Sixth Form College and Hills Road Sixth Form College charge out with their eyes on a prize here at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. It's a last shot at silverware for these two sides. They've given their all. And Hereford on the rights in the red, black and white hoops are readying themselves to kick off against Hills Road Sixth Form College in blue.
Barely seems 5 minutes since they were out here in the semi-final, but grafted so hard to book that place in the plate final.
Hills Road going on the charge and running into a committed hit. Just a breakdown of communication in the centres. But Hills Road are thrifty. They do manage to keep a hold of what they want. Oh, just a little bit of a bounce off the head and into the hands. Nothing wrong with that. And a penalty to Hills Road. Tap, go. Looking for support, looking for wit. But then straightening things up, and 1, 2, 3 Hereford jerseys involved in that challenge. Well, Hills Road have advanced beyond the halfway, but they've given up possession in the process. They win it back with a well-timed hit, dislodging the ball from the arm of the carrier. Wow, that's a shunt from Hereford, and they use that surprise ball from the hard work of their forwards to play. And if that had stuck, one more pass along the chain would have led to open prairie to go galloping into.
Tense start. I mean, look, we've complimented the ground staff here at the Richardson Everton Memorial Fields, and they have done a brilliant job, and it's still playable. But no matter what kind of picture we try and paint of this pitch now, Joe, we'd have to paint it in mud, because finally it feels like the rain has won.
There's a groundsman somewhere lying in a dark room listening to whale music, telling himself it's all going to be all right for the next 12 months. Because while they've stood up well, he's certainly got his work cut out for the next time we bring you the biggest and the best schools tournament.
Rhys Roberts joined me for a commentary earlier today, and he said, well, it's a good job we don't need an active heat map, because it's all out there on the pitch. We can see exactly where the action has been, particularly 22 to 22 in those 15-metre channels. Now, here are Hereford. They've done well to find the edge throughout the day. They might not need to here.
Well, she pops it under the arm because she knows she's clean and through. Slips into an extra gear. Beats the covering tackle. Sails underneath the uprights. Each and every point crucial. Boom goes the conversion. She maximises her own try. And Hereford's on the board first in this plate final.
Well, what a fantastic finish. Again, the defenders feeling like they're doing the right thing. It was a 2-on-2 arcing run around the outside. You can tell the frustrations of the Hill House defenders by being beaten on that outside. No cover. Speaking of no cover, Joe, it's started to rain and I've dropped the umbrella down again. Oh, Timmy's going to go and get it. He's a good boy.
Hill House having to go from deep. The only time they've been into the Hereford half, they coughed out up the ball the second they set foot. And that's why they're going so tough. Real heavy hits coming in from the shoulders of the Hereford girls. And forcing Hill House back, who get all tangled up around their ankles. They do well to keep possession. Try and time the pass. But definitely a Hereford hand in there. And a penalty for them to work with. Great discipline from Hereford though. Look at them all right back. Great defensive line. They're going to have to steel themselves for one of the big runners from Hill House in blue.
And they need to find a way to breach this Hereford defence. They're really narrow, and that means that Hereford can defend narrow. And they're not getting the ball to the outside. If they can, there's plenty of space to exploit, even on this heavy surface. But at the moment, it's Hereford who are in charge.
Nice hands, a hole opening up, and a hole that is gladly accepted. Second try for Hereford. The hands too slick, the hole too big. And Hereford, with their second try of the half, opening up a big lead as we tick towards 6 minutes. I say it's a big lead. We've seen finals here all week. We've seen them in the latter stages of the week. And I'm telling you, 12 points is a mighty margin to be taken into the half if they can preserve the integrity of their line in the final minute.
Yeah, this is the test of character, isn't it? Where you've not necessarily had things your own way, but you've won a lot of games to get yourself to this point. You've already overcome one defeat, which has meant that you're in the plate, not the cup final, but you've worked hard, you've earned the right to be here again. But now you've got to dig deep and get a score if you're Hill House. Give yourself something to hold on to. Give yourself a chance at glory in the second half, but also realise that 2 scores isn't a mountain to climb, and there's still time on the clock. There's no need to rush. But what an opportunity now for Hereford. Remember, this is a historical thing as well. A 2-day competition in the under-18 girls. A real new challenge, physical, mental, emotional challenge. Is that forward? Referee says no, and Hereford going forward again. Hill House have just been starved of territory. Another penalty to Hereford. Oh, they tap and they go, and Hill House have switched off for a second. Have they switched off for too long? Yes, they have. Quick thinking. Under the post they go. Good decision making for Hereford, and maybe that's the score that secures the silverware. It's half-time here. Hereford fully in control. They lead Hill House 19-0.
How you doing? Where is it? Wait, I need to find it. How you doing? Long time. No, it's been too long. No, I've enjoyed watching. Yeah, she's loving it. How's her phone? Where's Sophie? Where's Dad?
Hill House with it all to do in this final. But 7 minutes is a long old time in rugby sevens, and particularly in finals rugby when the nerves can start to jingle and jangle and the pressure begins to build. But Hereford are the ones who are turning this pressure into pretty bright moments.
That's a brilliant carry, you know. Great handoff over the gain line. Then no one immediately arrives, so she gets the offload away and keeps the attack going.
Hill House has somehow stolen that. Oh! No words.
Tackle technique, 20.
No words. Let's get another look at that.
Unbelievable technique. And shots like that become even more important in these conditions when your opponent's struggling to get the ball out wide.
Here comes the ball, here comes the boom. And fine work from our cameramen, because that was a gantry shaker.
I don't think we've given them enough of a shout out, because while we've been protecting ourselves under an umbrella, they've been out in the elements the entire time. Brilliant job, lads.
Leaves the ball behind. While Hill House do have the ball,
just a bit bereft of ideas, aren't they? They need something to go for them. Just something to stoke the fire, rev the engine. I think if they get a score, if they get the confidence, we could have a great final on our hands. But at the moment, it's Hereford leading 19 points to 0 with that try under the sticks just before half-time. Oh, here go Hill House. That's better. Positive energy through the middle. Oh, another Herefordian smash.
Well, the Hereford defensive coach will be licking their lips with delight.
Yeah.
At not just the size of the hits, but also the work ethic. Look at the organisation as well. It's just this impenetrable red wall at the moment that Hill House are struggling to pierce. And back and organised and looking eager to rush up and swallow up a blue jersey again. Physical mismatch, but still the Hill House attacker is brought to the floor. This time the loop around and fresh legs on. Meets the mud for the first time. It really is attritional stuff out there. Hereford decide not to compete at the breakdown. They're happy to back their 7-up defence. And right they may with aggressive shots like that.
This Hereford defence is absolutely remarkable. I mean, it's still Hill House ball, but there is no way through this red and black wall. Oh, they were trapped.
Trapped in that
offside position.
Hill House need to go and try and catch them when they're disorganised, and by doing so, they drive deep into the Hereford 22. Oh, just a hint of a jackal, just a nibble on the ball, and Hereford are away.
God, these girls can play, and they can get the offloads away.
It is energy-sapping stuff, this style of tackling and wrestling. 2.5 minutes to play. Hill House, it's their turn to do a bit of bone crunching to make Hereford work their way up the field.
Well, it's stuck in the middle of the pitch at the moment, and it's stuck there for a reason, as that's an excellent tackle, but it's just so difficult to get any purchase anywhere on the pitch. But this will suit Hereford, won't it? The clock keeps ticking. It's certainly not an aesthetic classic. You know, we've seen them move the ball around, score some great tries throughout the day, but they've played the conditions. And now they're literally just counting down to full time. 2 minutes between them and a national championship.
So much commitment put in across these days from every single team. None more so than the ones who make the final. They play the most games, they play the most minutes, they make the most hits invariably. They are digging deep in the final 90 seconds. Hereford, they've probably done enough. Are they going to put a cherry on top of this plate-winning performance?
Excellent clear out there. Some of the stuff that they've played, look, it's been attritional to say the least, but offloads like that, clear outs like the phase before, turnover penalties that they won on the edge of their own 22.
Outstanding turnover there. Get it to the edge. Well, it's a long old pass when the wind's gusting round like this, and well, we just see how slippery and how difficult to control the ball is.
Yeah, they're playing with a penalty advantage here for that little pull back on the shirt, but I don't think we're going to need the advantage.
And where has she found that gas? Where have the energy reserves been stored? In possibly the final play of their long 2 days of toiling. The plate is headed to Hereford.
Love that handoff as well, because there was no need for it. She could have just gone into the corner. But a great end to a great tournament for Hereford College.
Scenes of celebration for Hereford as they can find even more energy resources to run and leap and embrace each other. It is a special memory. Claiming silverware at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. And Hereford have themselves a plate in the girls' competition. Here they come. It's the boys under 18s plate final, and it is the famous hoops of Millfield and the Rosslyn Park Sevens former champion hoops of Cranley running out to vociferous support. And I've done a bit of a deep dive whilst off the mic, and I can tell you that term has ended at Cranley, and that's why they have decamped en masse here to Rosslyn Park to cheer their boys on. They're cheering them on against a fated 7 school in Millfield, and Millfield, who in the 15 season showed true competition mettle in claiming the St Joe's title back in October. We have got a hell of a game on our hands, everybody, and this is just the plate. The cup is still to come, and Millfield have us underway and into the arms of Cranley, who goes surging through a gap early. Little nibble at the breakdown, but the clear out good enough at the right time. Cranley looking fluid, Cranley really looking rangy and extending themselves through the holes. Width to width. Switch off and a bone cruncher coming in from Millfield, halting Cranley in their tracks, but they do retain possession. Almost through a hole, but Millfield with the intercept from the offload. In transition, they take their foot off the pace. This is so much like them in their DNA, their composure in retreat. But a good low tackle offers up a turnover opportunity. And Cranley have the penalty. Well, the advertising hoardings are being battered. The voice boxes are being stretched by the Cranley support. They've got a penalty to cheer here, and they don't decide to go quickly. Millfield get themselves reorganised. And Cranley enjoying the lion's share of possession, but no points to show for it so far. And not just yet another offload off the floor, and the leaping recipient tackled, then turned over, holding on the floor. Millfield with their first set play position. The captain, George Timmins, gets us off and underway, and in a flash we find ourselves in the far left-hand channel. The nosy around a show and then off and away, but the offload this time picked up by Cranley, almost reeled in, a juggle. Oh, and well, Millfield have brought their own cheerleading squad of their own, all jacketed up in the corner. They're giving as good as they've got to match the support for Cranley, and they celebrate that knock-on that's forced from desperate defence from Millfield. Early changes. 3 minutes gone and a new Cranley in onto the field. It is an exercise in resource management to go all the way at Rosslyn Park, and a squabble on the floor, a huge call to make for the referee here. Multiple hooped hands on it at any one given time, but who applied the decisive downward pressure? Lost forward. Millfield possession. And they make no mistake, they are still under extreme pressure. Cranley really testing them in the scrum and putting pressure on the scrum half. And they play it simple, they play it short. And the absence of a roll from Cranley means George Timmins will go charging into the wide channels. A big man on the edge, a big physical man. Millfield, mercifully for them, are away from their 5 metre and they are going to the boo. And they're encouraging one of their flyers to set foot. That is so timely, so well watched by the Cranley sweeper. And his gather means that Cranley can almost get away from the Millfield clutches. Nearly 5 minutes play, not a score on the board. Oh, that was such nice footwork. It turned Timmins inside out, but he didn't see that he was turning like an oil tanker, and he stepped inside to the defence. So Cranley go down the right, huge speed bump work on the Millfield defenders. They're slow to pick themselves back up. They've been worked so hard edge to edge. But Timmins swallows up the opportunity. Two Millfield jerseys required to make the tackle. A switch to go back right. Still Cranley press. The call to go wide. Will they go to the edge this time? Yes, they do. Inside, outside, back again. And the penalty to Cranley, a tap while the back is turned. And just for one moment, Millfield turned their back and Cranley capitalise. Oh, that is a thing of beauty. You may see sweeter struck ones across the week, but given the conditions, given the pressure, that conversion could prove to be huge.
I've just been down below, Joe. The atmosphere on the far side is unbelievable.
Well, they've roared their Cranley team across the line. They've had all the possession. And this will be the final play of the half, with Millfield trailing by 7 and getting themselves into a real pickle underneath their uprights. They rediscover their composure and they rediscover how to get it to the edge and into the hands of Siva Carver. His play contributes to Millfield being as advanced as they've been for the last 5 minutes. Big shot coming in, but the pass coming away. Tim Insaki and defenders, oh, he freed up the chicken wing, but decided to keep it tight. Maybe the best decision. Oh, but then the simplicity of passing to your man outside lets them down. We have got a plate final of blood and thunder on our hands, and it's Cranley who are edging it 7 points to 0 at the break.
I messed up a sec. I also noticed we got to the second day, lower six we got beat on the first day by Wickens on that pitch there. Oh my God, we were shite so bad.
Cranley get us underway with a short restart that tests the footwork of the Millfield 8. And an injection of pace and almost breaking through a tackle. Weaving run though, and breaking through the tackle. First time that Millfield have got behind the Cranley lines. Timmins looking to link up with Carver, who arrives at the ruck just in time. This time it's Morgan Williams at first receiver, back to the left, Millfield flash, they've got extra numbers. Timmins sucking in two defenders, feeding it to Carver, and Carver with the stutter step before streaking towards the uprights. He gets as close as he can. The conversion key, and that small but mighty pocket of Millfield supporters going wild in support of their lads.
Big kick.
Massive moment. And he just squeezes it in. Oh, I bet he's glad that that upright isn't any taller.
Well, he squeezed that about as tight as the butt cheeks of all the Millfield supporters when they saw how close it was. Oh, this is a great game. That offload, two defenders marking him. Astonishing skill levels. Think about how much rugby that these players have played over the 2 days. Into double figures game-wise. All that fatigue, with the conditions, with the size of the task at hand, and he's still able to execute. Proper play. 7 apiece.
The captain coming up with the offload, but Cranley not going for the switch, and the low tackle round the ankle's good enough. Absolute desperation from both sides to get their hands on the ball. Supreme fitness as well, as everyone stays connected in defence and attack. Almost they're through, but they're across the halfway line. Imagine the roars in the ears of the Cranley boys as they go to that far flag. Oh, well, the face of the Cranley individual who just threw that pass was, ref, I've been robbed, but it's probably the biggest forward pass I've seen.
To be fair,
respectfully, on RE1.
There is about 5 metres of white line left on this pitch, and we had it as a guide there to see how far the ball had gone forward. Yeah, he can't even go for backwards out of the hands there.
Morgan Williams gets it in and out in a flash. This fresh energy coming on from George Cottrell. Oh! This fresh, searing pace is irresistible. A game-breaking moment from Cottrell. This final spun on its head.
Individual moment of brilliance to turn the tide in favour of Millfield. It's come at a great time as well, because there's still time for Cranley to come back. There is that small but mighty pocket of support. Millfield always so strongly represented at these great tournaments. One of the legendary names of schools rugby, as are Cranley. But they've seized the advantage back with an astonishing piece of individual brilliance.
Just puts the foot down, glides through the gap, and he is gone in 60 metres.
Unsuccessful conversion though, so still be plenty of belief in the Cranley camp, a converted try. And they are right back ahead.
And they're free down the right flank.
Oh, wow.
A drop of the shoulder. Is it going to be a moment of individual brilliance that breaks the game right back open? Oh, it's magic on RE1. And the Cranley supporters go bananas. One of the best tries of the week. Save for a big moment in a plate final.
You go, I go, we all go crazy. Two of the best tries of the entire week have been scored within 60 seconds of each other. Well, there's coast to coast, but that one's gone across continents. How? Why? Who?
Sit back and enjoy.
Well, once he'd beaten that defender, you thought, you know what? They're in behind here. Someone will make the tackle. They'll recycle and they'll go again. But no. Corner to corner into the 22. You've got to credit Millfield for the defence, but galloping over, even just getting the purchase. So 14-12 to Millfield. They did make the second conversion. So they've still got the smallest of leads. That brilliant try almost deserved the conversion too. But this one's still in the balance. There's a little bit of drizzle falls. Oh, Millfield defender slips. Cranley in again. Oh, desperate defending.
Support arriving just in time. The margin's so fine in this match. 60 seconds of the plate remain. What can Cranley do? Oh my goodness! Cranley can come up with another extraordinary moment at the death. Devastation for Millfield. Ecstasy for Cranley. Is there time for another twist and turn in this final?
If you're a Cranley player, a Cranley student, a Cranley supporter, is there anyone else in the world, or anywhere else in the world, you'd rather be right now?
No conversion added. We are still at a one-score game.
Well, this restart now is massive.
And it's not just a one-score game, it is a one-play game. Well, I don't know what's happening here between the Cranley boys. Oh, they kick it straight out on the full. They can't do that. They've just given possession right back to Millfield.
Well, I think they were discussing with the referee that if the ball bounces out, would the game have been over? So they were trying to kill it dead and therefore lift the plate. However, it was slightly overcooked. And from a neutral perspective, that makes it even more tantalising. But this is a massive, massive task now for Millfield. Now or never, all or nothing. Ball's gone backwards. And we go again.
Timmins takes three to drag him down. Advantage being played.
Ooh.
Cottrell darting low and gathering it. Surely not. Surely not. This would be one of the great finals, and we've had plenty of them over the years. Oh, a bounce off the forehead. Anything will do right now for Millfield, who simply have to score. George Cottrell has already electrified this final once, and he gets his pocket hit. And Cranley rush to each other, they rush to their fans, and advertising hoarding gets blown away in the bedlam. An unbelievable plate final here as the heavens open. One of the classics. And it's a classic for Cranley School, because they've done it at the death against Millfield, 17-14. Cranley School and Millfield School, thank you ever so much. Well, I hope you caught your breath, and maybe if you can Amazon Prime a defibrillator as well in time for the final 2 finals of the week. Heart-stopping stuff from Cranley and Millfield, but we are in to the big prizes now. It is the Cup. It's the girls and the boys Cup finals, and we've got Cardinal Newman versus Peter Simmons College live here on RE1. The climax of a record-breaking girls rugby sevens week here at Rosslyn Park, and I'm delighted to say that Giselle Mather, an icon of the women's game here, well, not just in the UK but around the world, is here to join us for this. You've got an eye on Cardinal Newman, but they've got a bit of history, these two.
Yeah, they played in the plate final here, not plate final, plate semi-final here last year, and Peter Simmons were victorious then. So I think that there's a little bit from Newman, and straight away, look, the pressure is on.
Well, Peter Simmons are here by virtue of an undefeated campaign. And they're not only just undefeated, they've beaten Hartbury twice on their journey, and very few sides in England can say they've ever beaten Hartbury, let alone twice in the same competition. So these Peter Simmons girls are made of stern stuff.
Now that's quite an achievement. That is a huge achievement, and you know, Hartbury in the ace final yesterday played some fantastic rugby. And there goes Sophie.
Well, Peter Simmons have been tested early down the left flank, and they've been exposed. They've been exposed, they've been scored against, and they trail after less than 60 seconds in this final.
That's a stunning handoff there from Sophia McDonald. She's been scoring tries for fun all day long. She's got fantastic pace, but she's also the technicalities of how she makes those little outside breaks.
Giselle, I'm going to adjust our umbrella holding setup.
I'm not very good at that, am I?
I'm going to take the reins. I'm going to add a little extra height so we can both get underneath here. Because once again,
I'm going to take off underneath it with this wind.
Yes, once again, the heavens have opened. And, well, the girls' finals so far, well, they haven't been blessed with the best weather. Yesterday for the ace final, it was a real sludge fest, and it makes kickoffs really tricky to master. And, well, it's unorthodox and, well, it's unaesthetically pleasing, but almost Cardinal Newman got that back.
I mean, the conditions are extraordinary, and the girls have been coping with it really well all day.
Oh, nice shake from Peter Simmons, but they need to play to the whistle. Yes, they've knocked on, but Cardinal Newman, the fastest to react, and knowing that they've got advantage almost for Sophia McDonald. But with the advantage played, and a suboptimal choice in jersey from our referee for the final.
Well, the semi-final was difficult to tell between the two teams because they were both in red on this pitch, and now we've got a referee clash, so might get tackled at some point.
Well, so long as he doesn't get tackled, then his pristine electric blue shirt will be distinctive by the fact that it's not caked in mud. And Cardinal Newman, well, they give up an easy penalty by being offside there.
A little too keen to put the pressure on.
You see these sorts of errors in finals, that sort of over-exuberance, you kind of forget quite the particulars because you're so eager to make a big impact in the biggest match.
And this is something Cardinal Newman have done well all day, is that moment, and there goes Sophia McDonald again, that moment of transition. They've been really good at putting pressure on and then actually capitalising on the turnover ball, and they've done that time and time again all through both days.
Well, Sophia McDonald looks like she may be one to watch, not just in this final, but in seasons and competitions to come. Great acceleration again, and her second try of the final.
Yeah, she's got huge potential to progress further, and she loves the sport, and I think she's very keen to to continue to play it and push herself to go as far as she possibly can.
Well, so many of these girls who are featuring at Rosslyn Park. We saw some unbelievable players in the ACE competition, and we've seen the development in the under-14s and the under-16s competitions. So I think it's safe to say that you're probably going to be seeing Premier 15s players of the future out here on the Richard Evans Memorial pitches. Peter Simmons just looking to spend some time on the ball, just looking to build their attacking confidence, but they're swarmed upon by Cardamom.
And there goes that transition again, the aggressive defence.
Oh, that is one of the dummies of the day. Oh, and she's got the gas to finish. She thought about slinging the one-handed offload, but as she saw the blue jerseys begin to fall off, she said, "Do you know what? I'm going this one alone." She backed herself.
Yeah, Zara Green there, she's very powerful, but has that ability, as you say, to finish it off. And Peter Simmons there struggled to take her down off her feet, and she was able to spin out of that. But again, it was the same tactic of really aggressive defence in turning it in. You know, in these conditions, the skill level's got to be really good to be able to play the ball. So they're really putting pressure on that, turning the ball over, and then moving it quickly to width.
So Cardinal Newman leading 15-0, approaching the final minute of the first half. And, well, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the rain is getting heavier. It is sort of like watching rugby through a pair of shutters at the moment, vertical ones, because it is falling so hard and so consistently. And this is going to be particularly problematic for Peter Simmons because
they've got a game to chase.
They've got a game to chase. Yeah. And those sort of 50-50 balls that you can sometimes throw to break a game and take a risk are more looking like 70-30 or even 80-20 balls.
This is about similar to the game we've just witnessed, where two speedsters went head-to-head, basically, didn't they, from Cranley and Millfield, making those tries. And this is what's got to happen. And at the moment, the speedster has been out with Sophia McDonald, and Peter Simmons haven't been able to do that yet.
A big blind side to work with on the left-hand side, but Cardinal Newman say, we're going to flash to the right. We're going to put it through the hands.
Forward pass.
But the final pass just leaking forward. Final action of a soggy first half of the final. Cardinal Newman in command, leading 17 points to 0. Well, the second half of, well, Giselle, you've just used the word monsoonal cup final, the culmination of the under-18s Girls' Cup competition. And really, the rugby that they've played, the journey they've been from, they deserve better weather than this.
I have to say I agree with you, but the girls don't seem to be too fazed by it.
Cardinal Newman certainly. Oh, that is a beautifully timed pass. And Sophia McDonald is going to be a finals hat-trick hero.
Let's hope her namesake tomorrow up in Newcastle, Claudia McDonald, goes racing in for Six Nations tries tomorrow. If we get a hat-trick from her, McDonald weekend.
Yeah, well, a player you used to coach as well in your Wasps days.
Absolutely. And she starts on the wing. England have got a very, very exciting back three with Jess Breach, Claudia McDonald and Abby Dow tomorrow to play against Scotland. So that's quite a set of wheels. So let's hope the ball ends up in their hands and they're not playing in these kind of conditions which stop that happening.
That is quite a set of wheels. I mean, when I met Claudia McDonald, she was playing for you and I was commentating a Wasps match, and back then she was known as Claudia McDonald, the scrum half.
Exactly. Well, she's a very talented athlete and has the capability to play in both. Bit Austin Healy-like from back in the day. He was a 9-stroke wing.
Slightly more charming, Claudia.
One would hope so.
Nothing quite happening how Peter Simmons would like it to happen in this final. They've been exposed by the ruthless nature of Cardinal Newman so far and the scintillating speed of Sophia McDonald. And on this occasion, that pass edging forward, they almost win the ball against the head. I've never seen a 7 scrum contested for so long, but here we are. We're in the Richard Evans Memorial Bog.
That's what it is, isn't it?
And it's Cardinal Newman who've adapted to the conditions the best. It's Sophia McDonald who greedily steps inside searching for a fourth. And Cardinal Newman who get wrapped up just before they can get the pass away. Peter Simmons moving up, putting in a good low shot, but the handling very impressive. The other try scorer goes bullocking through the middle again. Is she in for a brace? She's dragging Peter Simmons' defenders with her. But the support play was so selfless in the running initially. But that's the trade-off. You gamble on the run and you get the riches when you pop up on the shoulder right on cue.
Yeah, again, Tyler Green really, really strong, stays on her feet. Peter Simmons struggled to get her down, and then that, as you say, perfectly timed offload to Tyler Charlie, and fantastic work, really good. Zara's been an incredible force all day. Again, another, as I've already said in the semi-final, a future Premier 15s player in the making, I believe.
Big futures.
Yep.
For a lot of the personnel.
Yep.
That we're seeing, not just on RE1, but each and every blade of grass across the tournament. And am I going to take the am I going to put the umbrella down? I am. Well, it came in big and intense, and it's gone just as quick. Still, the conditions continue to impact this final.
That's a great win back there. As you said, not necessarily pretty, but using the conditions for the ball to stop. Look at that offload there, ball away, and is she going to get her fourth? She certainly is. That's got to be pretty special to score 4 tries in a final, and it's not over yet.
Sophia McDonald, 4 in a final. Remember the name. Her tries have single-handedly sealed a cup triumph for Cardinal Newman. Still plenty of time on the clock for more, and
that was fantastic, wasn't it? Winning back the kick-off, one of the holy grails of sevens, trying to make sure you win back your kick-off, and as I say, it wasn't necessarily pretty, but it's just gone 10, and first player onto it, Cardinal Newman, move it away, and then we get Zara Green straight down the middle, strong, move the ball around.
It is the holy grail of sevens, and it's something that I'm glad to see has infected the 15-a-side game, because the kickoff was overlooked back in the day. It was seen as a restart, but now
it's third set piece.
It is a truly contestable opportunity, and there's a lot of detail that goes around these kickoffs these days, because it's a genuine opportunity to win back possession.
Absolutely.
Ball travels backwards and recycled and resourced, and still looking to use the offloading game. Peter Simmons.
Aggressive defence, look at it. Swarming up, swarming up.
Well, have they swarmed too hard? Peter Simmons, one more pass to get to the edge. They shovel it out and away, and it's picked up, and this is better from the girls in blue. Linking up on the shoulder, pinning her ears back. They will get a finals try. Just rewards for a fabulous competition performance.
And that's probably more like the rugby that they've been playing when they've taken down Hartbury College. Really, really well worked try there.
Everyone working so hard off the ball, great communication, so that a lot of these split-second offloads were going to the right person in the right place. And
keeping the hands free in the contact, moving it when they needed to. Did some really good stuff there. And a nice conversion as well.
And a conversion to boots. A doff of the cap to Peter Simmons, who've come up against fierce opponents in this final. But their determination has never waned. And they show us their class right there with a very nicely worked team try.
But both of these teams, you know, they were, as I say at the beginning of this, they were in the plate semi-finals, and for them to progress now into the major cup competition shows the work that they've put in all season to progress both as teams and as individuals.
Final opportunity for someone to shine on RE1 in this cup final. And while the final try has gone to Peter Simmons, the final is Cardinal Newman's. The final belongs to one individual in particular, Sophia McDonald. 4 tries in an electric display in challenging conditions. The Rosslyn Park National School Sevens Under-18s Girls Champions, Cardinal Newman.
Congratulations.
The culmination of 5 fabulous days of schools rugby sevens at the Rosslyn Park National Schools Sevens 2023. Over 1,000 teams, over 13,000 players have braved the blades of grass here in southwest London, all looking to achieve, all looking for their own piece of history. And Harrow School and Brighton College are on the brink of just that in the Under-18s Cup final. They've played some fabulous sevens across the last 2 days. Exhilarating to watch. They've been cursed for this final by the most inclement of weather. But these two teams with so much talent, so much determination to call themselves champions are destined to deliver. Brighton College get us underway and into the hands of Harrow, who were immediately set upon by hungry defence, including Jack Hewer, but the power to get across the halfway line. Dave Rogers is back with me.
I've just been in the tent where the boys were keeping dry. The energy with these two teams, unbelievable. These Harrow boys, every single one of them has won Rosslyn Park before. The upper sixth boys won it under 14, the lower sixth won it under 16 last year. What a legacy to leave school with 2 Rosslyn Park trophies.
Well, can they make Rosslyn Park 2023 a dominant double, with their under 16s having claimed the title just yesterday? Here they come. Harrow surging down the left flank in the hands of their big rangy runner Charlie Griffin, just brought to a halt 3 metres shy. Brighton defending for their lives. Cam Ellis skips and then gives another skip, another tackle coming in from the Brighton boys. This time George Williams working hard to defend the pain, but a gorgeous line against the grain from the man mile. Harrow, first blood drawn in the final.
Well, we're just seeing how they're adapting their game. I mean, Brighton defended that as well as they could. Harrow still trying to keep their width as the conversion goes up. And the flags stay down. On a dry day, there were 2 Harrow players on the outside. The ball would have gone through the hands and it would have been an easy score, but they had to stick it. You can't put that kind of width on it, but changing the angle, going against the grain, shortening the distance of the pass, and ultimately achieving the try. And in a game where challenges and opportunities are going to be at a premium, to get the first points on the board, to draw first blood, that is huge for Harrow in their pursuit of greatness.
So much more to come in this final. We were served up one of the most unbelievable plate finals between Cranley and Millfield, who are 2 of the best there, and these are 2 of the very best. Brighton in a hurry, George Williams getting them going, but taken down low. Oh, what an offload, and Brighton still charging, still surging. Harry Streak up to almost within the 22. What a pickup. Numbers out wide, if they can shift it and gather it in miraculously. Oh, I so wanted that to not be a forward pass. So wanted Keelan Farrell to pin his ears back and bring us a brilliant try in the final.
Signs of life from Brighton, though. That handling, absolutely exceptional, doing everything they can to put pace on the ball, to keep tempo in the game. It's the way they love to play. And we're going to see some handling errors in this game. You would any teams playing on a pitch like that.
Well, that is a very, very rare error from Cam Ellis, the London Irishman, berating himself as he retreats into the back line. Brighton won't mind, though. Brighton with a prime piece of attacking real estate here, a big old blindside to work with. Just on the doorstep of the 22. And here they come, Ethan Dando, one of their danger men, going outside Ellis, drawing in defenders. and just about escaping the clutches. Harrow all on their feet, but are they wise to the attack down the flank? Ellis dragging the Brighton man to the line, but they resource it well. Still Brighton on their feet, working hard through streak. Round the corner they come. No one sits down Cam Ellis like that, but Brighton get away and they manage to navigate their way into the corner in the tiniest space on the field.
Oh my goodness, what a score to level the final. We talked about Harrow changing their game, but Brighton, who've run rings around teams, have decided they've had their spinach this morning and they are winning that physical battle. That bump to create the space. Powerhouse play. Massive conversion coming, but wouldn't expect it to be slotted. 5 minutes gone, 5 points each. I want to see this again. There we go. Oh. Coaches will be delighted with that, because even though it was that big physical test, there is still the deftness of touch to get that final offload away.
Well, the ball almost snaking its way across the 10-metre line. One of those, do you, don't you? Well, Brighton play it. The try scorer, I can't tell you what number he is because there's so much mud on his back, so I can't tell you who scored the try. But Harrow are going to try and create a try of their own. Is that an intentional knockdown? Advantage being played. I guess we'll see the outcome.
Oh, what a catch.
A bullet to the breadbasket from the fly hack.
Cannonball to the guts.
Yeah. One of those that won't make the highlight reel, but it is noteworthy. And advancing, here it comes. Boom. Oh.
Well,
yeah.
A lot of these Harrow boys, their first sport is actually football. Harrow, of course, famous for it. He's caught that one right out of the laces.
Well, hassled and harried, and just these little wins in every section of the field being celebrated by both benches. Closing minute of an enthralling cup final. I'm not sure if my heart can take another final like the plate that we just had, but still, like all things that are bad for you, I just want it.
Penalty here for Harrow. If they can get a score just before the clock goes red. As the wind picks up, we're about to Mary Poppins off the commentary position, and Harrow bursting through the defensive line.
Oh, how did he pick that up? And the hit comes powering in, but he finds a way across the paint. Miraculous with the pickup. Unbelievable with the spin. What a try. What a cup final. Harrow head into the break in the lead because of that man there.
Well, look at those big smiles on the faces, and that's because they've got warm coats on and they're bone dry, not plastered in mud and blood like these heroes out on the pitch. The very, very best of both of these teams digging deep to put on a great show in the quest for glory. But my goodness me, so much to love about this try. The offload, the catch, the cover tackle, the riding of that cover tackle, and the grounding of the ball. It is a blood and thunder cup final, and it's advantage Harrow.
Lads loving sevens.
Yes, but not as you know it.
This is not the weather of sevens from heaven, but still Brighton and Harrow are delivering a bit of glory out here.
Well, that huddle for Brighton College, it looks a little bit more like penguins huddling for warmth, doesn't it?
Do you know what a group of penguins is known as, Dave Rogers?
Please enlighten me.
A tuxedo of penguins.
What?
A tuxedo of penguins.
Stop it.
Is the collective noun for a group of penguins. Not tuxedo weather here.
No.
In southwest London.
Massive 7 minutes coming up. The biggest 7 minutes in schoolboy rugby. Oh my goodness me, what a take. And on another day, he bursts through and scores that. Knock-on advantage. But more to the point, Harrow out of defensive shape.
Well, Brighton identifying their space in conditions that are making identifying each other almost impossible. But the supercharged jet heels of the Brighton Flyer have broken through the Harrow defence.
In these conditions, how? What have we just witnessed? And under the sticks as well. No such thing as an easy kick in this weather, in these conditions. But this, a pivotal moment. Oh, he's missed. He's missed the kick after the most astonishing display of rugby. It's Harrow 10, Brighton 10, still 6 minutes to go. Admire this brilliance.
Sit back, enjoy the show, and don't blink, because you'll miss Keelan Farrell. That is an incredible try, given the circumstances, given the opposition, given the pressure. And he's put the pressure right back on Harrow. Mile.
He is a strong boy, isn't he?
Muscular defence. Greco-Roman wrestling style. Any which way to get the man to the ground, and everyone trying to capture their own bit of history, their own totem to take home. Keen parents, keen supporters of both these institutions alike, and a nice drill from Brighton to win the ball cleanly. The handling has been supreme given the conditions, and off Brighton go round the edge through Farrell again.
Amazed we've not seen any kicks yet. Harrow defending 7 up, no sweeper in. There's a lot of space in behind him, and Niddick saw it then from Brighton to exploit that.
Well, Cam Ellis has just made 2 important tackles. He's gone for the jackal and missed out, but then follows up by swallowing up the opposition player. Oh, another heavy carry. Popped off the floor into the hands of Farrell. If he squirms free, we know what he can do. Down the short side. Oh.
This is really good game management from Brighton. I mean, they've coughed the ball up there, but just going through the phases, not rushing. This is not the time for high tempo. If you get a chance, you've got to take it, but in the meantime, just got to play the percentages. Oh, this is it's turning into charity mud wrestling.
Well, Brighton come away and they just lose that possession. The next person to break through, it could be decisive. Ball just squirting out at the back. Is there an extra number? Is there an extra man? No, there isn't, because the door slammed shut by the Harrow hits. More room than ever, though, in the middle, and a line cut through the heart. Closed again by Harrow. A brilliant turnover after a clattering clear out. 3 minutes left of the final. 80, 90 minutes for Harrow to go, and they're penalised on the floor. Brighton go in a hurry. Brighton with the numbers. Brighton going alone and spilling with the line at their mercy.
It had to go. It had to go. There was a 3-on-2. It was the right decision to inject the speed, play with tempo, but then the white line fever. The headlines, the hero gets the best of all of us. But this time, the glory evades Brighton College. Here we go, look. There were 3 on 2, but it was a 2 on 1 on the outside. They'd even bitten in. Just a little late nudge. Even if it had gone to ground, there'd have been one. Your choice of 2 Brighton players to scoop that up and score a decisive try. But the drama continues. We're into the last 2 minutes. The ball's loose.
Harrow still under the pump on their 5-metre line. They've got knock-on advantage. And they scamper through a hole. Few numbers here for Harrow. If they can find the pass, they find a big fend and squirt the ball up. Oh, here's trouble. Charlie Griffin. Charlie Griffin.
What a tackle.
Not out of play. The touch judge right there, but from the fly hack. I mean, it's hard work to determine the dimensions of the field.
It's hard work to determine who's playing for who.
Just over 60 seconds remaining. 10-all. Brighton win the line out. Brighton go to the edge. Brighton ask Farrell to do it all again. He runs into a concrete wall designed and built in Harrow. But they're half in behind the Harrovians.
Oh, they thought they'd got the turnover there, didn't they? Started to cheer, but the referee calls them off.
Brighton looking for a way through. Brighton in retreat, and they're running out of numbers here. The tackling is so voracious from Harrow, and it squirts free and into the hands of Ellis, who offloads, and surely Harrow have won it at the death.
Absolutely incredible display from Harrow. Firstly, defending their own 22, hanging by a thread, but making the tackles, but then turning the screw, continuing to defend, taking advantage of the loose ball. And Ivan Dale has gone in. Well, we are going to restart. They're all going back. Yeah, it spills out there. You've got to be in it to win it, haven't you? Ask the question. Play in the right areas. I think I'd have liked to seen a bit earlier on when Brighton had all that pressure. Just put it on the toe.
Is there another twist and turn in this cup final, just like we had in the play? Oh! A bone-crunching hit. A final winning Harrow hit. And in biblical conditions at Rosslyn Park, the National School Sevens has delivered an epic of its own. Just as their under-16s did earlier in the week, Harrow School's under-18s have triumphed in the most almighty of cup clashes. Utter heartbreak for Brighton College, who left every shred of endeavour out there, as did all 24 players involved in that match. But it is Harrow School, the victors, the cup champions of the 2023 Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. They defeat Brighton College 15 points to 10.
Really good. Should be so proud, so proud. We've come such a long way, just these.
Ceremony, the first on the final day of the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. This tournament continues to grow, women's rugby continues to grow, and in the biggest tournament ever, we have introduced the under-18s that split into two over 2 days. 9 games of competition culminating in a fantastic final. That was won by the champions, Hereford College. presented by the RFU president, Nigel Gillingham, whose clothes are a lot cleaner than that of the winners. Your under-18 plate champions, Hereford College.
You know what?
Welcome everybody to the presentation for the boys under 18 plate. Quite fitting that it's absolutely hosing down because the two teams that played in the final put on an incredible display in unbelievably challenging conditions. So before we present the awards to the winners, can we please have a huge round of applause for all of the teams, particularly the two teams in the final who have emptied the tank for a shot at glory over 2 hard days here at the National School Sevens. However, with the rain pouring and celebrations pending, a warm shower, a bit of cleanliness and some memories that last forever, we need to present the trophy to the under-18 plate champions, Cranley. And to present the trophy, please welcome the RFU's president, Nigel Gillingham. And congratulations to the plate winners, Cranley! Stuck around, thank you very much for doing so. Please make sure that you give all of the players a huge round of applause as they come onto this stage. For you who've watched at home, thank you very much for sticking with us. Hopefully
you have enjoyed the epic rugby in challenging conditions as much as we have. Before the final presentation, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank our partners Limitless, Holroyd Howe and Lions Rugby, and because it is the final presentation, I think a huge round of applause for the tournament director Andy Higgins, and everybody at the National School Sevens deserves a huge round of applause. At the end of the biggest and best ever National School Sevens, we have got 2 trophies left to award. First of all, we came to the end of the biggest and best women's competition. We had the 14s, the 16s, the ACE, and the first ever 2-day under-18s competition. The final was absolutely incredible, as was the tournament. It was split into the plate and the cup, and the 2 teams that earned the right to be the best in the country certainly put on a show. The runners-up, after 2 epic days, fell slightly short, but I can't wait for them to be back next year trying to get the glory. But this time, it's the silver medals. Please give a huge round of applause and congratulations to Peter Simmons. Once again, your under-18 Cup runners-up, Peter Simmons. Now, before we award the gold medals and the championship trophies to the winners, it is time to announce the Limitless top try scorer and player of the tournament. As you can imagine, over 2 days there are a lot of candidates. However, the best of the bunch, Sophia McDonald. Well, as for the champions, it sounds like they've started the party already, and as they should. An incredible 2 days of rugby, and they finished it undefeated. A massive future for them and everyone involved with the programme. Your under-18 Cup champions, Cardinal Newmans. And now the trophy will be presented by Maddie from Patterson Wealth Management, and it will be presented to your champions, And now, as the rain continues to pour, we present the final medals of a brilliant week and a brilliant 2 days of rugby in the men's under-18 Cup competition. It's a great rivalry between two great schools, and once again, I'm no doubt that they'll be back next year, either looking to maintain or looking to go one better. Towards the end of the game, it was difficult to tell who was who. It was an incredible effort, gentlemen, from all of you. Massive congratulations. Can we please show our appreciation for the two sides? But like with all finals, there has to be a winner, there has to be a runner-up, but all of these young men have written their name into the history of this great tournament. So please give a huge round of applause to this year's silver medalists, the Cup runners-up, Brighton College.
Brighton! I'd say small.
With his silver medals on after 2 days, an incredible performance for the runners-up, Brighton College. The gold medals and the trophy coming up shortly, but before that, it is time to award the Limitless top try scorer and player of the tournament. Again, as you'd expect, plenty of names to put in the mix. However, the award goes to Ollie Mile. And now it's time to award the gold medals and the trophy. For every single player on this team, it'll be the second time that they've been on this top step. The upper sixth won it at under 14s, the lower sixth won it at under 16s. That is an incredible dynasty from this group of players. 2 days, variable weather conditions. Those jerseys started white. Hopefully you can clean them off and keep them as mementos. However, as they take the top step as champions, we are going to give them a lot of noise and a lot of positive energy. Well played, gentlemen. Your champions, Harrow. The trophy will now be presented by the RFU President, Nigel Gilligan, to your under-18 Cup champions, Harrow! And there we have it, the curtain comes down on another tournament. Memories that'll last a lifetime for those champions and for everybody who has been involved. Some of them will move on. Maybe it's the last time they'll play rugby. It's certainly the last time that some of them will ever put on the jersey. No doubt this week we'll have seen international stars of the future, those who'll play professionally, those who'll go on to do incredible things. But one thing we do know is that they have forged bonds that will last a lifetime here at the National School Sevens. Over 1,000 teams, the biggest and best competition that we've ever hosted here, and we look forward to next year. That's going to be even bigger and better again. Whether you've been here in the ground, whether you've been at home, wherever you've been watching around the world, it has been an absolute pleasure to have your company. And we'll have the company of you again next year. We can't wait. Hope you can't either. Until then, goodbye.
See you on the front of it.